The CEO husband is too strong. On a midsummer night, the lights of the Royal Hotel in S City were bright and bustling. Leaving the crowd of well-dressed people, Bai Yingshu, dizzy and weak, followed the waiter's instructions to go upstairs and opened one of the rooms. Because she had just drunk some red wine, she supported her dizzy head and walked to a very large bed in a daze and lay down on it. "It's so hot," she muttered unconsciously, and her whole body suddenly seemed to be on fire, hot from the inside out. Her hands kept tearing at the already thin and pitiful evening dress, and the spring scenery on her chest jumped out. The hem was lifted to the root of her legs due to the rubbing of her legs. But it was far from enough. Not only was there no coolness, but it was getting hotter and hotter, just like the desire for ice water in the hot summer of July and August. Suddenly, her hand touched a strong chest, and the touch was so cool and soothing. There was only one thought in her mind, which was to quench her thirst. So cool, so comfortable. She pounced on him like an octopus. The large skin contact brought some relief, but it made her want to taste it. She subconsciously rejected this shameless behavior. Her body was not controlled by her brain at all and responded directly. She didn't even see who the other person was. She rubbed the man in a daze, her body kept rubbing against him, and several pieces of precarious cloth were completely pulled down by her. The white and curvy female body was exposed to the air naked, which made people's blood boil. Her mouth kissed a cool lip, soft and tender, like jelly. Not enough, far from enough, she tore the man's clothes, longing for a closer contact to get rid of the unbearable emptiness and heat. However, the other party clearly showed no sign of cooperation, and stood straight and motionless. Her flushed face wrinkled into a ball, as if scratched by 100 claws. She was angry and helpless, and the angry words turned into a cat-like charm when they came to her lips. "Well, give it to me." A dark light flashed in the man's deep eyes, and then he turned over and pressed her under him. A faint smell of tobacco enveloped Bai Yingshu, but she felt it was particularly good. She was a little confused and couldn't see the other party's face clearly. Her hands were wrapped around the man's neck like vines, and the private parts between her legs rubbed against his legs. It was undoubtedly a poison to quench thirst, and her desire was hard to satisfy. Until a hard object pressed against the entrance, she shrank and suddenly regained some consciousness. The strange and handsome face in front of her gradually enlarged, and she screamed, "No! No!" A hint of coolness passed through the corner of the man's mouth. "It's too late." R. The foreign object pushed into her lower body, causing a tearing pain. The scream was blocked by the man's mouth. The lips and tongues were completely messed up and stirred together, causing a numbness that she had never experienced before. Before she could mourn anything, slowly, the pain of breaking the body was gradually replaced by another extreme satisfaction. The emptiness was filled, and she arched her body involuntarily, wanting more. The man pursed his beautiful lips slightly, holding her thin waist, and sprinting hard. The two young bodies rose and fell in the most primitive movement, and the whole room was filled with the man's panting and the woman's low moan, ambiguous and charming. The night was long and hot. The sun was slightly drunk, shining through the glass window on the messy bed. Bai Yingshu opened her heavy eyelids, feeling pain in her limbs and even her whole body. She looked around blankly, her thoughts returning. She seemed to have had a wet dream last night, and the key point was that the object of the wet dream was not her fiancé Ling Zhixiu, whom she had been in love with for 3 years, but a strange man. Cheating between the spirit and the body is unforgivable. She wrinkled her delicate face in annoyance, feeling guilty about Ling Zhixiu, but she couldn't control the dream at all. "Right. Awake." A deep and mellow voice sounded in her ears, and a warm breath hit her ears. Her body suddenly trembled, as if struck by thunder. This voice was. The blood color on Bai Yingshu's face faded little by little when she turned her head. What she saw was a perfect face. The man's facial features looked three-dimensional and full in the sun. Under the sleepy eyes was a tall and prominent nose, rosy and honey-colored lips gently pursed, messy black short hair, sexy collarbone under the neck, and a lazy charm all over the body. "Who are you?" She took a deep breath and questioned, her beautiful black eyes staring at the man in front of her. "I remember you called me, dear, yesterday. Have you forgotten?" His lips opened and closed, his tone was ambiguous. Bai Yingshu's whole body was like a freezer. The facts were clear, all this was not a dream, she really had sex with the man in front of her last night. Boom! A thunderbolt struck down. She actually had sex with a stranger, and her first man was not Ling Zhixiu. Chapter 2, Court in Bed. A creeping chill seeped into her skin, making her shiver involuntarily. She hastily grabbed the nearby bedsheet, clutching it to her chest in panic. God, she wasn't wearing anything. The torn rags scattered on the floor looked like a cruel mockery of her madness from the night before. The man's handsome lips curved into a faint, teasing smile. Why so shy? Darling, last night you were the one who took the initiative to undress me. Fragmented memories flashed through her mind. That woman, eyes brimming with lust, seducing him so boldly, was that really her, Bai Yingshu? The lurid images flickered one after another, sending a chill to her fingertips. Her face turned pale as snow, her thoughts chaotic. Everything was a mess. She couldn't deny what the man had said because it was the truth. But how could she have behaved so absurdly? What the hell had happened? She was the daughter of the city's mayor, a privileged heiress raised in a family of scholars, receiving elite education from a young age. Her conduct had always been impeccable, dignified, refined, without a blemish. Even though she'd been in a relationship with her boyfriend for 3 years, they had never crossed any boundaries. And now, everything she prided herself on, her self-control, her virtue, had turned into the biggest joke of all. No. Jishu must never find out. Clenching her fists tightly, Bai Yingshu forced herself to calm down. She smoothed her expression and said as steadily as she could. We're both adults. Let us just pretend last night never happened. Oh, the man raised his perfectly shaped brows, a trace of amusement playing on his lips. Miss Bai means to say I'm just some random guy to be discarded. His eyes darkened, and a dangerous gleam flashed in them. Bai Yingshu felt a chill crawl down her scalp. Her instinct screamed that this man wouldn't be easily dismissed. What was worse, he seemed to know who she was. But in S City, it was rare not to know the mayor's daughter. Damn him. He takes advantage and still dares to act smug. Gritting her teeth, she snapped mockingly. Would a decent man sleep with a woman he just met? You were the one who threw yourself at me last night. As a fully functional adult male with a perfectly normal sex drive, I'd say what happened was only natural. Not to mention, your body was so. Stop. That's enough, she cut him off, furious and humiliated. Every word he said was true, and that stung the most. She glared at him. Even if I was the one who started it, I told you to stop after the first time. But you ignored me and forced. Forced what? He leaned in suddenly, his breath warm against her cheek. Bai Yingshu felt her skin tingle and quickly pulled away from the ambiguous closeness. The man tilted his head slightly, a trace of a smile on his lips. He seemed thoroughly amused by her embarrassment. Half teasing, half serious, he said. Apologies, I was a virgin. It was my first time. Of course, a man newly introduced to the pleasures of the flesh would find it hard to resist. First time. She didn't believe a word of it. Her boyfriend, Ling Jishio, was already good-looking enough to attract hordes of women in school. This man in front of her? He was even more dangerously attractive. Did he take her for a fool? Shameless liar, she muttered. Talking to this man was utterly pointless. She had no intention of entangling herself further, and with that, she threw off the covers and scrambled off the bed. But as soon as her feet hit the ground, a sharp, searing pain shot between her legs, as though she'd been crushed by a heavy object. She lost her balance and fell straight back onto the bed. Careful. His deep, rich voice sounded above her head like a glass of aged red wine, smooth and intoxicating. She fell right into his arms and met his eyes, deep, navy blue with a hint of glimmer. For a brief second, she was bewitched. She couldn't deny it, this man was the most devastatingly handsome she had ever seen. But that didn't make her feel lucky. No, there was only one thought on her mind now: leave this room, and never cross paths with this man again, not even once, by accident. He supported her gently, gazing down at her from such a close distance. Her face was the perfect oval, like the trendy melon seed shape, with long, silky black hair cascading down her back like a classic beauty from an ancient painting. Despite her fury, she didn't curse or scream. Her high upbringing showed through, making her seethe in silence instead. That made her expression even more amusing to him. At that moment, under her thick lashes, her dark eyes flickered with indecision, dazed, regretful, angry. She quickly turned away from his gaze. Click. The sound sliced through the room's lingering intimacy like a blade. The door creaked open. A flurry of footsteps followed. Bai Yingshu jolted as if electrocuted, leaping out of his arms. She looked up and her mind went blank. A buzzing roared in her ears. Her face went deathly pale. Her frightened eyes locked with a pair of eyes shocked, disappointed, anguished, and brimming with fury. She froze, lips slightly parted in shock. The man standing there was none other than her boyfriend of 3 years, Ling Zhixiu. Zhixiu. Please, calm down, it's not what it looks like. Bai Yingshu looked at him with pleading eyes. Her mind was a mess, and she had no idea how to explain. She struggled to keep her voice from shaking. She was the real victim here. She had been drugged, drunk, and taken advantage of without even knowing it. Then what exactly is it? Ling Zhixiu stared at her, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't know what he was waiting for, only that his fists were clenched so tightly that veins popped across his skin. Chapter 3. She was wronged. The room was in a mess. The man was naked, and the woman was wrapped in a thin blanket, but her white arms and neck were covered with bruises and purples. Anyone with eyes could tell how fierce the fight was. Ling Zhixiu was not blind. Bai Yingshu didn't cry or make a scene, and she didn't look like she was being forced. I was drunk last night. I really don't know what happened. I woke up like this. Bai Yingshu muttered, explaining incoherently. His usual calmness disappeared without a trace. Zhixiu, believe me, I don't know this person. I only like you. Please leave me alone for a while. Bai Yingshu's words had a certain effect. Ling Zhixiu no longer had the courage to continue looking at this ambiguous scene. He turned around and strode away, his back silent. Sister, brother Zhixiu stayed up all night looking for you, but I didn't expect you, it's really too much. The girl in her early 20s who looked 70% similar to Bai Yingshu in the team of catching the adulterer was indignant. Her eyes followed Ling Zhixiu all the time. She blamed Bai Yingshu and hurriedly chased after him. That was her sister Bai Yingting. When did Yingting become so close to Zhixiu? Bai Yingshu was so worried that she didn't have the energy to think about this problem. In fact, she wanted to grow a pair of wings and catch up with Ling Zhixiu. Fortunately, Zhixiu only told her to be quiet and didn't kill her completely. There was still a chance. Put on your clothes and come home with me. Bai Jingrui spoke with a sullen face. He stood in the middle of the door, his tall figure almost blocking their view inside the room. The curious people who followed behind him did not dare to get too close. They could clearly feel Mayor Bai's hidden anger. They could not afford to offend the mayor, not to mention that they almost knew the scandal of the mayor's daughter, so they scattered immediately. Dad, Bai Yingshu felt a burning pain on her face, ashamed and shameful. Her father's reputation was tarnished because of her. Meanwhile, the ignored adulterer had been standing as a bystander, never saying a word, just acting as a background wall. Bai Jingrui asked her secretary to bring a set of women's clothes. She put them on quickly and never glanced at the man in deep thought on the bed. She left in a hurry, hoping desperately that they would never have any more interactions in the future. She believed that people would forget about this matter after a while. The man's lips curled up into a cruel smile. Bai Yingshu, the game has just begun. Mayor, all the information you asked me to look up is here. I'll be leaving first. Bai Jingrui nodded, and Secretary Xie Fangfei put down the folder in her hand, and without stopping, she gently closed the door. Bai Jingrui expressed great appreciation for the ability of this young female secretary. However, at this moment, he had a serious face, took out the information in the folder, read it carefully, and frowned. Simuchuan, 28 years old, is currently the president of SK Group. There were only a few words on the thin paper, and there was no biography at all. It was really simple. He had heard of SK Group, a newly emerged conglomerate in recent years. The group's subsidiaries include finance, hotels, catering, entertainment, real estate, network technology, etc., and it has the potential to overwhelm local companies in S-City. The president of such a large group is so low-key, not showing off, and has no scandals. It is really intriguing, but it must be said that Simuchuan is definitely a satisfactory candidate for a son-in-law. Bai Jingrui's mind flashed with the young and handsome man who had slept with his eldest daughter a few days ago. He automatically equated him with Simuchuan and fell into deep thought. Bai Yingshu has been having a terrible time these past few days. Ever since that incident at the dam banquet, Bai Jingrui has not allowed her to go out. Their Bai family is a scholarly family and a high-ranking official family with very strict rules, especially since their father, the mayor, always has the final say at home, and the two sisters dare not disobey. On the other hand, Ling Zhishu's cell phone was always turned off. He must be angry and didn't want to see her again. Even the newspaper had a headline that hinted at her: senior official's daughter had a secret affair with group president, caught in bed by her legal boyfriend. It almost wrote the name, so it was easy to identify him once you thought about it. The days of reflection at home felt like years, but it made Bai Yingshu figure out one thing. Even if she was drunk, she would never take the initiative to throw herself into the arms of a man. Her body was abnormally hot at the time, and someone must have drugged her. Who could this person be? She usually treated people very strictly and followed the rules. She couldn't even figure out who she wanted to deliberately retaliate against. Bai Yingshu's eyebrows were twisted into a rope, and she finally made a conclusion: whoever got the most benefits was the most suspicious. A pair of light blue eyes jumped into Bai Yingshu's mind, and her blood boiled. Her eyes were clear. Yes, it must have been planned by that man. Otherwise, she would have gone into his room out of so many other rooms. But the first priority is to explain to Ling Zhishu that she was wronged. Chapter 4: An unbelievable scene. The power of love made her temporarily forget her father's punishment, and she sneaked out of the house quickly. Half an hour later, Bai Yingshu appeared downstairs of Ling's group in a simple and neat sportswear. Ling Zhishu is the prince of the Ling family, the future president of the group, and a well-known handsome man in the business world in S City. He is also humble and polite. Since knowing that he has a girlfriend, the mayor's daughter, all the unmarried young women are envious and jealous, and their hearts are broken. However, if they knew that the mayor's daughter was cheating, they would probably throw salted duck eggs at her. Bai Yingshu took the elevator to the general manager's office, feeling very nervous. She didn't know how to explain for a moment. Should she just say, "I was framed," or ask apologetically and knowingly, "Do you mind that I didn't give you my first time?" After struggling for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The fragrance from fingertips permeates the door. A familiar voice came from inside. Who is it? Don't come in yet. He was indeed there. But, hey, why did it seem like there was a woman's voice? Bai Yingshu's eyelids twitched, and she felt that everything was wrong today. What was Zhishu doing in there? Why didn't he open the door for so long? Suddenly, there was a sound similar to a crash in the room. Something must have happened. Bai Yingshu's face changed drastically. He turned the door handle nervously and the door opened. Bang! Bai Yingshu opened her eyes wide in a daze. The bag in her hand fell to the ground, the temperature of her fingertips dropped to freezing point, her slightly grinning mouth seemed to be unable to believe the scene before her. Yingshu. Elder sister. Bai Yingting and Ling Zhishu said in unison. The two of them were lying on the large leather sofa in a very ambiguous posture with the woman on top and the man on the bottom. Ling Zhishu's shirt was wide open, revealing a large area of masculine skin on his chest. When he saw Bai Yingshu, a panic flashed in his eyes, and he pushed away Bai Yingting, who was pressing on him unnaturally. Bai Yingting's face was flushed, and from the angle below, he could just see the two white rabbits on her chest, which were not big but firm. Her two white and tender hands touched his slightly pale chest, and gently kneaded it a few times until she saw Bai Yingshu before slowly withdrawing them, with a hint of impatience sliding across the corners of his eyes. Why are you here? A complex look flashed across Ling Zhishu's handsome face, including embarrassment and guilt, and finally his black eyes became deep and contradictory. He separated the two of them imperceptibly, stood up and buttoned up his loose shirt, and the slight trembling of his fingertips revealed his strange emotions. Was he pushing her away subconsciously because of her sister? Bai Yingting's eyes flashed with displeasure and a hint of barely perceptible jealousy, and she absent-mindedly straightened her messy clothes. Bai Yingshu felt sad. It was ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. Was God playing a trick on her? This familiar scene was so similar to the previous one. Was it retribution in this life? It seemed to come too fast. Her face turned pale, her voice gradually turned colder, and she said with self-mockery, "If I hadn't come, I probably wouldn't have known that my boyfriend and sister would do such a thing." Ling Zhishu's face was dull and he remained silent, without his usual calmness and spirit. However, Bai Yingting, contrary to her usual obedient and docile nature, said sarcastically, "Sister, you have slept with another man, and you still don't allow brother Zhishu to touch other women." Yingting, what did you say? Bai Yingshu Liuli's eyes were full of astonishment. Is this still her usually taciturn sister? How could she become so eloquent and aggressive? One sentence hit her sore spot. In astonishment, she began to vaguely understand. Of course, how could she forget? If she hadn't changed, how could she get involved with her future brother-in-law? Bai Yingting looked at her with contempt and said righteously, I am not wrong. Sister has no right to blame Brother Zhishio. Brother Zhishio and I got together only after you betrayed him. There was no trace of shame on her face for being caught cheating. Instead, she looked domineering and aggressive. Bai Yingshu took a half step back in frustration. Yingting's sharp words hit her soft spot, her vital point. What her sister said was right, it was her body that cheated first, but she was innocent. She turned her eyes to the silent Ling Zhixiu and tried her best to explain, no, I didn't do anything wrong to you. I was framed that night. Someone drugged me. She didn't even know what she was saying. It was obviously the two of them who did something wrong, so why should she explain herself? Her attitude should be justified. Yes, she shouldn't show weakness like this. I was framed, and what about you? One of you is my sister, and the other is my boyfriend who I haven't officially broken up with yet. When she mentioned drugging, a hint of surprise flashed across Ling Zhixiu's face. He opened his lips to say something, but was suddenly held by a pair of arms. He looked over and saw Bai Yingting, who looked about the same as Bai Yingshu, staring at him with expectation and tenderness. His eyes tightened, as if he had made up his mind. He held Bai Yingting's hand tightly, turned around and said in a deep voice, Yingshu, let's break up. Chapter 5 Breakup. Say it again. Bai Yingshu looked up suddenly in disbelief. Before coming here, she was anxiously hoping to get his forgiveness, but she never expected that she would be betrayed by both her boyfriend and sister. Things were completely out of her control, and she was caught off guard and didn't have time to think. Sister, please help us. Bai Yingting's tone suddenly softened. She grabbed her hand excitedly, and pleaded pitifully with tears in her eyes. The perfumed hand was icy cold, as slippery and scary as a snake. Bai Yingshu felt that her touch was so disgusting at the moment. Her body made a choice faster than her brain and she pulled back as if she had been electrocuted. Unexpectedly, this pull caused Bai Yingting's body to fall backward out of control. She screamed and fell to the ground. Her fragile body seemed to be broken at any time. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said pitifully, Sister, I know you are angry with me. If this can make you feel better, As Bai Yingting spoke, her expression gradually became sad, and her bright eyes quickly gathered moisture. Bai Yingting looked blankly at her empty hands. She didn't seem to have used any strength. But the other party clearly looked like a little wife who had been wronged but didn't dare to get angry, as if she had really bullied her. How are you? Are you okay? Ling Zhixiu squatted down to check if she was injured, with a concerned look on his face. Bai Yingting's slightly round face wrinkled slightly, tears gathered in the corners of her eyes, and a far-fetched smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Brother Zhixiu, I'm fine, I just sprained my ankle, don't blame my sister, she's just in a bad mood. Bai Yingting's words were like a white lotus, which made Bai Yingshu unbelievable. It seemed that she was speaking for herself, but in fact, it had the opposite effect. It was strange to her. From childhood to adulthood, the relationship between the two sisters was neither close nor distant. Unlike other sisters, they could talk about everything but got along well. Little did she know that all the harmony was just her wishful thinking. Her sister had already been thinking about her boyfriend. At this moment, if she still couldn't see the so-called feelings between sisters, she would be really a fool. I didn't push her. Bai Yingshu said word by word, his eyes falling on Ling Zhixiu. What would he say? Ling Zhixiu looked at her with extreme disappointment and a tired look on his face. Yingshu, you've had enough. In fact, our breakup has nothing to do with Yingting. I know you can't accept it for a while, but my parents are traditional and conservative. They already know about your affairs. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see the ambiguous scene of Bai Yingshu and other men in bed. It was like a deeply rooted thorn that he could not bear. Let's not talk about your parents, what about you? Bai Yingshu asked anxiously, his eyes wandering over his thick lips. Do you mind if I've been touched by other men? Regardless of whether I was framed or not. The long silence was a torture for her. She thought she should have known the answer long ago. Sorry. Ling Zhixiu stood straight, his gentle face buried in the shadows. His sister Bai Yingting leaned against him like a little bird. The two of them looked very well matched. Her throat was sore and swollen. It was really an irony. She thought, she made another mistake, and it was a mistake she made knowingly. Break up? I agree, Ling Zhixiu, we will break up from now on. Bai Yingshu didn't know how she left Ling's building. She only knew that after she said that, all the strength in her body seemed to be drained away. Every step she took was empty. Sometimes she was so sad that even crying was a luxury. She had been extremely unlucky recently. First she lost her virginity, then she broke up with her lover. Her world was turned upside down. There was the scorching sun of July above her head, but her heart felt like it was being blown by the cold wind of December. She walked aimlessly with dazed steps, and the 3 years she spent with Ling Zhishu kept emerging in her mind. Every time she recalled a sweet moment, her heart ached. She didn't know how long she had been walking before her eyes regained some clarity. When she looked closely, she found that it was University her and Ling Zhishu's alma mater. She hesitated for a moment before entering her alma mater after a 6-month absence. It was already evening, and there were a few couples strolling intimately on the school's tree-lined path. Suddenly, she felt particularly dazzling. Ling Zhishu was a year older than her, and the two of them were an impeccable match in terms of family background and appearance, so it was natural for them to get together. Like all couples in school, this long and quiet tree-lined path was where they would hold hands and stroll every night for a date. Familiar place, familiar bench. After several months, everything has changed. Tears overflowed from the corners of my eyes, my cheeks were cold, the figure in front of me gradually disappeared, and the drizzle of rain fell. I couldn't tell whether it was tears or rain on my face, and everything in front of me was blurry. Suddenly, a warm feeling came over me and an umbrella appeared above my head. "It's you?" Chapter 6. I'm sorry I won't accompany you. Bai Yingshu closed her eyes to clear the liquid, and her vision became clear again. A breathtakingly handsome face was right in front of her. His tall figure held the black umbrella very high. Because of the height difference, she had to raise her head slightly, and her eyes passed over the man's delicate and smooth chin, extending to his dark lips, high nose wings and a pair of dark blue eyes. In the drizzle, he held the umbrella elegantly, with an impeccable smile on his face. "Miss Bai, what a coincidence." Bai Ying's eyes flashed with surprise and panic, and she took a half step back unconsciously. How could it be him? She thought she would never meet this man again after that night. How could she meet him so easily in such a big city like S? She stared at him steadily. "You followed me." "Har. Miss Bai is such a joker. Can't I visit this famous school?" He raised his beautiful eyebrows, took a step closer to her, and took advantage of the situation to hold the umbrella over her again. A familiar smell penetrated Bai Yingshu's nostrils, a light and fresh smell of tobacco. She was surprised that she didn't avoid it immediately. She has always disliked men who smoke. She can't stand the smell of nicotine. I don't know what brand of cigarettes he smokes, but it doesn't seem to be as bad as expected. But even if she didn't hate him, his intense gaze would make her vaguely recall that unspeakable and chaotic night. If she was really drunk, it would be fine, but she remembered clearly how a woman was unsatisfied and shamelessly seduced the man in front of her. Shame and resentment surged into her face, and her originally pale face softened and gradually flushed. Moreover, she couldn't be sure whether it was this man who did it. "Then you can continue your tour. I'm sorry I can't keep you company." She turned around and was about to leave. She was too tired and really didn't want to guess what this person was thinking. Whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally, she didn't want to be involved. "Miss Bai, you seem to have misunderstood me. It's raining so hard, why don't I take you home?" He suggested, with a sincere and humble attitude, without the deliberate teasing of last time. Bai Yingshu refused immediately. "No, thank you." After saying that, she quickly ran into the rain. The dense raindrops passed through her thin skirt and stuck to her slightly warm skin. A slight chill came over her, and she shivered suddenly. To be honest, at that moment, Bai Yingshu was worried that he would catch up with her. What woman could allow a stain in her life to run around, even if the stain itself looked perfect? She just wanted to resist. The appearance of this person reminded her all the time of the turning point of her fate. Unfortunately, she was wrong. The rain gradually got heavier and fell heavily. In a few seconds, Bai Yingshu was soaked, her black hair dripped, and her whole body was in a mess. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened, and she suddenly felt the boundless darkness and coldness from the inside out, and her vision was blurred. "Hello, are you Senior Bai Yingshu?" Following the sound, a young man wearing glasses appeared in sight. When he saw Bai Yingshu, his face was full of surprise. "Senior, do you still remember me? We were in the same club before you graduated." It's raining so hard, let me drive you there. Bai Yingshu would of course refuse this kind of approach according to her habit, but she was concerned about the man behind her. At the same time, she felt that the boy in front of her looked honest and sincere, so she hesitated for a while and got into his car with gratitude. Just drop me off at the entrance of the villa in Shibei district, thank you. Bai Yingshu took the towel handed over by the man and wiped her wet hair with a heavy heart, not noticing the burning gaze of the man driving the car. After being drenched in the rain, her mind became even more confused, and she kept thinking about what happened during the day. Leaning against the glass window, neon lights flickered on both sides of the road, the scenery spread out like endless thoughts, and my mood fell to the bottom. After a while, Bai Yingshu suddenly shuddered and asked vigilantly, "This road doesn't seem to go to the North District." The man pulled up his glasses and said apologetically, "Oh, senior sister, I'm sorry, I think I took the wrong road. I'll go back now." Bai Yingshu was half believing and half doubting. She felt that he was getting weirder. She carefully recalled the drama club she had participated in during college, but her face did not match his at all. Her heart sank, but she said calmly, "My junior, I suddenly remembered that I need to buy something. Can you stop the car for a moment? Senior, parking is not allowed here. Can you wait a moment?" He said perfunctorily, with no intention of stopping the steering wheel in his hand. Bai Yingshu felt a chill on her spine and became excited. "Stop quickly, I want to get off." The other party was clearly lying. Did he think she was a road idiot? How could there be no way to stop here? She was really too careless. How could she get into a stranger's car casually? Bai Yingshu tried to grab his steering wheel without explanation, and the other party was obviously caught off guard. He honked the horn and the car swayed left and right in the rain. The man was horrified and tried to stop him, but he had no choice but to step on the brakes to avoid hitting him. Bai Yingshu seized the opportunity and opened the car door, but was hit hard on the back of his neck. Chapter 7: The Perverted Pursuer. The moment she lost consciousness, Bai Yingshu felt as if dark clouds were looming over her head. She was on the edge of a cliff in despair. Who would come to save her? After an unknown amount of time, Bai Yingshu woke up with aches all over her body. She found her hands tied behind her back, but her clothes were intact. A rotten and damp smell entered her nostrils, and she started coughing violently. She looked around and found herself in an abandoned warehouse. "You're awake." She was startled by a ghostly voice, and in the blink of an eye, the man with glasses appeared in front of her, his face very close to hers, and she shrank back. Damn, why did she think this man was honest before? It turned out to be a pervert with a beastly heart. "Why did you kidnap me? Who ordered you to do that?" In this situation where he was at the mercy of others, Bai Yingshu certainly would not provoke the other party. He forced himself to calm down and first determine the other party's motives. His burning gaze was always fixed on Bai Yingshu. "I am your admirer, Miss Bai Yingshu, I like you very much." As he spoke, his hand was about to touch her cheek. Bai Yingshu had nowhere to retreat. Behind her was a cold wall, the rough palm stroking her smooth skin, causing her to shudder. The man's breath, like the surrounding environment, made her feel nauseous. "If you like me, you shouldn't use such extreme methods. It's not too late for you to let me go now. You were just confused for a moment. I won't tell anyone." She tried to communicate with the other party, but her stomach felt very uncomfortable and she wanted to vomit. Perhaps her nausea came at the wrong time and actually angered the man. His face turned terribly dark, and his eyes behind the lenses became fierce. He pinched her chin and said, "I knew that the mayor's daughter like you looked down on people like us. Do you think it's disgusting to be touched by lowly people like us? Now you're in my hands." Bai Yingshu obviously didn't expect the other party to be so excited. This person was definitely a psychopath. His jaw was pinched so hard that it hurt, and she couldn't make a complete sound. Her hands were tied, and she kicked hard with her legs curled up while struggling. The other party screamed and his hands left her face. "Help, help!" After regaining his freedom, Bai Yingshu immediately shouted for help. The man rubbed his legs and heard her scream. He suddenly laughed grimly. "Go ahead and scream. This is an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will hear you. Help!" Bai Yingshu was so depressed that she despaired. Her pretended strong defense was completely broken. She was just an ordinary girl. Why did she encounter such unexpected things again and again? The man approached step by step, staring greedily at her beautiful face and her chest that rose and fell due to her rapid breathing, his eyes full of lust. Such a beautiful face will no longer be beautiful if it is broken by crying. His hand slid down her cheek and touched her smooth and soft skin unscrupulously. What do you want to do? Don't touch me. Bai Yingshu was so frightened that he struggled violently to hide to the side. Shishio, come and save me. The man's gaze became more and more scorching. Suddenly, he moved, and the sound of clothes being torn apart could be heard in the air. Bai Yingshu felt a chill in front of her body. Her white dress was torn open, and her upper body was exposed to the air. She curled up in fear, trying to block the other party's evil gaze. She wished she could die now, without having to endure such an insult. She closed her eyes in sorrow. Is today the end of her century? The man's enthusiasm reached its limit, and he pounced greedily on Bai Yingshu. Don't touch me, go away. She shouted hoarsely, resisting violently, tears flowing like a stream, her body and mind tormented on the edge of hell. In just these few seconds, Bai Yingshu was able to breathe, just like a fish out of water. The weight on her body suddenly lightened, and the man who had just been threatening was thrown out heavily, lying on the ground in a mess. She blinked her sore eyes in disbelief, and when she was sure that someone really came to save her, the tension in her heart loosened, and she collapsed all of a sudden due to exhaustion. Chapter 8 Salvation. The man was beaten with fists and kicks, and the lens was shattered all over the floor. He lay on the ground covered in blood and motionless. It's okay. Bai Yingshu vaguely smelled a faint scent of tobacco, and black leather shoes approached step by step. She reflexively shrank her body. Along with the other party's low and mellow voice, a loose suit was covered on her body, and an almost inaudible warmth floated up. It turned out to be him. At this moment, her mood was very complicated, including embarrassment, shame, and even anger and resentment. In the end, she bit her lips and did not utter a syllable, her fingers tightly twisting the collar of her suit. She was in a dishevel, while he wore a neat shirt and trousers, his hair a little messy from the fight, and a thin layer of sweat on his smooth forehead, but he had a thrilling charm, and was handsome and elegant like a god. You? Her body was suddenly suspended in the air and was picked up by someone. Bai Yingshu was caught off guard. One hand steadied the covering and the other hand grabbed his shirt to keep balance. From this angle, it was clear that his eyelashes were long and thick, which matched the dark blue eyes perfectly. His eyes suddenly looked straight at her. Bai Yingshu looked away guiltily, but heard him say above her head, "What are you talking about? Remember my name is Simuchuan." His name is Simuchuan. Bai Yingshu's cheeks were burning and her head was dizzy. She was in such a miserable state and was saved by Simuchuan. Was it the old saying that a dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know the kindness of a good person? She was not sure whether Simuchuan was laughing at her in his heart at this moment, or gloating over her misfortune. See, if you had agreed to let me take you there just now, nothing would have happened. You will suffer for what you have done. He carried Bai Yingshu to the passenger seat and fastened her seat belt carefully. The atmosphere was silent and heavy. Bai Yingshu saw him take out his cell phone and dial a number. She didn't know if it was her own psychological effect, but she always felt that his eyes would glance at her from time to time. Her side profile was three-dimensional and prominent, so perfect that she was a little stunned. Hello, is this the police station? I want to report a crime. It was not until his low voice sounded that Bai Ying regained her rationality. She rushed forward and hung up his phone. Don't call the police. Her heart was beating fast and fell into his chest. The claws pressed on Simuchuan's body a few times, and she was surprised at his good figure and his quite perky chest. She withdrew her claws awkwardly and explained with complicated thoughts, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. Although Bai Yingshu was unwilling to let that man go, for the sake of her reputation and the reputation of her father, the mayor, this explosive news of being kidnapped and almost raped must not be exposed. Now she could only swallow her anger and consider herself unlucky. Simuchuan did not raise any questions, but just looked at her. Her thin body was wrapped in a loose suit, and her white fingers were tightly covering the collar of the suit. Her face, which was only the size of a palm, was buried under the messy long hair on both sides, looking pale and weak. Her lips had been ravaged by her, and there were bloodshot on her pale pink lips. However, there was a maturity and rationality beyond her age hidden in her dark eyes and between her brows. As if he couldn't bear to see her compromise and deal with it rationally, he retracted his gaze and started the car, with a slight smile on his face. I will take care of that person for you. No third person will know about what happened today. Why did you help me? Bai Yingshu didn't think Simuchuan was a compassionate and kind man, otherwise he wouldn't have taken advantage of her that day. Although he saved her, her doubts about him remained. She even had bad guesses in her mind that he would make some requests next. She remembered that Simuchuan seemed to be the president of a certain group, low-key and rich. It was impossible that he was doing this for fame and fortune. Could there be other ulterior motives? What do you think? He curled his lips and smiled slightly, his handsome features adding a bit of charm, inadvertently exuding a kind of soul-sucking lethality. Bai Yingshu thought, if she was a slightly fanciful girl, she might have drowned under this lethality. He gave her a very mysterious feeling, unfathomable, more like a huge temptation that she couldn't see clearly and dared not approach easily, which could be admired from a distance but not played with. Chapter 9. It seems that the judgment was wrong. I'm sorry, I don't think your 34B breasts will make me miss you. Then, Bai Yingshu's face turned blue, white, and black like a palette because of Simuchuan's teasing. Simuchuan, you. This is too much. Simuchuan raised the corner of his mouth and said, I was joking. I just had a feeling that there was something wrong with that person, so I followed him. His explanation did not make Bai Yingshu feel calm, but it did dilute the heavy atmosphere, and she was not so depressed anymore. When he asked where to get off, she frowned and looked troubled. She couldn't go home in such a disheveled state. Her father might have been furious. She had sneaked out all day. The sad thing was that she had very few friends she could trust. If she went to a hotel, she would be easily recognized. She leaned against the car window with her sore head in distress. Perhaps it was because she was too tired. Her eyelids drooped as she struggled. She fell asleep so defenselessly. Perhaps she had subconsciously let down her guard against Simuchuan. Whenever I think of these thrilling 24 hours, I feel like I have had a nightmare. When I wake up from the dream, I imagine that none of this has happened, and she is still the Bai Yingshu with a harmonious family and a happy relationship. At 12 o'clock late in the night was dark outside the car window and the whole city gradually fell into silence. Bai Yingshu screamed, sweating profusely, covering his chest, staring at the white ceiling and an unfamiliar crystal chandelier. The light in his pupils gathered inch by inch. Whether in dreams or in reality, the sadness when Ling Zhixiu and Bai Yingting betrayed him and the fear when he was almost kidnapped and insulted always lingered in front of his eyes and could not be shaken off. Woke up. A deep voice sounded beside her ear, and a sleepy face magnified in front of her. She was startled and hesitated for a second before she recovered her reaction. Why are you here? Is it strange that I appear in my own room? Simuchuan sat up as if nothing had happened. His tone was calm and without any ups and downs, and he did not take it seriously at all. Is this his room? Bai Yingshu looked around, her memory gradually revived, and she was surprised that she had fallen asleep in his car with a weaker and weaker sense of security. Why didn't you wake me up last night? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? She quickly turned her face away, ignoring her ears that instantly turned red. All she could see was the spring scenery of Simuchuan. His eyes were half closed, his smooth forehead was covered by some broken hair, and probably because he had just woken up, the color of his lips was a little pink, and under his overall beige and smooth skin was a very sexy collarbone. His strong chest showed that he exercised regularly, and he even vaguely saw the existence of abdominal muscles. I didn't pay much attention last time, but I didn't expect that his figure was definitely comparable to that of a world-renowned male model. I like to sleep naked. Didn't Miss Bai know that? He looked at her red ears and pink cheeks with a half-smile. How dare he shamelessly bring up what happened last time? Bai Yingshu's face turned from red to black. Feeling their weight change on the bed, she dared not turn her face away. Suddenly, she looked down and found that she was wearing a white men's shirt. She screamed, "Who changed my clothes? What did you do to me?" Facing her angry questioning, Simuchuan slowly put on his shirt and answered, "Miss Bai has so many questions, which one should I answer first? And is this how Miss Bai treats your savior?" His two casual words made Bai Yingshu feel inexplicably guilty. Even if he saved her, he couldn't just look at her body and automatically ignore the last time she was unconscious. First, you slept too soundly last night and I called you several times but you didn't wake up, so I had to take you home. Second, there is only one bed in the house and I don't like sleeping on the sofa. Third, are you sure you want to let other people see the mayor's daughter in dishevel? Fourth, if I really wanted to do something to you, you wouldn't be wearing clothes. Are you satisfied with my answer? He buttoned the last button elegantly with a teasing smile on his lips. Very satisfied, she answered through gritted teeth. Bai Yingshu realized from the two encounters with Sai Muchuan that she would never be able to defeat him verbally, but her own cultivation resulted in a lack of offensive vocabulary, so she could only feel angry in her heart. But Sai Muchuan's next sentence really made her want to curse. Sai Muchuan changed into a low-key and expensive dark suit, and he looked handsome and energetic. Bai Yingshu thought of a sentence that best described him: a beast in human clothing, sanctimonious. It seemed that labeling him with derogatory words could help her achieve balance in her heart. With her heart temporarily balanced, she said calmly, "Please help me prepare a set of women's clothes, thank you. By the way, there is one more thing I seem to have misjudged." He opened the door, as if he suddenly remembered something, and turned to her and said, "What's the matter?" Bai Yingshu listened carefully. "Your bust size seems to be more than 36B. Chapter 10. Have a good talk. You bastard." Bai Yingshu was completely irritated and threw a pillow at random. Sai Muchuan had already almost closed the door, and through the thin door panel, one could even hear his happy laughter and relaxed footsteps. Afterwards, Bai Yingshu changed into a beige dress brought by the servant. It was a new summer model of Chanel. She thought she was not a woman who pursued luxury goods, but the style, color and size of this dress were all the types she preferred. Was it a coincidence, or did he deliberately put in some thought? Bai Yingshu was originally going to take a taxi home. The surroundings of Sai Muchuan's villa were beautiful, with green trees, towering terrain, and pleasant scenery. However, it was far from the city, so it was difficult to find a taxi or even a pedestrian. She had no choice but to take Sai Muchuan's car. Bai Yingshu was completely at a disadvantage in front of him and wanted to get off several times, but was blocked. Finally, she got off at the intersection of the villa area and closed the door without any reluctance. The car window rolled down, revealing Sai Muchuan's flawless face. "Are you destroying your bridges?" Bai Yingshu stopped, bent down and smiled reservedly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Sai, I'm personally very grateful for your bravery. Besides, I think there is no need for us to meet in the future. Goodbye." After saying that, she let out a long breath, finally feeling less cowardly, and no longer looked at Sai Muchuan's wonderful facial expression. "You still remember to come back?" As soon as he entered the room, Bai Jingrui's angry voice came from the sofa in the living room. Bai Yingshu walked closer with gritted teeth. "Dad, I had something important yesterday." "Yingshu, you disappoint me more and more. A girl stays out all night. I thought the last time was enough for you to learn a lesson." Bai Jingrui looked at her disappointedly. Originally, he was very satisfied and relieved with his eldest daughter. Her study, life, social etiquette, personality and emotions were exactly as he expected. After graduation, she passed the civil service examination, joined the party, and was arranged to work in the city hall. However, in recent times, she has been really outrageous. "Dad, I really had to go out for something important yesterday, and then something unexpected happened." She thought about it and didn't tell Bai Jingrui about the kidnapping. Fortunately, she didn't suffer any substantial harm in the end. As for the matter of Ling Zhixiu and her sister, she hasn't figured out how to talk about it yet. "Hello, uncle." A familiar voice passed through Bai Yingshu's ears. She looked over and her face suddenly turned pale. "Ling Zhixiu, why is he here?" "Zhixiu is here, please sit down." Bai Jingrui's expression changed slightly when he saw Ling Zhixiu. To be honest, he was very fond of Ling Zhixiu as his future son-in-law. In his words, this boy was handsome, from a wealthy family, and had a good family background. He was not arrogant and extravagant like a rich kid, and had a gentle and polite personality. It was a pity that Yingshu had done something wrong, which made it difficult for him as a father to talk about it, so how could he retain him? Bai Yingshu was as if she was immobilized, her legs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. She knew the wisest thing to do was to go back to her room. As soon as Ling Zhixiu walked in and ignored her, she knew that her relationship with Ling Zhixiu was really over. Why did she still have the urge to cry from the moment he appeared? "Uncle, I'm here today because I want to discuss something with you." Ling Zhixiu didn't waste time and went straight to the point. "Zhixiu, as an elder, I shouldn't interfere in your affairs. Yingshu did do something wrong, and she has reflected deeply on it. You have been dating for several years. You must think carefully before making any decision, and don't be impulsive." Bai Jingrui advised earnestly. He hoped that Ling Zhixiu could forgive Yingshu, but he didn't put pressure on him as the mayor, but as an elder. Bai Jingrui, who was originally friendly, looked at Bai Yingshu, who had a straight back, and his face immediately became long, and his elegant features showed majesty. It just so happens that our Yingshu is here too, you two can have a good talk. Chapter 11 Shocking Engagement. He stood up while talking, leaving a separate space for the two of them. Unexpectedly, when Ling Zhishu saw that Bai Jingrui had misunderstood his intention, he hurriedly stopped him. Uncle, what happened between Yingshu and me is over, and there has always been nothing between us. This time I want to ask Uncle to agree to my marriage with Yingting. Ling Zhishu took a deep breath and finally finished his words. When he talked about marriage, Bai Yingshu's body instantly stiffened and her face turned pale. They had just broken up less than 2 days ago, and he was so eager to get engaged to his own sister. What did you say? Bai Jingrui widened his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and raised his voice several scales higher. He really wondered if there was something wrong with his ears because of his age. Under Bai Jingrui's strong gaze and aura, Ling Zhishu was indeed shocked. After all, he was a veteran in the officialdom for many years and his aura was extraordinary. Although it was a bit unkind, he still bit the bullet and repeated, Uncle, Yingting and I have decided to get engaged. I hope you can allow it. Ling Zhishu, you bastard. Bai Jingrui gritted his teeth in anger, swung his arm, and was about to slap him with his heavy palm, and Ling Zhishu closed his eyes and accepted it, but the expected pain did not come. Dad, don't hit him. Bai Yingting rushed to the living room in time, and her round and plump body blocked Ling Zhishu. Bai Jingrui finally withdrew his hand, but his face was flushed with excitement and he was furious. Yingting, get out of my way. I want to teach this bastard a lesson. What nonsense are you talking about? Dad, Brother Zhishu and I are truly in love, just agree. Shut up. Bai Jingrui shouted at Bai Yingting, do you really take your sister seriously? This man is your sister's boyfriend. Do you still have any shame? Not expecting such a strong rebuke from her father, Bai Yingting was desperate and dared to say anything, she is shameless. Why should I be allowed to betray Brother Zhishu and sleep with other men and do shameful things? Why should I be forbidden to like Brother Zhishu and be together with him? Bang! A crisp slap sounded, and Bai Yingting covered her red left face with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief, her eyes reddened, her voice choked with sobs. Dad, you hit me for her, it's obviously her fault, this is not fair, you are biased, you have always favored my sister since we were young. She looked at Bai Yingshu angrily, her eyes full of red jealousy. Why, she and her sister are both their father's children, but her father is only good to her sister, letting her sister choose everything first. Obviously, she is the youngest and should be the most favored, but why has she never enjoyed such treatment? Bai Yingshu's food, clothing, and school are all the best. Even Ling Zhishu, such a handsome and gentle man, has become her sister's boyfriend. She fell in love with Ling Zhishu the first time she saw him. Why, just because she was born a few years later, her sister took all the benefits. She was not willing to accept it. She was never willing to accept it. Even after such a thing happened, her father still favored her sister. Yingting. Bai Jingrui looked at Bai Yingting's stubborn and aggrieved expression absent-mindedly, regretting his impulsiveness. No matter what, he couldn't hit a child. All this happened too suddenly, leaving him no time to digest it. He hadn't expected Yingting to have so many opinions about her sister. That's enough. Bai Yingshu's cold words broke the intense atmosphere, and the attention of Bai Yingting and the other two shifted to the person involved who had remained silent throughout the entire process. Her cold and lonely figure slowly turned around, her eyebrows and eyes were still as delicate as usual, but the difference was that there was indifference and silence in her eyes, her cherry lips were as pale as frost, and the whole person lacked some warmth. Dad, although I am not innocent, I am a man who has been used by my own sister. You don't have to feel sorry for me. I'm a little tired, so I'll go upstairs and rest first. Bai Yingshu's pretentious and outsider tone was completely unexpected by the three of them, but there was no sign of being hit on her face. Was she really calm or was she just pretending? Did she really not care about Ling Zhishu at all? Bai Jingrui couldn't be sure for the time being. Ling Zhishu and Bai Yingting's faces were full of excitement, red and white at the irony she gave them. What did it mean to be a man used by his own sister? Ling Zhishu didn't say anything, but Bai Yingting got excited, looking at Yingshu with fire in her eyes, and was about to retort. A pleasant male voice was heard from the entrance, and the restless atmosphere came to an abrupt end. Chapter 12 Did he do it on purpose? The visitor's voice was low, heavy and magnetic, like red wine that had been stored in a cellar for years, with a sweet taste, a mellow aroma, and was hazy and intoxicating. Excuse me for disturbing you, let me introduce myself. My name is Samuchuan. Several people followed the sound and saw the man at the entrance bowing slightly. His tailor-made suit perfectly showed off his slender figure. His handsome face was as handsome as a knife and had an extremely elegant charm. The most eye-catching thing was his mixed-race blue eyes, which were deep and charming. He looked like a prince from a dark castle in the Middle Ages in Europe, mysterious and noble. It is undeniable that Samuchuan is a person with a strong sense of presence. The people in the living room were in a daze. They took it for granted that no one would break into a private residential villa without permission, but someone did it blatantly and without any sense of abruptness. Samuchuan? Why did he appear? He followed her? Bai Yingshu never expected that Samuchuan would dare to enter her house. Was he planning to repay her kindness? She began to panic. Samuchuan knew that she had gone too far and had become a fatal threat to her. He had successfully dismantled her disguise. She even looked at other people's faces eagerly to analyze their expressions one by one. She was a little worried that Bai Yingting or Ling Zhixiu would recognize that the man in front of them was the one she had had sex with. Bai Jingrui recognized him at a glance, the mysterious president of SK Group. Of course, Samuchuan's outstanding appearance and the feeling he gave people were definitely not annoying. On the contrary, it was very easy to get a good impression of him. The servant ran up in a panic and explained to his master in a hurry, "Sorry, sir, I really can't stop this person." "I know, go down." Bai Jingrui waved his hand to indicate. Today, he was really mad at his two daughters. One had a one-night stand, and the other had an affair with her future brother-in-law. They were simply morally corrupt and had no family education. He didn't expect that he, Bai Jingrui, could manage the entire city, but couldn't educate his two daughters. He was both annoyed and sad. What was Samuchuan's purpose in coming uninvited at this critical juncture? Did he think the water in his home was not muddy enough? Bai Jingrui frowned, and his words were naturally impolite. "Mr. Sai, do you know that it is illegal to trespass into the homes of state civil servants? What can I do for you?" "Mayor Bai, you are too polite. I am delivering something to Miss Bai Yingshu." As soon as Samuchuan said this, it caused quite a stir. As a young single girl, Bai Yingting was naturally attracted to such an attractive man. After hearing his words, she couldn't help but start to envy Bai Yingshu again. Why do all the outstanding men surround her all day long? What is wrong with her? Samuchuan had been staring at his sister since he entered the door. Maybe the two of them had some affair. She actually felt a little excited. It seemed that her sister was not as obedient as she imagined. This was good. She wouldn't compete with her for brother Zhixiu. Thinking of this, she tightly held Ling Zhixiu's arm to declare her sovereignty. For some reason, Ling Zhixiu disliked this guy. Perhaps it was because of his focused and bewitching gaze that always stared at Bai Yingshu. Although they broke up, his eyes would always linger around her inadvertently, but every time he touched her, he would think of her stain, and an extremely contradictory emotion filled his chest, which was eventually defeated by his reason. Yingshu could not be his wife. Bai Yingshu had expected that Samuchuan would not let her go so easily. Her scalp was numb and she stared at him. Samuchuan smiled at her and approached her at the stairs step by step. He took out a white handbag with his hands behind his back and said in a friendly manner, "You left in a hurry this morning and left your bag in my car. You have no memory. Don't forget it next time." Did he do it on purpose? Why did he say it so ambiguously? Bai Yingshu was in a dilemma as to whether to take it or not. She took the handbag stiffly. At this moment, Bai Yingting was shocked. "Sister, you didn't come back last night. It turned out that you went on a date with Mr. Sai. Since sister has a new lover, why didn't you speak up when dad questioned me and brother Zhixiu? Isn't it a bit unfair to brother Zhixiu?" Bai Jingrui's sharp eyes swept over, and Bai Yingshu felt that he had nowhere to hide. He asked seriously, word by word, "Yingshu, is what Yingting said true? Were you really with him last night?" "Dad, I..." Bai Yingshu looked strange, pursing her lips and hesitating. Yingting was clearly confusing right and wrong, but she couldn't say anything. Why was she forced to do that? What should she say? Just when Bai Yingshu was confused and didn't know how to start, someone spoke. Mayor Bai, and Miss Bai Yingshu's sister, and her boyfriend. In fact, I have a one-sided crush on Miss Bai and am planning to pursue her. As for the accidental encounter with Miss Bai yesterday, she was standing in the heavy rain with a pale face and soaking wet, as if she was heartbroken. I don't know the details, she would definitely get sick if she was soaked like that, so I had to take her home to stay overnight. Of course, what you imagined did not happen. I have a maid and a guest room at home. I apologize to everyone for causing the misunderstanding of Miss Bai's family. Simuchuan was serious, sincere, and serious and apologetic. After all their words, there was really no fault to be found. Chapter 13 Unreliable Pursuit. Yingshu, why didn't you tell me earlier? Dad almost blamed you wrongly. Bai Jingrui was a man who could roughly guess what happened to Bai Yingshu yesterday after hearing Simuchuan's words. This child was too naive. If it hadn't been for the accident in the hotel, Yingting would not have taken advantage of him. He couldn't help but sigh deeply when he looked at Bai Yingshu's thin and haggard face. Bai Yingting's face changed drastically. She didn't expect Simuchuan to pin the blame on her and brother Zhixio in just a few words. She had finally been together with brother Zhixio, and if she didn't get her father's approval, it would be like a waste of time and all her efforts would be wasted. Her father's attitude had just been tough and he was always biased towards her sister. Who knows how he would attack brother Zhixio and try to break them up. But why did she always feel that Simuchuan looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before? Dad, I have something to say to him. Bai Yingshu glanced at Simuchuan. Come out with me. Simuchuan greeted everyone politely and followed her obviously angry footsteps. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, his hands were in his pockets, and his back looked chic and nonchalant. What on earth do you want to do? In the courtyard, Bai Yingshu stood warily facing him and keeping a distance from him. In his heart, he despised his pretentious and half-truthful words, but he did not foolishly deny what he said just now. Your boyfriend was taken away by your sister, and it's really ugly to see you compromising and pretending to be strong. He narrowed his eyes and said casually. This is my family affair and has nothing to do with you. Besides, when had she ever compromised? Of course it has something to do with me, because I said that I want to pursue you, and I am serious about it. He looked straight into her eyes and said word by word. I'm sorry, I don't accept your pursuit. You can leave now. Bai Yingshu resisted and was afraid of him because Simuchuan had witnessed her fragile and embarrassed side, which she didn't want others to know. He would remind her and threaten her all the time. Ignoring her indifference, Simuchuan's handsome face always had a faint smile on it. Don't reject me so quickly, maybe you will fall in love with me in the future. After he said this, he turned and left. Bai Yingshu came to her senses slowly and sneered, narcissism. Of course, it was undeniable that his perfect appearance and wealth would indeed attract many girls, but she was definitely not one of them. There was a noisy argument in the living room. Bai Yingshu stood still and didn't move. She didn't know how to face them. At this moment, it seemed quiet inside. Then, Bai Yingting ran out with Ling Zhixio, her face full of tears. When they both passed by her, Bai Yingting stabbed her with a resentful look, and she felt helpless and bitter. Ling Zhixio looked at her with a complicated expression, and the two former lovers finally had no chance to speak. She thought, my father must not agree. And Yingting's preference seemed a little bit. Yingshu, I know he was the man in the hotel that night. What is your relationship with him? Bai Yingshu was really wrong. He thought he could escape his father's eyes that had decades of experience. He had no choice but to admit, yes, but he and I have nothing to do with each other. Yingshu, I know you are sad about breaking up with Zhixio, but Simuchuan is not a simple person. If you date him, however, Bai Jingrui was interrupted before he finished speaking. Bai Yingshu said seriously, Dad, don't worry, I have no intention of dating him. I am a little tired, don't call me for lunch. Bai Jingrui saw that she didn't seem to be lying, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. The next day, a major incident occurred. Due to heavy rain, several remote counties and towns in the mountainous area of S City suffered landslides and mudslides, which caused serious damage to houses and injured dozens of people. Although rescue efforts had been received, post-disaster reconstruction required a large amount of construction funds. As the mayor, Bai Jingrui was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the disaster. He specially held a charity dinner and invited businessmen and celebrities in the city to raise funds. Yingshu was promoted from an intern to the position of secretary to the deputy mayor. There was elegant piano music in her ears. The dinner was very successful. Men and women were dancing in pairs on the dance floor. Bai Yingshu, who was wearing a V-neck nude dress, was not in the mood. She sat quietly in the corner with a glass of lemon juice. Ever since she had sex after drinking, she never dared to touch alcohol easily. "Can I ask you for a dance?" Chapter 14 Scandal. A loud male voice sounded. She had already rejected several invitations tonight and habitually did not look up. "Sorry, I feel a little uncomfortable." Originally, those who approached her would walk away after saying this. However, she felt the breath of a stranger lingering in front of her. When she finally looked up, she was a little stunned. "Why don't you recognize me? The mayor's daughter is so arrogant." The man pretended to be serious with his strong and handsome face. He looked tall and straight in a silver-gray suit, and looked particularly energetic. "You are Brother Mo Ting." After carefully identifying his identity, Bai Yingshu was surprised and happy. "Why are you back? I remember you went to the army, didn't you? Sister Yingshu, can I ask you to dance now?" Mo Ting smiled and did not answer her question, then extended his hand like a gentleman again. "Of course." The two of them stepped onto the dance floor in perfect harmony and began to dance the graceful waltz. Bai Yingshu's nude dress made her skin look as white as jade, her figure was well proportioned, and her light makeup and delicate facial features made her look incredibly beautiful. No wonder so many people invited her to dance, Mo Ting thought. "So you're the deputy mayor that Dad just mentioned?" Bai Yingshu was amazed as they danced and chatted. Mo Ting was her neighbor in middle school. At that time, Bai Jingrui was just a deputy director of the finance bureau. Because they lived close to each other, they sometimes went to school and went home together. Over time, they became familiar with each other. After she went to college, Mo Ting moved away and they lost contact. He said mysteriously, "Actually, I took the initiative to apply for a transfer to City S." "Really?" Seeing that she was a little absent-minded, Mo Ting did not continue the conversation. After all, there was still a long way to go. The two talked about the funny and embarrassing things in their childhood, which were all light-hearted topics. Bai Yingshu suddenly felt much more relaxed, and some of her depression was relieved. The two chatted and laughed happily, which broke the hearts of many young single men at the banquet. Some jealous or envious young women whispered, "Isn't Mayor Bai's daughter's boyfriend the son of Ling family? The young master of the Ling family didn't come tonight. He must have been dumped by the mayor's daughter." But they both look quite compatible. The man is tall, strong and very manly. In the corner, a faint blue gaze casually drifted by and fell on a dancing couple. He held the wine glass with his slender fingertips, moved it to his lips, and took a sip gracefully. The red liquid in the glass swayed gently, and the corners of his lips twitched. "They are a good match, right?" At the end, Bai Jingrui finally had time to walk over to Bai Yingshu. "Yingshu, Mo Ting, it turns out you've already greeted each other." "Mayor Bai." Mo Ting unconsciously stood in military posture and almost saluted, which made Bai Yingshu so happy that he also laughed. The dinner was very successful and the amount of donations was quite considerable. Bai Jingrui's face was filled with joy, and the gloom and worry of the past few days were swept away. He patted Mo Ting on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Young man, work hard. You will have a place to use your talents in the future." His words were ambiguous. Bai Yingshu was also assigned the job of secretary to the deputy mayor recently. Of course, he had other intentions. The party was about to end and the guests began to leave. "Ms. Bai Yingshu, I'm a reporter from New Creative Weekly. Could you please explain this photo and your relationship with this man?" On the podium, a female reporter in a professional suit with a work badge on her chest openly called out the names, and everyone, including Bai Yingshu, stopped and looked back. "Photos? What photos?" Suddenly, the lights in the entire banquet hall dimmed, and several photos appeared on the screen in front of them, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Bai Yingshu's face suddenly turned dark. She seemed to hear the sound of her own breathing. Her dark eyes were fixed on the photos on the screen. Each one had a clear close-up of her. It was obvious that she was being secretly photographed. In one photo, she was wearing a men's suit and was carried horizontally by Samuchuan as she got out of the car. In another photo, she and Samuchuan came out of the villa together in the morning. In another photo, she got out of the car stealthily at the intersection of the villa area. Anyone who saw them would think they were a pair of lovers who could not stand in public. The female reporter pressed on, "Ms. Bai, may I ask if you and Mr. Ling Zhishu have broken up?" Then, reporters from other newspapers and magazines were not to be outdone and rushed to her side. Flashlights were blinding, clicking sounds were constant, and questions flooded at her like a tide. May I ask what is your relationship with the gentleman in the photo? Is Mr. Ling Zhishu not attending the event today because of your cheating? Bai Yingshu's ears were filled with noise and chaos, and her head was buzzing. Although Bai Jingrui and Mo Ting were helping her to stop the reporters from blocking her way, they were still unable to stop them. Everyone understood that this was definitely explosive news. The mayor's daughter was morally corrupt and cheating on her husband. Who wouldn't want to get a first-hand interview report? In the chaos, Bai Yingshu's high-heeled foot was stepped on hard by someone. She felt the pain and lost her balance. She was about to fall to the ground. Chapter 15. You're welcome. She felt her body, which was completely out of control, being held up by a strong force, her back pressed against a strong chest, and then her whole body was firmly fixed in the other's arms. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of security came over her heart. Thank you, she said in a low voice. At this time, the guards who were maintaining order at the scene quickly isolated the crazy media reporters 1 meter away and set up a cordon. You're welcome. A familiar male voice came from the beginning. Bai Yingshu thought she was hallucinating. Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw an overly perfect face. Simuchuan and she were almost pressed against each other. She could vaguely feel his breath in her hair and the soft temperature of his lips. As soon as she knew that the other person was Simuchuan, she felt as if the part where they were in contact was as hot as fire, and her ears were weak. Was he actually taking advantage of her? Bai Yingshu was a little embarrassed and pushed to leave, but he held her in his arms domineeringly. With her back to him, the flashing spotlights and cameras were still in front of her, which was very dazzling. She couldn't move for a while. Excuse me, sir, are you the man in the photo? Are you the third party who intervened in the relationship between Miss Bai and young Master Ling? How long have you been dating secretly? As expected, Simu Chuan's appearance drew attention to him. Sharp-eyed journalists, even those who had just met him for the first time, such as Mo Ting, recognized that the male protagonist in the photo was the man who was hugging Bai Yingshu in an ambiguous manner. Questions were raised one after another, and one of the female journalists suddenly realized and screamed, I recognized you. You are Simu Chuan, the president of SK Group, who has recently aggressively entered various popular industries in S-City. Simuchuan has always been low-key. Although the SK Group's momentum has left a deep impression on people, there are indeed very few news reports about the president, and even a frontal photo has never appeared. Now that he has made a public appearance, he has been linked to the mayor's daughter, and everyone's imaginations have run wild, and they have been whispering to each other. Mo Ting was in a very depressed mood. He could have held Yingshu back if he had been a little late, but Simu Chuan got the upper hand. He was not kind enough to be happy when he heard that she had broken up with her boyfriend. He was 3 years late last time, so he must not miss it this time. Hello, I'm the newly transferred deputy mayor of S-City. She's my good friend and secretary. Can you please let her go? What if I say no? Simuchuan glanced at Mo Ting, who was standing in front of him, looking as if he was completely ignoring him. So Mo Ting used to hate this kind of self-righteous rich second generation the most, and it was completely reflected in Simuchuan. Handsome and rich, I'm afraid all the magnetic creatures present would be attracted to him. I said let her go. Mo Ting's resolute facial features looked stern and frightening. He was born with the courage of a leader, the iron-bloodedness and unwillingness to admit defeat of a soldier, and his imposing manner was overwhelming. The eyes of the two men, both over 180 centimeters tall, were full of undercurrents, completely attracting everyone's attention. And Simuchuan was not at a disadvantage under Mo Ting's powerful aura, but instead competed with him and remained calm. Bai Yingshu was completely confused. What was going on? She didn't dare to make any big moves easily. She just struggled cautiously. Simu Chuan, let me go first. Do you want to be misunderstood as that kind of woman? Or do you want to explain to everyone how I saved you and how your sister stole your boyfriend? His voice was very soft, almost like a mosquito, but it pierced Bai Yingshu's heart deeply. She knew very well that as the daughter of a competent mayor, her and her sister's words and deeds would be watched by everyone. They were from a famous family of scholars and were models of ladies. No negative scandals were allowed. She looked for Bai Jingrui among the faces. He was under the protection of the guards, mentally exhausted but very patiently answering the reporters' questions one by one. It was she who put her father and herself in such an awkward situation. Suddenly, Bai Yingshu's wrist tightened and she was forcibly pulled away by Saimu Chuan. However, the direction they were heading was not the emergency exit, so what on earth did he want to do? Everyone, please be quiet for a moment and listen to me. I will answer all your questions one by one. He took the microphone from the podium and stood side by side with her. His deep and melodious male voice echoed in every corner of the venue. It must be said that his words worked, and the scene became noticeably quieter. Bai Yingshu's hands were covered with a thin layer of sweat. She was unsure what Samuchuan would say next, and she wanted to run away. However, his broad hands, with a thin layer of calluses, were so firm and powerful that she could not hesitate. His angular face spoke calmly and confidently, as if any big thing became easy and simple in front of him. Chapter 16, Kiss in Public. First of all, I want to clarify a fact with you. Miss Bai Yingshu and Mr. Ling Zhixiu had already broken up peacefully a month ago. If you media and journalist friends don't believe it, you can go to Ling's to confront Mr. Ling Zhixiu in person. In fact, I pursued Miss Bai Yingshu when she was single. As for those photos, we were boyfriend and girlfriend, and there was nothing abnormal about staying overnight. My girlfriend is beautiful, kind, strong, and brave. It is not an exaggeration to describe her with all the most beautiful words. Please don't make malicious speculations about such a beautiful girl, causing her psychological burden and harm. As for us not announcing it to everyone as soon as possible, it was all my fault. Thank you. Samuchuan spoke very emotionally and infectiously. Every word came from her heart, completely exonerating her. Even Bai Yingshu vaguely thought that what he said was true, but when did they become boyfriend and girlfriend? Did she agree? The image of a new affectionate boyfriend was born. With his deep and charming voice, perfect and outstanding appearance, and his youth, promise, responsibility, courage and charm, he immediately became the perfect male god in the eyes of many women present. None of them envied Bai Yingshu's good luck. Our magazine wants to take a close-up photo. Could you two please strike a more intimate pose? A reporter asked. No problem. Samuchuan exuded a charming smile and put his hand around Bai Yingshu's waist. Bai Yingshu's waist was a sensitive part of her body. When he touched her, she felt itchy and numb, and she immediately dodged as a reflex. When she realized it, this obvious action was immediately taken advantage of by the media reporters. Miss Bai doesn't seem very happy. Whether she is willing or not, she is now in a dilemma and her fate has been decided. Saimu Chuan smiled and put his arms around her waist again. She is probably shy. Bai Yingshu did not dare to struggle this time and forced a faint smile on her face, which seemed a little forced in the eyes of some people. Come to think of it, it was President Tsai who was talking the whole time, and Miss Bai didn't say a word. Are the two of you really a couple in love? Someone questioned. This. Samuchuan looked a little embarrassed, staring at her with his dark blue eyes, as if he had something to say. Bai Yingshu suddenly felt surrounded by dozens of suspicious eyes, which made her feel insecure. In the next second, she felt a warm touch on her lips. Samuchuan's deep eyes instantly widened in front of her, and his two soft lips gently but domineeringly rubbed against her lips, turning them. An unprecedented electric shock-like feeling attacked her whole body, and she felt like she was acupunctured and stiff and unable to move. Suddenly, he increased the weight on his lips, and took advantage of her stunned moment to slide his tongue into her mouth, sweeping across her teeth one by one, wantonly sweeping every inch of her corner, fully absorbing the faint fragrance in her mouth. The temperature around him rose steadily, and all the touch seemed to be concentrated on his lips. Bai Yingshu passively accepted his kiss. It's not that they haven't kissed before. Ling Zhixiu's kisses are always gentle and soft, like the breeze blowing through the air, plain and warm. But Samuchuan gives her a completely different feeling. He is strong and aggressive, but gentle enough, like a kitten tickling you and then giving you a fatal shock. He invaded her territory insatiably, his tongue entwined with hers in an irresistible way, not giving her any chance to escape. She felt like she was about to drown in this thrilling experience. Click, click, the people in the audience rushed to press the shutter, excitedly capturing the most beautiful moment. Just when Bai Yingshu was about to run out of oxygen, Saimu Chuan finally ended this long and intense kiss. Feeling him leave her hot and swollen lips, she took a big gulp of oxygen, her legs softened, and her body fell down involuntarily. Samuchuan took the opportunity to hold her in his arms and pursed his lips. Her sweet taste was still lingering in his mouth. Okay, now you can all believe in our relationship. Sorry to leave you. He picked up the limp Bai Yingshu and hugged her sideways, and the women screamed one after another. What a romantic and beautiful princess hug, just like what is described in a fairy tale. Bai Yingshu had no choice but to wrap her arms around his neck. Her cheeks flushed red. She was embarrassed by the forced kiss, shy about showing their affection in public, angry at his domineering attitude, and felt like she was being bitten by 10,000 ants. In short, in the eyes of others, all of this could be attributed to shyness. Only after getting into Samuchuan's car did Bai Yingshu feel like she had returned to reality, and she couldn't wait to distance herself from him. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you helped me. Who is your girlfriend? She tried very hard to control her unnatural expression and hide her damn blush, but now she has completely lost her momentum in front of Samuchuan, and even at a loss, with nowhere to put her hands. Chapter 17. Be my woman. Have you always been ungrateful and like to burn bridges after crossing them? He raised his lips wickedly, and his dark blue eyes looked directly into hers. Such a knowing look made Bai Yingshu dodge. She herself might not even know why she was so flustered. Samuchuan took in all her movements and expressions. Do you think it's possible to sever our relationship now? Maybe you had a chance to deny being my woman just now. Impossible. She refused flatly, but felt it was not firm enough, so she further explained, you are not my type. Do you like an indecisive pretty boy like Ling Zhixiu? When Ling Zhixiu was mentioned, Bai Yingshu's face darkened quickly. Perhaps she herself did not realize that she had not thought about Ling Zhixiu at all throughout the day. When she heard his name, she did not feel the reluctance and pain she had imagined. Pretty boy? She glanced at Samuchuan, and compared his appearance with Ling Zhixiu's, and thought to herself, who looks more like a pretty boy? Be my woman. His soft tone clearly carried unquestionable dominance and strength, and his bright eyes exuded a confident and determined light. Yingshu, don't deny it, you were more honest when we kissed just now, admit it, you do like me a little bit. Your narcissism is more perfect than your kissing skills. Bai Yingshu would never admit that he interpreted her as a woman obsessed with love. After she finished her ridicule, she got out of the car in anger. The temperature on her lips remained high. Samuchuan was clearly not beside her, but her heart was still pounding. It was as if she could hear his low laughter. She was really possessed. Come in. There was a knock on the door at the city office building. Bai Jingrui paced back and forth in front of the window anxiously until he saw the figure of his secretary Xie Fangfei. He then stopped and asked with frowned eyebrows, have you found the person? Xie Fangfei had a serious expression and spoke in a completely formulaic tone, I went to New Creative Weekly to investigate, and the female reporter has already resigned and returned to her hometown. Keep investigating and make sure to find her. The action was so quick, he wanted to see who was following Yingshu. It might not be that they were targeting him as the mayor. Mayor Bai Jingrui's term was about to end, and the more critical the time was, the more he could not afford to make any mistakes. Yes, I will do it as soon as possible. Xie Fangfei was about to turn around and leave when Bai Jingrui called her, add Bai Yingshu's name to the list of people to inspect the disaster area tomorrow. Xie Fangfei hesitated for a moment and nodded. She didn't expect the mayor to send his daughter to a remote and difficult mountainous area. Some people complained about being sent there. As the mayor's secretary, she always adhered to the principle of saying less and doing more. Of course, she was promoted to this position because she performed well in her work. Minute County is about a 5-hour drive from the city. Even though new roads have been built to Shishan village and other villages that were severely affected by mudslides and landslides, the hilly areas are too high and it takes at least 3 or 4 hours to cross several mountains. In this way, it takes at least a whole day to reach the last village. The uniform bus made the arrogant carters look pale and miserable. Bai Yingshu was no exception. More than 20 years of pampered life had made her look like Lin Daiyu. At this moment, she looked pale, in poor spirits, and had no appetite. Have some water. Mo Ting beside him considerately handed over a bottle of mineral water. He looked normal and energetic. He had been a soldier in the army for many years and had a natural physique. In fact, he was not originally on the list this time. When he learned that Yingshu was coming, he immediately applied and finally got on a bus with her as he wished. When he thought of the report with a big headline and a photo in the newspaper a few days ago, he couldn't help but feel depressed, because the whole world recognized that Yingshu was in a relationship with that person. Although Yingshu explained it as a misunderstanding afterwards, he still had a knot in his heart. At this moment, looking at her slightly pale but still delicate and beautiful profile, her feathery eyelashes fluttering gently when she spoke, and the water stains splashing on her lips when she drank water, I couldn't help but feel happy. Even if she has a boyfriend, so what? Can't we break up anyway? As long as she is not married, I have a chance. That night, everyone stayed in the county guesthouse. Yingshu fell asleep as soon as her feet touched the bed. In the middle of the night, she got up to go to the bathroom. The bathroom in the guesthouse was in the corridor outside. When she came back, she heard the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground and voices coming from the next room. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business and was about to go back to her room. Who knew that at this moment, the door next door opened, and a young woman with disheveled clothes and exposed breasts jumped out. Yingshu saw that the woman was not familiar. She was the woman next to the county magistrate who warmly received them in the evening. It was said that she was the county magistrate's daughter. She was about 20 years old, with fair skin and big eyes. Yingshu smiled at her awkwardly, "Are you going to the toilet too?" and went into the room. The other party didn't say anything, but Yingshu felt that the other party looked at her with a chilly look, which made her spine cold. She suddenly shuddered. If she remembered correctly, Mo Ting was sleeping in the next room. The coolness and tranquility of the countryside in summer dispel the heat of the day, making this night especially sleep-friendly. Chapter 18 Drowning. Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. There seemed to be some noise in your room last night. After getting in the car, Bai Yingshu asked with obvious ill intentions. Oh, there was a mouse in the middle of the night that kept me awake. Mo Ting hesitated and took the opportunity to look up and observe Bai Yingshu's expression, as if he wanted to see something from her face. Yingshu smiled ambiguously, "I'm afraid it's still a bird that can transform, and it has turned into a beautiful lady." "How do you know?" Mo Ting's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong, there was such a person who came to my room, but I immediately kicked her out, and nothing happened between us." "Oh." Bai Yingshu nodded thoughtfully. Mo Ting couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Explaining too much would only make things more obvious. "Look, there's a luxury car behind. I never thought there would be such a high-end car in such a remote place. You don't understand, right? Some rich people like to build villas in the countryside, spend their free time on vacation, and relax." "That's true." Several young clerks were whispering. They were also newly recruited college students who had just entered the society. They couldn't help but sound envious. Bai Yingshu didn't think much of it. She just couldn't imagine that the economic level of S City was so different from that of the surrounding remote counties and towns. The gap between the rich and the poor was huge. When would these people really become wealthy and get out of the mountains? The last destination of this trip was Shishan village. The damaged houses had been rebuilt, and several simple houses were built for villagers to stay temporarily. The relief subsidies for each household were basically in place. Yingshu followed Mo Ting and other leaders and secretaries to visit for most of the day. Because of the hot weather, he drank a lot of water and was in a hurry to go to the toilet. Men can go to the toilet anywhere that is not conspicuous, but women can't do it. "I'll take Secretary Bai with me. It's quite far from here," a girl said crisply. Her watery eyes looked lively and smart, and very innocent. "Okay," Bai Yingshu's "r" stuck in her throat, and she followed behind a little bit. The one who took the initiative to lead the way was County Chief Chen's daughter, Chen Yu, the girl she saw having sex with Mo Ting last night. The other party looked calm and composed, and she, as a bystander, felt embarrassed. Yingshu was confused. Did she recognize the wrong person? Young girls can always chat with each other, and the accompanying carders are all men or older female carders, so Yingshu and Chen Yu gradually had more topics to talk about. In the evening, the sky suddenly became gloomy, and even the temperature around seemed to become chilly. Yingshu couldn't help but hugging her arms and rubbing them. It was really cold in this place. Suddenly, she keenly felt a shirt on her shoulders, and a hint of warmth rose up. In her mind, she suddenly thought of Saimu Chuan's white shirt and his annoying face. She suddenly had an illusion and was stunned for a moment before she saw clearly that the person next to her was Mo Ting. "Put it on quickly, don't catch a cold." Mo Ting frowned, his expression showing anxiety. She grabbed the collar of the shirt lightly. "Thank you." Without putting her arms in, she smiled at him. Then, a chill rose at the back of her head, but she didn't think much about it. A pair of gloomy eyes stared at the intimate actions of the two people, and a hissing sound came between his teeth. Boom boom, a thunderous sound startled, and almost at the same second, bin-sized rain poured down, hitting the concrete floor with a da-da-da sound, splashing a high splash of water. Not to mention people, after a few seconds, they were already wet. Hurry up and hide in the house. Someone shouted something, but everyone ran to the nearest house. It looked like a rainstorm was coming. A dozen people rushed onto the wooden bridge, which made a creaking sound. Yingshu's eyes were filled with water and she squinted to see the road. Mo Ting, who was holding her hand, had disappeared. It was dark everywhere, and the sky and the earth were connected by the dense rain. Suddenly, Yingshu's waist tightened, and her body fell out uncontrollably, her screams piercing the rain. With a plop, she fell heavily into the turbulent river. Someone fell into the water. It seems that Secretary Bai fell down. Who can swim? Go down and save them. Chapter 19. How could it be him? Some villagers came with flashlights, illuminating the chaotic scene on the wooden bridge. When Mo Ting heard that Secretary Bai had fallen into the water, he jumped into the river without hesitation. He was anxious and his heart seemed to be pulled up. He kept sinking to the bottom of the river to search, and then came up to breathe, over and over again. Several flashlights illuminated the river surface, and then several villagers who were good at swimming went into the water to save people. County Magistrate Chen felt something was wrong. Today he learned that Secretary Bai was not just a secretary, she was the mayor's daughter. And Deputy Mayor Mo also jumped in. What if something really happened? He couldn't help but touch his face, not knowing whether it was rain or sweat, and called for help. Time passed minute by minute, and the search in the river was still in full swing. 2 powerful searchlights were quickly brought from somewhere, and the river surface was as bright as day. Half an hour later, he was carried ashore by 2 villagers, looking pale and exhausted. Deputy Mayor Mo, how are you? Are you okay? County Magistrate Chen came forward anxiously, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Mo Ting was fine, but he still did not look relaxed. Mo Ting, who was dying, lay on the grass and mud and said weakly, I'm fine, hurry and save Secretary Bai. Don't worry, many people have already gone into the water, Secretary Bai will be rescued. Because of exhaustion, Mo Ting fainted immediately. Dad, let me take care of Deputy Mayor Mo. Chen Yu volunteered to stand beside Mo Ting, holding an umbrella and a dry towel to wipe his cheek. County Magistrate Chen agreed without paying any attention and returned to the tense rescue work. Heavy rain was beating down on the river and rescue operations were still ongoing. At this time, Bai Yingshu felt that her arms were getting weaker and weaker. When she fell down at first, she was just frightened, not that scared, because she could swim. But when she had to drift along the river, she realized that swimming was not enough, and she also needed physical strength. For example, now, her physical strength has been exhausted, and even her dam potential has been stimulated. Her eyes were stimulated by the rain and the river water and she couldn't open them. She couldn't tell the direction at all, and her calves began to tremble. No, she had to grab something, otherwise she would really drown. My consciousness began to fade away little by little, and my hands and feet seemed to be filled with lead and were sinking straight down. I could hardly breathe. But I couldn't open my mouth, because water would flow back in. What should I do? Suddenly, her mouth was blocked by a pair of cool lips. She greedily breathed in the oxygen from the other person's mouth and felt relieved. Her body was slowly lifted up and she no longer felt the difficulty in breathing until her head sank and she fell asleep. White ceiling, milky yellow fluorescent tubes, and a beautiful face. Mo Ting felt dizzy and started coughing hard. Chen Yu quickly helped him up and patted his back. Finally, he stopped coughing so much. He asked hurriedly, how is Yingshu? Has she been rescued? Chen Yu's arms were hurt by his shaking, and her face was tangled for a moment. The doctor said you should rest. Dad and the others haven't come back yet. Sister Bai will definitely be able to be saved. When Mo Ting heard what she said, his face changed instantly. No, I have to go and take a look. He immediately lifted the thin quilt, and regardless of his still weak body, he rushed out of the house. Hey, you can't go. The water level rose after a night of heavy rain. The rain weakened a lot and gradually turned into fine and dense rain, which was almost unnoticeable. It's so cold. Bai Yingshu struggled to open her sore eyes, and habitually let her mind wander for a few seconds. She realized that she was lying on the edge of the grass, with a wide, turbid and fast-flowing river in front of her. She was still alive. It seemed that someone had saved her. Looking around, she found a person lying not far away. This person must have saved her. Bai Yingshu approached the man, turned him over with great effort, and pushed aside his wet bangs. A lifeless but still handsome and angular face came into her eyes. She was shocked. Simuchuan. How could it be him? Why did he come here? She opened her mouth in disbelief. Hey, Simuchuan, wake up. She pushed him a few times, but there was still no response. She began to panic. She stretched out her trembling hand to feel his breath. She was shocked. He didn't breathe much. Could he be dead? An unprecedented fear and guilt rushed into her heart. She couldn't tell whether it was because a fresh life passed away in her hands, or something else. She couldn't suppress the trembling of her whole body. She finally calmed down, ripped open his shirt, clasped her hands together, pressed again, and called out with a trembling voice, Simuchuan, wake up, wake up. Chapter 20. I miss you very much, how about you? After doing it for dozens of times, he didn't respond. Bai Yingshu didn't care about being reserved and ashamed, and directly pressed her mouth to his, breathing in and out. His lips were particularly cold, and his face was almost transparent. His face, which was always full of energy and always took pleasure in teasing and flirting with her, was now lifeless. After about 5 minutes of artificial respiration, she suddenly opened her dark eyes. She wanted to take a breath but was sucked tightly. What happened? Simuchuan was actually kissing her. So, was he pretending to be dead just now? Shameless man. Yingshu, who was about to curse, was so angry that she slapped him with her 2 fists. Her mouth nimbly escaped and her body jumped several steps away. Damn man, playing such an excessive joke, it's really infuriating. Before she could curse, Simuchuan, who was lying on the ground, started to cough violently. His face looked a little blue, and she found that it didn't seem to be fake. Did he hit him too hard just now? You, cough, murdered your own husband, cough cough. He raised his body with difficulty, his half-dried black hair was a little messy due to the wind, his thin lips curled up, his dark blue eyes revealed an unruly and charming smile, the few teeth exposed due to coughing were dazzling white and shining. Bai Yingshu thought it would be a good idea to let him endorse a toothpaste advertisement. Stop making associations, what did he just say? You deserve it. Her tone suddenly weakened. After all, he risked his own life to save her, so being teased didn't seem like a big deal. By the way, how come the big boss, who is so busy with all kinds of things, came to such a remote place? Could it be that he was following her again as usual? Of course I came all the way here to accompany my girlfriend. He said it as a matter of course, looking up with a meaningful gaze, his lips opening and closing again. It feels like a long time since we last met, Yingshu, I miss you so much, how about you? His voice was deep and charming. Yingshu's heartbeat gradually quickened under his focused gaze. She looked away awkwardly and said something else guiltily, by the way, I've been missing for a whole night. Mo Ting and the others must be very worried. Can you leave by yourself now? Seeing that it was almost time, Simuchuan put away his intention of teasing her, nodded and stood up. It took him less than 2 seconds to get up from the ground before he fell to the ground with a bang. Simuchuan. Bai Yingshu exclaimed, and finally felt relieved after confirming that he had just fainted. At this time, the rain intensified, and there happened to be a small wooden house a few dozen meters away. The key point was that Simuchuan weighed about 140 kilograms and was over 1.8 meters tall. How could she get him to the small wooden house with her frail body that weighed less than 100 kilograms? Later, Bai Yingshu proved that human potential is truly unlimited. Of course, when they arrived at the cabin, she was exhausted, her hands and shoulders were powerless, she lay on the ground gasping for breath, her smooth forehead was covered with sweat and rain. Simuchuan, who was lying at the door, had a white shirt that looked like a landscape painting, and his black trousers were even more horrible, especially the 2 holes on his buttocks, which were so obvious that even she couldn't help laughing. What made Bai Yingshu envious and jealous the most was that, even though he was dirty and torn, his sleeping face was still handsome and extraordinary, and his temperament was unworldly. No wonder people say that gold always shines, Simuchuan himself is a luminous body. As she watched, her eyelids began to droop, so she decided to close her eyes for a while. Unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes, it was already dark outside. What's that sound? She looked around, and the groaning sound came from Simuchuan, intermittent and as light as a mosquito's. It's so hot. As soon as she touched his skin, she immediately pulled back. Oh no, Simuchuan seemed to have a high fever. And his whole face was abnormally red, with 2 red spots on his cheeks, just like he was drunk. She called him a few times but there was no response. The thick eyelashes on his tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, and there was no sign of awakening. He was just mumbling in his sleep. She leaned in to listen, and this guy was shouting, "Mom." A man who is almost 30 years old is still calling mom. What on earth did he dream about? Chapter 21 seems to have become smaller. Such a high temperature, the fever must be reduced. Bai Yingshu hesitated for a moment, and quickly took off Simuchuan's shirt, revealing his strong and well-proportioned chest muscles and elastic beige skin. Although it was not the first time she saw his naked body, she still blushed, her heart beat fast, and she had the urge to bleed from her nose. She kept wiping his hot skin with her wet shirt, changing the water again and again, tossing back and forth, thinking that it should have some effect. In the end, she was really tired, her eyes blurred, and she fell on Simuchuan. She felt like she was surrounded by a ball of warmth, scorching and hot, but the power of the shackles was so strong that she could neither escape nor resist. She spent the whole night with a dry mouth and sweat all over her body. When Simuchuan woke up, it was already bright. Light shone in through the empty wooden window, and the outline of her arms seemed to be covered with a layer of faint golden light. Her skin was as white and transparent as jade, her eyebrows were naturally shaped with almost no impurities around them, her eyelashes were distinct like a row of cute little fans, she had a typical delicate nose and cherry lips, the black hair falling on her forehead was full of moisture, and her flushed face was pink and smooth. What a beautiful sleeping face. The pale pink and slightly dry lips were slightly open, as if in a silent invitation. The next second, his slender fingers touched them. With a slight coolness, his fingers touched the warm and soft surface, and gently rubbed back and forth on the beautiful lip line. A pair of crystal clear black eyes suddenly opened, as if they were filled with countless stars. Yingshu was surprised at his ability to recover and his flirtatious actions. All her words were drowned by the warmth of his lips on hers. Unlike the last kiss, he was gentle and affectionate at this moment, with the fatal temptation of Pandora's candy, gentle and lingering. Unconsciously, she relaxed her whole body and licked every inch of fragrance and softness with the tip of her tongue. She slowly closed her eyes, letting his naked and strong body press against her chest behind the thin cloth. Every inch of skin that touched would produce an inexplicable throbbing. She began to slowly respond to his kiss, feeling his warmth. The palm of his hand, which had recovered from the fever, still had some warmth left. He slid from her waist to her back, moving and caressing her soft and smooth back. With his other hand, he lifted her t-shirt to her chest and held the breasts that were about to burst out. He kneaded her full and firm breasts through their lace, holding them with one hand, and his mouth curved, it seems to have become smaller. Yingshu felt the changes in her body. She became so soft and powerless under his attack. She also noticed the invading claws, but she had no intention of escaping subconsciously. She even liked his touch. Did she really like him? While she was in a daze, his flexible fingers untied the restraints on her chest, and the pure-colored bra was thrown aside. His lips rubbed and nibbled her delicate chin, sensitive neck, and beautiful collarbone one by one, all the way down, kissing the 2 lumps on her chest. The saliva in his mouth lingered on her porcelain white skin, stirring up some tiny particles. The unprecedented stimulation made the cherry red on her chest hard and blooming, as beautiful as a poppy. His large hands moved under the hem of her skirt. The skin on her thighs was as smooth as brocade. Her 2 straight and well-proportioned legs were slightly opened. At this moment, his eyes were like the deep blue night sky, endless but emitting an intoxicating burning light and the hoarseness of passion. His breathing became heavier, and the breath sprayed on her body was particularly hot and scorching. Hum. She moved impatiently, her skirt was pushed up to her waist, and she felt his hard object ready to go, burning against the inner wall of her thigh. Reason and shame surged into her heart at the same time. No, why did she do such a thing in the wilderness? Realizing her shrinking movement, he lifted her panties with his nimble fingertips and probed into her deep private parts until he felt a stream of liquid. A slight chuckle crossed his lips and he said in a hoarse voice filled with lust, "It's all wet." What he meant was that her body had already surrendered, so was there any need to resist? Chapter 22 Pervert. No, you pervert. The numbness all over her body made her unable to even refuse, and her charming voice was more like a silent teasing and invitation, which made the man even more excited. What was going on? Why was she unable to resist? No, absolutely not. He took off his trousers without hesitation, revealing his huge penis, which was ready to penetrate the soft part. Secretary Bai Yingshu. The shouts outside the wooden window suddenly woke Yingshu from her lust. She pushed him away in shame and anger. Someone is coming. Usually, it is a fatal flaw for a man to be interrupted at this critical moment, and apparently Simuchuan is no exception. His handsome face was dark, his eyes were sinister, and there was a slight chill at the corners of his lips. Compared to Yingshu, who was frantically tidying up the messy clothes and anxiously looking out the window for fear of being caught by people outside, Simuchuan was much calmer. He unhurriedly fastened his pants, picked up a crumpled white cloth, if it can still be called a shirt, frowned deeply, and stopped the movement of his hands in mid-air. Yingshu smiled dryly. Well, just wear it, it's not torn. She suddenly fixed her eyes, as if she had thought of something, and glanced at a certain part of his body. Her cheeks flushed as she ran out of the cabin. I'll go find them, you put on your clothes first. Simuchuan didn't suspect anything and just thought she was shy. He dressed slowly, and even though he was very disgusted in his heart, his series of movements were extremely elegant. His fingertips seemed to still feel her soft and smooth skin, as well as the faint fragrance lingering in the air. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and the smile in his eyes was deep but not visible. On the shore, Mo Ting anxiously shouted for Bai Yingshu with everyone else. There were faint bruises under his handsome eyebrows and his eyelids were swollen. He and the rescue team sent by the county searched for a day and a night, but there was still no sign of Yingshu. Even the local villagers told him that Yingshu must be in danger. For the first time, Mo Ting felt so uncomfortable and deeply disgusted with his own incompetence. Why didn't he catch her earlier? I don't know where the love comes from, but it is deep and everlasting. Why do people always realize how important some people and things are to themselves only when they are separated by life and death? Just when he was about to give up, he actually found a piece of white cloth on the riverbank a few miles away. He immediately identified the person and encouraged everyone with great excitement. Until the slender figure gradually came into view, his eyes were filled with surprise and gradually spread to his cheeks. Mo Ting ran to her with vigorous steps. Brother Mo, I'm here. Yingshu felt a little sorry for the mobilization of troops. I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm fine. Her long black hair fluttered in the gentle breeze. The mess did not affect her breathtaking appearance that was more beautiful than the morning sun. Her eyes were like stars, her lips were like cherries, her cheeks were as pink as peach blossoms in March, her top and skirt were dirty but she did not look embarrassed at all. Yingshu, that's great. Mo Ting hugged her soft body excitedly, feeling her warm temperature and breath between his nose and lips. Yingshu was a little embarrassed. Brother Mo. She knew that Mo Ting was very worried about her, but she looked away. In front of her were colleagues from the unit and county officials who were staring at the two of them. No matter how good the relationship between the deputy mayor and the secretary was, they were not boyfriend and girlfriend after all. Hugging each other for a long time would inevitably attract criticism. Deputy Mayor Mo and Secretary Bai have a really good relationship. I heard that they knew each other since they were childhood sweethearts. Doesn't Secretary Bai have a boyfriend? Said a cadre from the city who came with them. The voices of several people were ringing in his ears. Chen Yu, who had forced County Chief Chen to come with him, stared at the scene in front of him with a pair of clear eyes. There seemed to be a fire burning in his eyes. He felt very upset and jealous. Why was her family background and appearance far better than his? She had a boyfriend but she still wanted to seduce Mo Ting? Why was she so lucky to survive after a day and a night? Yingshu was so pressed by his hard muscles that she couldn't breathe, but Mo Ting's emotions were clearly beyond her expectations, so she could only gently refuse. Brother Mo, you can let me go now. Mo Ting murmured repeatedly, I'm so glad you're okay. He forgot where they were for a moment. He only knew that Bai Yingshu in front of him was real and the home of his heart. Can you please let my girlfriend go? Just when Mo Ting was sighing and Yingshu didn't know how to push him away, a deep and mellow male voice like a cello rang out, with an obvious provocative and hostile tone. Everyone looked up. In the faint sunlight, Simu Chuan's tall and straight outline seemed to be stained with a layer of light golden halo. His face, which was carved by a knife and an axe as if created by God, suddenly became extremely clear. Every part was extremely perfect, especially the pair of dark blue eyes that were staring straight at the contact between Mo Ting and Bai Yingshu. He approached step by step, and Yingshu, like some stunned female carters and villagers, even forgot to push him away. His pace was very slow, and his temperament was as elegant as a leisurely stroll in the garden. People almost ignored that his clothes were so tattered and embarrassed at the moment. He seemed to be a natural aristocrat, a dazzling existence. "This guy is so handsome," sighed a female cadre. "He looks familiar." The other man searched desperately in his mind. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "I know, this man is Secretary Bai's boyfriend, SK Group President Sai Muchuan. I saw their photo a few days ago." Mo Ting seemed to hear the sound of a string breaking in his head. How could he be here? Yingshu had clearly told him that they were not a real couple. Before he could finish his words, Bai Yingshu was embraced by Simu Chuan's long arms, and his arms were empty. He suddenly felt lost and even had the urge to snatch her back. However, he couldn't do that for the time being. His reason gradually returned. He glanced at the people who stretched their necks and whispered, and finally did not reach out his hand. Deputy Mayor Mo cares about his subordinates. He is indeed a good leader. As her boyfriend, I would like to thank you for taking care of her along the way, Yingshu, don't you think so? Sai Muchuan's lips curled up, and he always maintained a distant and polite smile on his face. He put his arm around Yingshu's shoulders and pressed her soft body into his arms, as if silently swearing his territorial sovereignty. This woman is his. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head, and his ambiguous breath sprayed on her forehead. The warm breath was so lingering that Yingshu couldn't resist it. She blushed and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I don't know if it was because she had tacitly approved of their intimacy when they were distracted and passionate just now, or because they had to maintain their relationship as a couple in front of the whole city, but Yingshu actually didn't feel disgusted, he was just shy. You and she are boyfriend and girlfriend, but she and I have been good friends for many years. You don't have to be so polite. Mo Ting was feeling uneasy. Even he himself was confused about what kind of relationship Yingshu and Sai Muchuan had. However, Sai Muchuan's appearance did surprise him. I didn't expect President Sai to be so unconfident that he even followed his girlfriend on a business trip. Because I wanted to give her a surprise. Unexpectedly, it's a good thing that I came. Otherwise, if anything happened to Yingshu, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Sai Muchuan withdrew his gaze from Mo Ting, and stared at Bai Yingshu in his arms with affection, his tone full of a sense of loss and fear. What a romantic and infatuated man. At this moment, he only had her in his eyes, his deep affection was only for her, his actions and words were in conflict with Mo Ting, he came here without any trouble, risking his life to save her, all because he cared about her. The last line of defense in Yingshu's heart was silently disintegrated by him like ice and snow melting. She was sure that she really liked him. At this point in the conversation, everyone had roughly understood what was going on. Secretary Bai was naturally rescued by her boyfriend Sai Muchuan, who had followed her, and Deputy Mayor Mo was probably just wishful thinking. It was indeed a complicated love triangle. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a long time, and finally Mo Ting, as an outsider, became extremely jealous. His face was as gloomy as water. Since you two are both fine, let's go. We have to rush back today, and our planned trip has been delayed for 2 days. He walked away hesitantly, but he secretly made up his mind that he must find an opportunity to confess his feelings to Yingshu. Brother Mo, let's go together. Chen Yu caught up with Mo Ting with eager eyes. The others knew what she was thinking, but Chen Yu was also a stubborn person. Even when she met Sai Muchuan, who was 1 in a million in appearance and temperament, she did not waver at all and her eyes still followed Mo Ting closely. Bai Yingshu gradually came to his senses and realized that Chen Yu had fallen in love with Mo Ting. Everyone returned along their way, and Sai Muchuan slowly fell to the end. Although Yingshu was not an impatient person, he could not stand such procrastination. He slowed down his pace and waited for Sai Muchuan's pace, muttering to himself, his legs are so long. Sai Muchuan's ears were so sharp that he heard her words, but he smiled and didn't refute immediately. The two walked slowly in unison. He suddenly approached her face and narrowed his eyes slightly. I am very grateful to my girlfriend for designing a hollow back shirt for me. It turns out that he has already seen it. Yingshu glanced at the hole on the back of his shirt guiltily. It was torn by her accidentally scratching against a sharp stone last night, as well as the 2 holes on the calf of his pants. She suddenly realized, Sai Muchuan might not have noticed it yet. Thinking of this, she couldn't help laughing secretly. I didn't expect him to be so cool and handsome. Just because his clothes had a big hole, he walked to the end of the team calmly. The other two holes that have not been discovered until now really made Yingshu secretly happy. Every time he retorted, she had no power to attack. She couldn't help laughing out loud. Her childlike smile echoed in the empty forest, her eyes were filled with cunning light. Simuchuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Don't be his secretary anymore. Stay away from him in the future." "You're talking about Brother Mo." Yingshu raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "You think too much. We are good friends. Do you think there is pure friendship between men and women? I am 100% sure with a man's intuition that he likes you." After being exposed by Simuchuan, Yingshu looked at the upright figure in front of her and fell into deep thought. In fact, she had already felt that Mo Ting did have different feelings for her. He said he returned to S City for someone. Could it be her? However, they were just neighbors of an older brother and a younger sister before, and she even met the girlfriend that Big Brother Mo dated in middle school. Bai Yingshu was thinking about this question throughout the entire car journey. Of course, her seat was naturally arranged together with Simuchuan. Deep down in her heart, she never thought of Mo Ting as a man and a woman. He had not expressed his feelings to her. Should she rashly say, "Brother Mo, I don't like you, I treat you like a brother"? Chapter 23 Temptation. Seeing her depressed expression and slightly frowned eyebrows, Simuchuan pressed her on his shoulders, and Yingshu was shocked. Because she had always been careful about her manners when she was with Ling Zhixiu in public, and now she was forcefully intimate with Simuchuan several times, it was really not her style. She struggled a little and finally leaned in. They had even tried kissing in public, so this was nothing. Although the mountain road was still bumpy, Yingshu did not feel uncomfortable as when she came. She smelled the faint soap scent on his body, which made her feel particularly fresh and comfortable, and gradually fell asleep. Seeing her close her eyes with a relaxed expression, Simuchuan's mouth curved into an alluring arc, and his dark blue eyes stared unfocusedly at the mountains and trees passing by quickly outside the window, with a deep darkness in his eyes. "What? You actually abandoned the car in Shishan village?" Bai Yingshu opened his mouth in disbelief. It turned out that the high-end car that followed the bus last time was Simuchuan's car. "Simuchuan, do you think you have too much money? Even if you are rich and powerful and spend a lot of money, you can't afford to go through this." Simuchuan smiled teasingly. "My girlfriend hasn't even agreed to marry me yet, but she's already started saving money for me." A pair of teasing eyes stared at Bai Yingshu, making it difficult for him to answer. Instead, he was successfully teased. "Damn man. Why didn't he give in?" She looked indifferent, but was annoyed inside and was sulking with herself. At most, they were just a fake couple and had some intimate contact. Their relationship had never been officially made clear. She was meddling in other people's business. "What? Are you angry?" He leaned closer and asked. Without even looking at Yingshu, he knew how playful and with that signature smile on that handsome face he was at the moment. I'm not related to you. What right do I have to be angry?" He tried hard not to let the sour words out of his mouth. "How can a car be worth as much as you? When I think of you and the guy surnamed Mo flirting in the car, I want to kiss you hard so that you can't be distracted. Yingshu, let's really date, okay? I want to have you legitimately." Bai Yingshu was surprised that Simuchuan was like a worm in her stomach, who completely saw through her worries and resolved them effortlessly. He had a comfortable luxury car worth tens of millions, but he respected her enough for her willingness to take a bumpy bus. His attentiveness was meticulous and gave her a deep shock at every critical moment. His appearance was gentle and elegant, but his emotions were intensely domineering and strong, hitting her heart with the force of thunder, leaving her with nowhere to escape and she could only surrender. Okay. She was like a bewitched child. Who could not be bewitched by such dazzling and affectionate eyes? "Sorry, we don't have enough rooms. Can any of you two share a room?" When they arrived at the guest house, Yingshu and Simuchuan walked to the back of the room, and the waiter at the registration desk asked apologetically. At this time, the others went upstairs one after another, leaving only Mo Ting, Chen Yu and the four of them. A strange atmosphere spread, and the four people each had their own thoughts, and no one spoke for a while. The waiter looked at these four good-looking men and women, trying to figure out which one was a couple. "In that case, Yingshu and I should share a room," Simuchuan said as a matter of course. He and Yingshu were lovers, and there seemed to be no reason to stop them. After speaking, Yingshu couldn't help but turn her face away. This guy, the county town is not as open as the city, and the style is more conservative. She quickly glanced at Chen Yu, thinking about the behavior of throwing herself into his arms that night. Of course there are exceptions. Simu Chuan's eyes fell on Mo Ting. There was a provocation, a show-off, and a declaration in his words. Mo Ting accepted them all. The tenacity in his character would never allow him to retreat. He met his gaze and said, I think the bed in the guesthouse seems to be too small for President Tsai. Why not let the two girls squeeze in for one night? At least it won't be so narrow. Well, okay. Yingshu thought it made sense. After all, it wasn't in the city. The bed in the guesthouse was only about 1.2 meters. The most important thing was that she didn't know how to share a room with Simu Chuan. Thinking back to those blushing and heart-pounding scenes, she was really at a loss. Sometimes she felt that she was too unrestrained. It was okay for the first time they had sex while drunk. They had just officially confirmed their relationship. Would it be too fast? Fortunately, Mo Ting's proposal gave her some time to buffer. Sister Bai, that's great. We can chat tonight. Chen Yu hadn't said anything. She excitedly agreed to the proposal. Her innocent expression made Yingshu wonder, would someone be so warm and friendly to their rival? However, Bai Yingshu didn't show it and let Chen Yu take her hand and go upstairs. There was an undercurrent of emotion between the two men of similar height and aura walking behind, and it seemed that even the air around them had suddenly become cold and airtight. Don't you think you're asking for too much, President Tsai? Yingshu has already told me that you two are just a fake couple. Deputy Mayor Mo, doesn't he know the old saying, pretend becomes real? It was completely within Simu Chuan's expectations that Bai Yingshu would tell Mo Ting about the fake couple. Mo Ting was at most a powerful rival in love who was wishful thinking. He raised his eyebrows and asked back easily. President Tsai is too confident. Do you think Mayor Bai will accept you? Mo Ting had an urge to punch that perfect face. This man looked gentlemanly and elegant, but his persistence was definitely a rogue behavior. When Bai Jingrui was mentioned, Mo Ting clearly noticed a certain hatred in Simu Chuan's eyes, which was fleeting and soon returned to normal. A smile spread across Simu Chuan's blue eyes, and the corners of his lips moved slightly. He took a few steps, and when he passed by Mo Ting, he whispered provocatively in a deep and mellow voice, I really missed the taste of her first time, you know. If you came half an hour later today, I believe that scene would be so wonderful that you will never forget it. You are despicable. Mo Ting's face suddenly changed and he threw a punch without thinking. He had been a soldier and was agile. He thought he could hit the target with one punch, but he didn't expect Simu Chuan to be so agile. He punched the air with full force, and his anger grew. Simu Chuan still opened the door, with a raging anger burning in his chest. His eyes were firm and he warned, Simu Chuan, don't be so arrogant. I will definitely let Yingshu see your true face. Simu Chuan's lips curled slightly, not taking Mo Ting's words to heart at all. Mo Ting felt like he had punched Cotton, and Cotton's arrogance was very rampant, not hiding his desire at all. He heard about Yingshu's affairs when he arrived in S City. Ling Zhixiu, this irresponsible man, actually gave up Yingshu because of an accident. He was really angry and fortunate. He was angry that he didn't know how to cherish her, and fortunate that he let her go and gave himself a chance. Just when he was feeling lucky, Simu Chuan appeared, a man that even he couldn't see through. He had an unparalleled appearance, a charming aristocratic temperament, and irresistible wealth. He approached Yingshu and gradually occupied her heart. If that was all, Simu Chuan could bring happiness to Yingshu, then he could fulfill it. But he never expected that Simu Chuan's provocative words were still ringing in his ears, and he was completely teasing Yingshu, which really made him angry. That man was not sincere to Yingshu at all. Mo Ting's face was as dark as water, and he was filled with anger. He punched the wall of the corridor heavily in anger. His eyes were piercing and deep. Simu Chuan, just wait, I will definitely expose you in front of Yingshu. He suppressed his restless emotions. He was not an impulsive person, and Yingshu was not a stupid person. He was just temporarily deceived by Simu Chuan. There would definitely be a chance. After closing the door, a faint scent of lilies entered his nostrils. He had smelled this smell before. How do you have the key? He turned around and found Chen Yu sitting there. At the moment, she was wearing a white dress, with a fresh and innocent smile on her fair face, but Mo Ting was not moved at all. He said bluntly, I am really amazed by County Magistrate Chen's family education. How could his daughter be so shameless? She throws herself into my arms again and again. Chen Yu's eyes dimmed in an instant, and gradually filled with a layer of moisture, looking very touching. He actually made himself look so embarrassed. Is it wrong for me to like you? I know you like Secretary Bai, but she already has a boyfriend. When Simuchuan was mentioned, Mo Ting became even more angry. Ms. Chen, I am very grateful for your care for me. Now, please get out. Who I like has nothing to do with you. Tears were about to fall from her eyes, but Chen Yu took a deep breath and swallowed them back. She forced a smile with a sense of grievance, and she slowed down her tone and said softly, "Okay, I'll go out. I won't bother Brother Mo anymore. This is the iced milk tea I bought for you in advance. I'll watch you drink it and then leave, okay?" If Mo Ting didn't have someone in his heart, even the steel he had tempered would have softened under Chen Yu's gentleness. He finally softened his attitude. After all, there was nothing wrong with her liking him, and he shouldn't have taken out his anger towards Simuchuan on her. Okay. He took the paper cup that Chen Yu handed over and drank it all in one gulp. It tastes great, Chen Yu, thank you, someone will definitely cherish you in the future. It's a pity that person won't be him. Mo Ting politely rejected her and once again ordered her to leave. Chen Yu, however, reversed her previous attitude, with a sticky look in her eyes. "Brother Mo, can I chat with you for a while?" She stood up and slowly approached him in a frivolous manner, as if she was going to pounce on Mo Ting as she spoke. Mo Ting took several steps back to avoid her. Chen Yu dodged a gap but did not intend to give up. Mo Ting felt his body getting hot for no reason. He was thirstier than before even though he had just drunk a cup of iced milk tea. In a trance, Chen Yu's soft female body hugged his chest tightly, and her hands were wrapped around his waist like vines. This woman is still using the same old tricks as always. Chen Yu, let go. Otherwise I will really be rude to you. Mo Ting's voice became louder as he reprimanded. He was worried that he might not have used enough strength, so he just politely refused and did not dare to make any big movements. "No, Brother Mo, I like you. Can I accompany you tonight? I'm still a virgin, and I promise I can make you more comfortable than that Secretary Bai." Chen Yu's words were blunt, and their bodies were inseparable, constantly rubbing against Mo Ting's increasingly sensitive male body. Chapter 24, Backfire. Slowly, Mo Ting felt an impulse coming from his body, and his vision was a little blurry, especially the place touched by Chen Yu brought a cool and comfortable feeling, even a little desire. How could this be? Could it be that he had abstinence for too long and had a reaction to the woman he offered to him? "Brother Mo, I know what you want, right?" Chen Yu took advantage of the moment when he was distracted and kissed him on the lips in a messy manner, fanning the flames with her hands on his broad back and teasing him wantonly. Mo Ting's strong self-control forced him to wake up, and when he looked back, his eyes were clear. Suddenly, he pushed Chen Yu out with a bang. This time, he used all his strength, and Chen Yu, a weak woman, was thrown heavily onto the bed, and she fainted without moving. Mo Ting hesitated for a moment, intending to give Chen Yu some face. After all, she was the county magistrate's daughter. With the passion still in his body, he left the room and prepared to get some fresh air to sober up. Unconsciously, he walked to the door of Yingshu's room and stopped, not intending to knock. At this time, the door gently opened, and Bai Yingshu came out in a set of pink pajamas. "Brother Mo, I was looking for you." Yingshu's dressing style is definitely not sexy. Even her pajamas are very conventional, with short sleeves, a high neckline, and hems that reach the calves. The material is not transparent at all. She is so pure and beautiful that Mo Ting can't let her go. How can Simuchuan be worthy of her? Thinking of this, he made up his mind. "Yingshu, I have something to tell you. Or I'll change my clothes and we can go out for a walk. Chen Yu will be back soon. Let's talk in your room, just a few words." Mo Ting was not worried that Chen Yu would not wake up for a while. Bai Yingshu was stunned. After all, it was night time, and a single man and woman like that would inevitably have some concerns. However, Mo Ting's character was beyond doubt, and there were some things she had intended to make clear. The faint fragrance of Yingshu's body rushed into his nose. Her black hair was not completely dry after the shower, and it was all draped behind her head. Her face was as white as jade and as white as snow. She poured a glass of cold water lightly. Mo Ting's mouth was dry. Although there was no air conditioning in the room, it was not so hot. What happened to him today? After drinking a glass of cold water, he asked directly, Yingshu, what do you think of Simuchuan? Mo Ting asked directly about her personal feelings. How could she answer? Yingshu's eyes dodged, but she heard him say, Yingshu, if you believe me, you should draw a clear line with him. He is not a simple person. He may be deceiving your feelings. Yingshu looked a little unhappy. Brother Mo, what are you talking about? She had finally made up her mind to be with Simuchuan, but Mo Ting, who was both her brother and friend, suddenly jumped out to oppose. She felt like she had swallowed a core, stuck in between. Believe me, don't be fooled by his affectionate appearance. Seeing her hesitation, Mo Ting became excited and grabbed her two slender arms. Your grip hurts me. Does Brother Mo have a misunderstanding about him? Yingshu's skin is whiter and softer than that of ordinary people. A slight pinch will make it sensitive and even slightly painful. When Mo Ting realized it, he immediately let go as if he had been electrocuted. The slightly cool and smooth touch in his palm was like a poppy that made him feel itchy, and he was reluctant to let go. He must have other purposes for approaching you. That night when you were at the Royal Hotel. Mo Ting himself didn't know what he was saying. Sure enough, Bai Yingshu interrupted him with a pale face. Don't say anymore, I've agreed to really date him. The thing she least wanted to mention in her heart was revealed by Mo Ting. She used to find it difficult to let go of Ling Zhishu, but now she was gradually able to let it go. However, Mo Ting was slandering Simuchuan, who she was still attracted to. Brother Mo, do you like me? Is that why you say that? Yes, I have liked you for a long time. Mo Ting did not expect that his confession would come at such an inopportune time. Obviously, now was not a good time. He stared at her steadily, her red lips opening and closing, her graceful neck, and the tide of emotions surging all over her body. The subconscious desire broke free and spread everywhere. There was still a trace of clarity in his mind, and his clear voice was deliberately lowered. He said solemnly, Yingshu, I will not slander him just because he is my rival in love. Now I really do not have any substantial evidence. I just hope that you can be cautious about every decision you make, okay? Brother Mo, let me think about it quietly. Yingshu fell into silence. If a relationship still requires considerations before and after falling in love, can it still be called love? Simuchuan gave her unprecedented passionate emotions. There is no doubt that his love is undisguised. Why does she still doubt it? Should she doubt it? Mo Ting thought that Yingshu had been completely bewitched by Simuchuan's sweet words and false feelings, and even completely denied his judgment. Intense jealousy surged up, and his eyes became darker and darker. Simuchuan's arrogant and contemptuous words in the corridor echoed in his ears. I miss the taste of her first time so much. If you came half an hour later today, I believe you will see such a wonderful scene that you will never forget it. Simuchuan has completely possessed Yingshu, and plays with her body at will. Imagining her graceful body in her nightgown, he has a confused illusion in front of his eyes. The lust in his eyes is strong, his breathing rhythm becomes heavier, and his body responds more clearly than his brain. Mo Ting suddenly hugs her, feeling her soft skin through the thin clothes. Brother Mo, what are you doing? Let me go. Yingshu panicked. Mo Ting was fine just now, how come he changed all of a sudden? She struggled hard and put her hands in front of Mo Ting's hard chest. At this moment, his touch made her feel resistant. Yingshu, he can touch you, why can't I? Mo Ting was so distracted by desire that he blurted out the words involuntarily. His dry lips kissed the cherry-red softness he had been thinking about day and night without hesitation. Yingshu really couldn't believe that Mo Ting would say such a thing. Who did he think she was? A prostitute who was fickle and could be slept with by anyone. The next moment he rushed up to kiss her. She felt extremely disgusted and clenched her teeth tightly. Mo Ting didn't know what to do, and just kissed and touched her randomly like a fool. Yingshu lifted her foot up to his calf, and Mo Ting let go in a daze. She took the opportunity to escape. Brother Mo, I really misjudged you. She was sad because she lost a close friend today. Mo Ting had already been in a state of fascination, and he had completely shut out her sobbing accusations. The kick just now was definitely just a tickle, and he grabbed Bai Yingshu firmly in a few strides, and pushed Bai Yingshu, who had lost his balance, onto the bed. The bed in the guesthouse was not soft. Bai Yingshu's face wrinkled up and she screamed in panic. Mo Ting's strong body pressed on her. All he could see were two slender, straight legs, as white and flawless as top-grade jade. He wanted her. The desire burst out of his body. Yingshu's dark eyes were filled with tears. She was sad and angry. Why, brother Mo, why did you treat her like this? Yingshu, I really like you. Mo Ting was about to kiss her sweet lips again and feel the real temperature of the female body. Par. Bai Yingshu slapped him in the face with a loud slap. The room unexpectedly fell silent. The pain made Mo Ting's eyes tremble, his breathing stagnated, and his hands gradually stopped moving. He suddenly woke up. Oh my god, what had he done? Yingshu's little face was half wet with tears. He was full of guilt. Yingshu, I'm sorry, I'm a bastard. Get out of here. She pointed at the door and shouted angrily with red eyes. Bang! There was a sound, and the door opened. Then, Simuchuan's handsome face with a chilling coldness appeared in his sight. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, as if he wanted to shoot through Mo Ting's body. Then he swung a punch. You dare to touch my Simuchuan's woman. Mo Ting was obviously slow in his movements and was hit hard. Simuchuan was so powerful that even a strong man like Mo Ting could not help but be knocked to the ground. He was breathing heavily and his chest was aching. This guy always appeared at such inopportune times. He had a chance to explain. Yingshu, believe me, I really don't know what happened to me just now. I seemed unable to control myself. I really didn't mean it. I'm a bastard. He covered his aching chest, and for the first time the tall man had an urge to cry. He felt self-blame and guilt thousands of times, and it was difficult for him to let go of the blasphemy against his beloved woman. Simuchuan quickly walked to the bed. Bai Yingshu's nightgown was a little messy but still intact. He hugged her in his arms with heartache, gently stroked her back, and coaxed her softly, I'm here, it's okay. His breath lingered around, and Yingshu felt at ease. At the moment, she was disappointed with Mo Ting. She stammered and didn't say anything. Yingshu, have a good rest. He didn't know whether it was because he felt too guilty or because the scene of them hugging was too dazzling. He struggled to open his mouth, his dry lips moved a few times, and he ran out stumblingly, pressing his chest. But Mo Ting was unwilling to accept it. He had no position to fight back against Simuchuan at this moment. He had already lost to him. Yingshu felt that Simuchuan understood her. If it was Ling Zhixiu who came in, he would have turned around and left without asking for any explanation, let alone comforting her. But Simuchuan understood that in her eyes, he had always been her guardian angel. The two maintained the embrace for a long time. Simuchuan's arms felt numb and he moved slightly. Why do I always run into this kind of thing? She has been really troubled recently. Every time she goes to a place, she encounters danger. She curses and sighs, am I the reincarnation of an evil star? After saying that, Simuchuan took advantage of the situation to pull her away a little, got closer and looked at her carefully, then said seriously, after my careful observation, you are not the reincarnation of an evil star, but he paused, a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, beauty is a disaster. Nonsense, how can I be considered a beauty who brings disaster? You are so beautiful that any man would be tempted to commit a crime. What he said made sense, and Yingshu burst out laughing, nonsense. She knew that she was not bad-looking, but not as exaggerated as Simuchuan said. But she did feel a lot more relaxed, and there were some things that she couldn't figure out for the time being. His face suddenly became serious, and he looked at her with burning eyes. Yingshu, why don't you marry me? Let's live together and be my CEO's wife. Chapter 25 Doing Exercise. Bai Yingshu felt that he didn't seem to be joking, which caught her off guard. We've only been dating for a short time, isn't it too early to talk about marriage? Sorry, I was too impatient. Let's take it slow. Simuchuan's eyes dimmed instantly, and Yingshu felt a little uncomfortable. He seemed very disappointed. How could she make the final decision on such a big thing as marriage? She grew up under her father's strict education, and the marriage between her and Yingting must be approved by Bai Jingrui. I'm fine, you can go now. It would be bad if Chen Yu comes back and sees this. Okay, I'll watch you lie down, he insisted. Yingshu stopped tossing and turning and lay down obediently, covered himself with a thin blanket and closed his eyes in exhaustion. Time passed by minute, so long that she couldn't tell how many minutes and seconds had passed. She was awake, not because she was completely sleepy, but because she didn't hear the footsteps. Did he not leave? Finally unable to hold back, Yingshu opened her eyes. Sure enough, his tall and straight figure stood under the milky incandescent light, stretched out very long, his features a little blurry, but the perfect outline was visible. Her eyes met his dark blue eyes, and he smiled playfully. Yingshu moved away guiltily like a child caught stealing candy. Why are you still standing? I watched you fall asleep, he said gently. Chen Yu will be back soon, she emphasized again. There was no movement for a while, and suddenly, Yingshu's eyes went dark, and she clearly felt that one side of the bed had sunk in, and Saimu Chuan had been lying on his side next to her. She immediately jumped up and said, "Why are you lying down? Go back to your room. She won't be back tonight, we'll sleep in the same room." He knew what she was worried about, and he also knew that her worries were unnecessary. Saimu Chuan stretched out his long arm and pulled Yingshu down, laying her on his outstretched arms. Their bodies were very close, face to face, and it seemed that the air flowing around them had become tender and beautiful. She wasn't mentally prepared to sleep with Samuchuan while she was awake. She might be seduced by Samuchuan again. I won't do anything to you, close your eyes and go to sleep. The little woman was probably frightened by him in the morning and her alertness increased. After hearing his assurance, she still felt a little uneasy. After a long time, she didn't feel that he had any deviant behavior. Yingshu suddenly realized that she had judged others by her own standards. Although she did not deny that Samuchuan was a pervert, at least he was a pervert with credibility. She buried her head in his chest, listening to his even breathing and heartbeat, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which was steady and satisfied. The night is rich and long, and it seems that even the air is filled with a sweet smell. That smell is love. After a good night's sleep, Bai Yingshu slept till dawn. Her eyelashes were stretched, and even in her dreams she felt unusually warm. She opened her eyes and found that Saimu Chuan had woken up. At this moment, his eyes were not deep, and they were printed on his face through the thin curtains. His eyes were a light blue like the sky, beautiful and clear without any impurities, which made her heart beat. Good morning. Their eyes met, and the air was filled with tenderness. At a close distance, his skin quality even made Yingshu feel inferior. His skin was not white, but his pores were delicate. His thin lips seemed to be covered with a layer of honey, and the opening and closing of his lips was extremely charming. Yingshu's heart was pounding, and he was infatuated with him again early in the morning. Her shyness, her rosy lips, her skin so close to his, were like fire in his eyes, and his eyes became darker and darker. Was I too kind to you last night? You seduced me so early in the morning. His deep, magnetic voice rang out, and Yingshu was furious. Who seduced you? I clearly didn't do anything. It seems like you really want to do something to me. Saimu Chuan chuckled and moved closer to her face. They were only 1 centimeter apart and would touch it with just the slightest movement. Nonsense, I didn't. Her face felt itchy, as if there were a few ants crawling on it. She pushed his strong chest unbearably, unwilling to be teased by him. Seeing him withdraw his arm from his head, his expression froze for a moment. She asked, "Is your hand numb?" Is it serious? Do you want me to give you a massage? How about we do some exercise? Saimu Chuan looked at her steadily, with an unusual light in his eyes and a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. Yingshu wanted to ask, what kind of exercise? His malicious and ambiguous smile made her back shiver. Could it be that exercise? She blurted out, "You are obscene." The obscene bastard with sperm in his brain only thought about these things early in the morning. Before she finished speaking, Samuchuan had already turned over and pressed on top of her, with his arms supporting her on both sides. Their breaths overlapped and entangled. What are you doing? Yingshu thought he was just talking. Moreover, everything went peacefully all night. Now he was serious, so she couldn't help but get nervous. Do some exercise. Just when Bai Yingshu thought he was going to kiss her, the handsome face moved closer and then away again, repeating this over and over again. Yingshu said dryly, "Push-ups." So what do you think? Do you think I will do to you? He suddenly put his face close to her ear and bit the last few words very lightly and lewdly, "Make love." The breath from her nose and breathing blew on her ears, making them tingle. Bai Yingshu suddenly felt weak and powerless. Her cheeks were as red as peach blossoms in March, and she was not very shy. She was both ashamed and annoyed. Shameless. You say I'm shameless, but how can I live up to the name if I don't do something shameless? He raised his lips with an evil smile, and his hot lips pressed against hers in the next second. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Yingshu tilted her head and Samuchuan's attack was in vain. She tried to push it and reminded him, someone's knocking on the door. Simuchuan didn't move and said lazily, don't worry about him. It was fine to be interrupted once, but it was ruined the second time. The lust in her body was aroused, how could she stop it? The lust in her dark blue eyes was so strong that it couldn't be dissolved. Knock knock knock. Seeing no one answering, the knocking on the door continued tirelessly. Sister Bai, are you there? I'm Chen Yu, I have something urgent to talk to you about. A hurried female voice came through the thick door. Bai Yingshu could still make it out clearly. She pushed Simuchuan away and pointed to another place. Simuchuan cursed softly and hid under the bed with a gloomy face. Seeing his helpless obedience, Yingshu suddenly found it very funny. After tidying up a little, she opened the door and said, Chen Yu, what's the matter? Chen Yu looked anxious and panting. Deputy Mayor Mo seems to have had an accident, come with me. Mo Ting? Bai Yingshu felt a knot in her heart. So many things happened between them yesterday. Although she intended to forgive Mo Ting, it did not mean that she had no grudges at all. If she didn't know what to say when they met later, she asked hesitantly, what happened to him? Seeing her indifferent expression, Chen Yu was a little discouraged. I just met brother Mo downstairs. He seemed to have been drinking outside all night and was drunk. He kept saying something like, I'm sorry. I'm afraid he'll have an accident. Okay, wait for me, I'll change my clothes. Yingshu closed the door and lowered his head in thought. According to Chen Yu's description, Brother Mo must be feeling very guilty and regretful now. After all, he was just impulsive, and he did not force his will at the most critical moment. If something happened to Mo Ting, how could he feel at ease? Do you want to go find him? Simuchuan looked at her expressionlessly, his tone clearly showing disapproval. Yingshu quickly cleaned and tidied herself, changed into casual clothes, and said to Simuchuan, I believe something must have happened to Brother Mo last night, otherwise he wouldn't be so abnormal. Well, I'll go with you. No need, Chen Yu and I can go. Yingshu waved her hand at him. In fact, she was worried that Mo Ting would be even more excited if he saw Simuchuan. After all, it was not unreasonable for rivals to be jealous of each other. Moreover, she did not want Chen Yu outside to find out that Simuchuan was also in the room. Bai Yingshu's slender figure disappeared in the room, and the door closed heavily, bringing up a gust of wind. The smile on Simuchuan's face gradually faded, and a layer of haze seemed to cover his eyes. He walked to the windowsill, looked out, and his sight fell on the busy street, his eyes searching vaguely. A monotonous music sounded from the mobile phone in my pocket, which was particularly clear and audible in the quiet room. Without moving his eyes, he pressed the call button. What's the situation? A sharp female voice came from the other end of the phone. President, Bai Jingrui has agreed to the engagement between Bai Yingting and Ling Zhixiu. In addition, our people have been tracking and investigating Bai Jingrui for a while. His resume is very clean and no major problems have been found. After hearing this, Simuchuan's eyes were as cold as ice, and he ordered in a deep voice, I know, keep investigating. President, you. The voice in the receiver was hesitant and anxious. What do you want to say? His eyes suddenly became sharp and his breath was terribly cold. Boss, you're not really in love with her, are you? What do you think? Bai Yingshu is my best chess piece. Simuchuan sneered, serious and expressionless, do your duty well. Even if you are my woman, don't try to control me. Do you understand? A beautiful figure appeared in his sight outside the window, and the smile on his lips became cold and indistinguishable. Bai Jingrui, I don't believe that you are really consistent in your words and deeds, or you are just seeking fame. Near noon, the city officials were ready to go, and Deputy Mayor Yang, who was in charge of another place, also came to join them. However, Deputy Mayor Mo and Secretary Bai were missing. Everyone searched for them but could not contact them. County Chief Chen was worried because his daughter Chen Yu was also missing. Just when everyone was about to go outside to look for her, Chen Yu came back. County Magistrate Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Where have you been? Did you see Secretary Bai and Deputy Mayor Mo? Chen Yu asked in surprise. You don't know yet, Deputy Mayor Mo and Secretary Bai have already returned to S City. What? Why did you go back? The explosive news made everyone sigh. The two men left without saying goodbye. Seeing that Chen Yu didn't seem to be talking nonsense, he didn't delve into the topic. After a while, everyone got on the car. County Chief Chen and some county officials watched them leave. This inspection work was finally successfully completed. The burden on County Magistrate Chen's shoulders was suddenly lightened a lot. He glanced at his daughter's expressionless face and wondered in his heart, this stubborn child, wasn't she very interested in Deputy Mayor Mo before, and was determined to marry him? Now that Deputy Mayor Mo has left, why is there no reaction? The little girl's mind is really fickle, and she changes every day. The father and daughter were about to go home when a tall figure blocked their way. Chapter 26 Trap. Due to his height, County Magistrate Chen had to look up. After seeing the person clearly, he asked in surprise, "You are not Secretary Bai's boyfriend. Why are you here?" "Secretary Bai has left with Deputy Mayor Mo." "Really?" Simu Chuan raised his lips, and his eyes drifted towards Chen Yu. What a sharp look! Chen Yu couldn't help but be shocked by his eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Her face remained calm, and she looked like an innocent girl. County Magistrate Chen nodded. "Yes, my daughter saw it with her own eyes, Xiaoyu. Can I talk to you alone?" Simu Chuan asked, looking up. "Yes, sure." Chen Yu agreed frankly. County Magistrate Chen walked away in confusion, leaving them alone. What could Secretary Bai's boyfriend have to do with his daughter? "But I heard that this Sai is very important, he is the president of some group." "Secretary Bai is so lucky, she is beautiful, and she is the mayor's daughter, and even the suitors around her are outstanding. I thought that Deputy Mayor Mo would not be able to stand out, he is in the position of deputy mayor at such a young age, and his future is limitless. What a pity, he just has to hang around the mayor's daughter all day, making his daughter distracted for several days." Simu Chuan went straight to the point. "Did you see them leave with your own eyes? If you can hide your guilty conscience, I might believe you." He could see through the jealousy between Chen Yu and other women at a glance. Chen Yu said innocently, "What did you say? Why don't I understand?" She didn't dare to look into Simu Chuan's eyes. It was undeniable that these were a pair of extremely beautiful and rare eyes. The bright blue eyes were deep and contained a powerful destructive force, as if there was a fatal penetrating power that could see through her. She always knew when to hide her thoughts and when to pretend to be well behaved, but she didn't know that she was so childish in front of him. Simu Chuan's eyes were filled with a sinister and murderous look, and his expression was extremely evil and mad, with an overwhelming aura. At that moment, Chen Yu seemed to have seen Satan in hell. His voice suddenly turned cold. "I am not your Deputy Mayor Mo, who knows how to be sympathetic to women and will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals when necessary." He leaned close to her ear and said something. Chen Yu's face turned pale in an instant, her bright eyes lost their luster and became dull, her legs trembled so much that they could not help but become weak. "You're so scary," Chen Yu repeated blankly, her heart beating irregularly. Simu Chuan was so cunning, her skills were nothing compared to his? And why was he so reckless and fearless? Wasn't he afraid of leaking something? Simu Chuan stood up straight with satisfaction. "Can you tell me now?" "Yes, I know where she is." "Lead the way." He seemed to be a natural commander, controlling the life and death of everyone. Bai Yingshu woke up slowly, with a dull pain in the back of his head and a blurry view of the scene before him. After regaining consciousness, he looked around and saw grey walls, worn-out tables and chairs. It was an old house with no ceiling. Several thick beams and some broken tiles were clearly visible. How could she be here? Also, she was tied up tightly and couldn't move, so she began to think about what had just happened. She followed Chen Yu through the streets and alleys, but was getting farther and farther away from the guest house. The county town was neither big nor small, and the scenery along the way was unfamiliar. Then she walked away for a while to ask for directions. Yingshu listened to the people in the county town speaking like listening to a foreign language, and could not understand a single word. The dialect and Mandarin were almost two different languages. When Chen Yu came back, her face was solemn and her eyes were filled with anxiety. "Sister Bai, they said that after getting drunk, Brother Mo kept pulling a girl and saying sorry, and he refused to let go. The girl's friends beat him up, and someone saw him going to the demolished old house over there." Bai Yingshu was terrified when he heard this. "Let's go over there first. Can you call an ambulance?" Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. "Okay." Bai Yingshu had no time to pay attention to her. The two of them walked very fast. She didn't expect Mo Ting to lose control to this extent. When she was a child, her excellent neighbor brother became like this. She was somewhat disappointed in him. The gap was self-evident. While thinking about it in a distracted manner, the two came to a sparsely populated suburb. there were some old houses that were demolished. They were very old and the developer had not started construction yet. "He's in there." Chen Yu pointed to an old house with an open door and said, "Sister Bai, why don't you go in and check on Brother Mo's injuries first while I call an ambulance?" Bai Yingshu saw her dial the number. "Hello, is this 120? Without any doubt, she took very small steps. Although there was plenty of sunshine outside, it was dim and pitch black inside, which made her palms sweat. She walked forward cautiously and shouted loudly, "Brother Mo, this is Yingshu, are you there?" After calling out several times without receiving any response, Bai Yingshu did not dare to move forward. He thought that he might have fainted due to his serious injuries, and he did not know how to give emergency medical treatment. It would be better to wait for professional medical staff to come. Or maybe Chen Yu had gone to the wrong place. "Sister Bai, have you found Brother Mo?" Bai Yingshu was really shocked. Chen Yu had a pale face, and wore a plain white dress with her hair loose. From her perspective, the girl in white was standing in the contrasting colors of white and black, light and darkness, creating strong colors. Her face was dark and expressionless, which made her look inexplicably more terrifying. "Chen Yu, how come you haven't yet?" "It's too dark in there, I can't see anything." Because it was an abandoned house that had been demolished, the water and electricity facilities inside had been cut off for a long time. She asked, "Does your phone have a lighting function?" Bai Yingshu's own phone had already died heroically on the day she fell into the water, but what she couldn't understand was that Sai Muchuan's phone seemed to be intact. Did he take the time to buy a new one? "Hey, Sister Bai, look, there seems to be someone sleeping over there," she suddenly said in surprise. Bai Yingshu turned her head in the direction of Chen Yu's finger, surprised at Chen Yu's super eyesight. Her own sight was completely dark, so how could she see any figure? Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a burning pain at the back of his head and fell into unconsciousness. When she woke up, she didn't see Chen Yu. Even though she was stupid, Bai Yingshu knew what had happened. Chen Yu had tricked her into coming here and kidnapped her out of jealousy. In the dim old house, she looked around to see if there was any sharp object that could break the rope. In the evening, the sky darkened in large areas. The sky was not as refreshing as expected after the rain. The first wave of heat after the beginning of summer came, and it was dull and depressing. Chen Yu walked nimbly through the streets and alleys of the county town, looking uneasy. Sai Muchuan behind her had been giving her invisible pressure. Every step she took, she felt like a sharp edge was on her back, and she was uneasy. Did she just give up? If Mo Ting knew about this, he would only hate himself even more. Perhaps invisibly, what she wanted was not just Mo Ting, but a disguised form of crazy jealousy of Bai Yingshu, jealous of everything about her, and only by destroying it could her heart be balanced. Simu Chuan closely watched Chen Yu's every move, not even missing her subtle micro-expressions. But she looked uneasy, her eyes were unfocused, and her brows suddenly relaxed, as if she had figured something out and was a little excited. "I warn you, don't try to play tricks. I don't even think highly of a mere county magistrate," Simu Chuan threatened from behind. Chen Yu's body stiffened. She turned half of her face with fear and lowered her head to answer, "I know. I'll take you to find her right away." This time, Chen Yu did not take a detic. He turned 2 corners and walked for 10 minutes before arriving at an area of old houses that were being demolished. "Now that we're here, I've locked the person up inside." Chen Yu led Sai Muchuan to a house, stopped, and had no intention of following him in. Simu Chuan glanced at Chen Yu and found that she didn't look strange, but what should he do? He was not born to be a person who would easily trust others, especially a scheming woman. He raised his eyebrows, his handsome face that blended into the night was expressionless. "You go in and lead the way." His tone was definitely that of an order. Chen Yu could fully imagine that Sai Muchuan's threat would be fulfilled, and he would be ruthless to women as well. If she disobeyed, the consequences would be something she could not bear. She had this strong feeling. "Well, after you meet her, we will keep our distance." Chen Yu pushed the door open as she was told and tiptoed in. At this time, the light inside the house was about the same as outside, and it was pitch black. Sai Muchuan took out his cell phone, and suddenly there was a bright light in the house. He stood at the threshold and roughly looked at the layout and environment of the entire house to prevent Chen Yu from playing tricks. Bai Yingshu vaguely heard the door creak and suddenly woke up. She had no idea what to do and waited for Chen Yu to show up and have a good talk. Maybe things would turn around. Facing a beam of light, she cast her sight across and saw a tall and slender silhouette. The eyes, nose, mouth and other facial features were trapped in the darkness and could not be identified. Who is coming? What? You dare to threaten me but you don't dare to come in? Are you afraid that I will set a trap? In the darkness, the woman's voice was as strange as a ghost, with a cunning contempt. It's Chen Yu. Bai Yingshu's eyes were shocked. Chen Yu, I know it's you, come out. Chen Yu was also there. What on earth did she want to do? Want to provoke him? Simuchuan's mouth curved into an arc of excitement, and when he heard Bai Yingshu's voice, his brows gradually relaxed. If you want to play with him, he will accompany you to the end. The light of the mobile phone followed the source of the sound, and Simuchuan found her position accurately. Bai Yingshu felt uncomfortable being glared at. She narrowed her eyes and looked away subconsciously. Chen Yu's words were full of provocation. Could it be that someone came to save her? Chen Yu's statement that Mo Ting was drunk was probably true. So he was probably under Chen Yu's control. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with light, and asked in a tentative tone, Simuchuan, is that you? Chapter 27 True Face. It's me. He answered in a low voice, his voice as intoxicating as ever. Bai Yingshu's tense nerves seemed to have found enlightenment all of a sudden, and a soothing rhythm came from her for a moment, and a hint of joy appeared on her fair face under the light. She finally understood why she was not as scared as she was when she was kidnapped last time, because she began to rely on him. Subconsciously, she knew that Simuchuan would appear, he would definitely appear. In her eyes, perhaps he was omnipotent. Chen Yu found the tacit understanding and tenderness between Bai Yingshu and Simuchuan extremely dazzling. Why can other people's love be easily obtained, but she can't get it even if she wants it? The person she likes would rather break free from the control of the drug than touch her at all. Her dark eyes suddenly turned scarlet. She thought that the rationality was to get rid of Bai Yingshu and Simuchuan. If they left here today, they would not let her go. Not only herself, but also his father would be in danger. She made up her mind to get rid of the two. Simuchuan approached Bai Yingshu step by step. Their high-end leather shoes on his feet stepped on the concrete floor, making a thump-thump sound. I'm coming. He knew very well that the lighting mobile phone in his hand was his biggest weakness. Maybe Chen Yu was waiting for now, or perhaps when the rope was untied, to take the opportunity to strike a heavy blow. His alert eyes were like a cheetah in the dark night, agile, swift and intimidating. After walking for an hour, a thin layer of sweat oozed out of his smooth forehead. The cold air in the room quickly solidified the sweat, and it took a long time to fall. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew from the right. He sneered and dodged the attack. Chen Yu snorted, and the stick in her hand was easily taken away by Simuchuan. The force of the stick backfired, and her frail body bounced out. It was obvious that Simuchuan's strength was so great that she hit the stool with a bang. Her back suddenly felt sharp pain and she let out a painful groan. The light from the phone changed, and Bai Yingshu couldn't really see what was going on. He asked nervously, Simuchuan, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. As he said that, Simuchuan had already come to Bai Yingshu, and it took him a lot of effort to untie her ropes. When Chen Yu tied her up, he had no intention of loosening them, and all the knots were tied. In the end, he used a lighter to carefully burn the ropes, and his cautious movements made sweat drip from his temples. She was actually happy in her heart. Simuchuan appeared in every moment of her life and almost never let her down. She couldn't help but smile. Before leaving, she asked, "Where's Chen Yu? She seems to be injured. Why, do you want to be a saint?" Simuchuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman in his arms, somewhat unable to figure out her thoughts. Bai Yingshu said indifferently, "No, I just wanted to call the police for her. People should always be responsible for their mistakes." She never thought she was a saint, so why would she easily forgive a woman who obviously had bad intentions towards her? Extra sympathy is a kind of ignorance. Simuchuan discovered that his previous judgment of Bai Yingshu was somewhat biased. She accepted the one-night stand calmly with a normal heart. She was sad but decisively ignored and gave up when faced with the betrayal of her boyfriend and sister. She was always able to deal with those who almost hurt her rationally. Of course, Simuchuan believed that her feelings for Mo Ting were different. When the two of them were less than a step away from the gate, Bai Yingshu felt the ground sinking, his feet went empty, and a gust of wind passed through his body. He and Simuchuan fell into the abyss. Bai Yingshu held his hand tightly, and the two fell into deeper darkness. There was an invisible hole in the room, which was incredible, and she and Simuchuan fell into this hole. Are you hurt? For Simuchuan, an adult male with good physical fitness, a depth of more than 3 meters is nothing. Bai Yingshu frowned unconsciously. She felt some pain in her right ankle. She replied, "It's okay." She thought that this level of pain should not be a big deal and she could just pinch it later. At this time, Chen Yu poked her head out from above, holding a flashlight in her hand. She didn't reveal a satisfied smile until she saw the expected 2 figures. She hadn't thought of a way to deal with Simuchuan. This hidden cave would only collapse when there were more than 2 people. Her luck was so good that even God favored her. Is your cell phone still there? Bai Yingshu asked anxiously, blocking the glaring light. Without waiting for Simuchuan to answer, Chen Yu asked listlessly, "Are you looking for this?" They both looked up at the same time, only to see Chen Yu fiddling with the flickering screen with her right hand. When she realized she had achieved the effect she wanted, she threw it heavily against the dark wall. After a bang, she smiled with regret, "Sorry, it's broken." That smile made Bai Yingshu feel extremely hateful. What on earth had gone wrong with her to actually feel sympathy for her? "Chen Yu, locking me up won't help. Do you think Brother Mo will like you?" The depth of the cave made her voice deep and accompanied by a loud echo. Chen Yu's thoughts were exposed by Yingshu without any cover. Suddenly, her fair face became ferocious, and she looked inexplicably excited. "It's all you, all this is caused by you, you forced me to do this. If you hadn't attracted so many people, how could Brother Mo not accept me? Even when I drugged him." Chen Yu stopped talking as if she had said something wrong, but Bai Yingshu keenly caught the loophole in her words and asked, "What did you say? What medicine did you give Brother Mo?" Her heart was beating fast, and she temporarily forgot the soreness caused by raising her neck for a long time. She felt that she was getting closer to the truth. "You know what? The thing I hate most about you is that you obviously have a boyfriend but you pretend to care about Brother Mo so much. Not only are you fickle, but you are also fickle." Chen Yu simply let go and spoke without hiding her inner hatred towards Bai Yingshu. "Yes, I drugged him, but his self-control was too strong. Later he went to your room to find you, and I heard everything. It was obvious how much he wanted to have sex with you at that time." She didn't know whether she was regretful or jealous, and was surprisingly calm. Bai Yingshu suddenly became clear-headed. She cherished her friendship with Mo Ting very much and had always believed in him. So it was even harder for her to let go of what Mo Ting had done. Now Chen Yuming clearly told her that he was drugged and that was why he was insane. Looking back on the night she was drugged, she completely lost herself. How strong must Brother Mo's determination be to control his desires? "Chen Yu, you have such a vicious and terrible heart. Even if it's not me, Brother Mo will only fall in love with someone else. You are just wasting your efforts." She looked at her and said word by word, "Shut up. I just hate that you're so lucky that you didn't die last time you fell into the river. But don't worry. No one knows about this place except me. You will starve to death here. Oh, no, I almost forgot. Construction will start in this area tomorrow. When the bulldozer pushes." She didn't continue talking and stopped herself in time, with a cruel expression on her face as she gloated over someone else's misfortune. Twice, Chen Yu had tried to harm her twice. Bai Yingshu knew that she had completely gone insane, unable to get Mo Ting's love, and having a twisted hatred for herself, she lowered her neck that had been supported for a long time and glanced at Simuchuan. He stood quietly, without blinking, his eyes as calm as usual, his expression calm and composed. He was elegant and calm, as if he had all the advantages of a good man in the world. Undoubtedly, everything Simuchuan presented was perfect. Bai Yingshu leaned her head on his shoulder, greedily inhaling the scent that made her feel at ease. Her brows relaxed, a faint smile broke out on her pretty face, and she made a decision in her heart. "If you're tired, take a break." Simuchuan gently stroked the smooth hair on her head, which felt very good. However, his pair of deep and uncertain eyes shot out like a sharp sword in the next second. Under the dim light, his facial features reflected an unusually charming and compelling light in 3 dimensions, especially his eyes, which seemed to shoot through her. Chen Yu felt goosebumps all over her body when she saw him. She felt an inexplicable shudder and cold sweat broke out on the back of her back. Without stopping, she closed the door and left quickly. Chen Yu tried hard to get rid of the last look of Simuchuan that was frozen in her mind. She smoothed her trembling hands and told herself that after tonight, he would disappear from the world forever tomorrow and she had no need to worry at all. She concealed her excitement, pride, stimulation and uncontrollable joy, put on her usual expression, and walked back leisurely. She left. Bai Yingshu suddenly asked after a long while. "Yeah." Sai Muchuan answered after a moment's hesitation. "The temperature in the underground cave is lower than the hot outside, which is obviously conducive to calm thinking and accurate judgment. Over time, it will cause damage to people's respiratory blood vessels." She looked up. It was pitch black, and without any lighting, they couldn't see each other's expressions even when they were face to face. It was a very strange feeling. You could touch each other, but you couldn't feel any trace of each other. Simuchuan's presence was significantly weakened in the dark, but fortunately the space was very small, so there was no worry of getting lost. Her hot palm was suddenly held by a slightly cool big hand, and she sat down with him. The clasped hands seemed to be filled with infinite warmth, and at this moment, her chest was filled. "Why aren't you afraid at all?" he asked. "Will you let us die so easily?" She asked back, without a trace of fear. Simuchuan could completely imagine Bai Yingshu's current expression, her watery eyes, her feathery eyelashes, her beautiful smile, her slender body, her rationality and a little stubbornness. So attractive, does she trust him completely now? "I don't know." He gave a vague answer. Chapter 28 Acceptance. Simuchuan didn't think much and accurately captured her beautiful lips slightly opened in the dark, gently tracing her delicate lip shape, and kissing her in the endless darkness. Bai Yingshu was startled at first, but then she was driven by his enthusiasm, closed her eyes, and immersed herself in the feeling of lips and teeth intertwining and saliva mixing. His tongue slid into her mouth unimpeded, slowly licking and rubbing every inch of it. The air was filled with the sound of their overlapping breathing, the heat from their touching skin, and the surging passion. She didn't know how long they kissed. She felt the air around her become wonderful. At that moment, she forgot where she was. No matter what the result would be, she should enjoy the best time of this moment. He bit her hard, their tongues entangled and turned, the heat of his breathing rose steadily, reaching the highest point. The violent storm slowly stopped, and he gently touched her lips, close yet not close, lingering and sad. Every deep kiss with Simuchuan was like an ultimate feast, the memory was vivid and warm. The thin air circulation underground forced the two people who were breathing rapidly to separate and breathe. Although Simuchuan was already lusting after all, he was not a dissolute person and did not intend to continue. Unexpectedly, a pair of tender hands held his burning cheeks the next second, and wet lips pressed against his. Bai Yingshu let go of her reserve, hooked her arms around Simuchuan's neck, and groped his lips. When the four lips were precisely fitted together, she took the initiative to extend her soft tongue and slowly entered. Simuchuan was slightly distracted. Although he and Bai Yingshu had kissed countless times, she was reserved like a young lady from an official family and was shy about her sexual desires. But today, she was almost teasing and passionate. He pushed her soft body away just right and asked in a low and hoarse voice, "Are you challenging my endurance?" Heavy breathing came from his ups and downs. Bai Yingshu could clearly feel every beat of his pulse and the fresh blood flowing. Just once, she kissed him again regardless, this time, on his chin. Simuchuan was a little distressed, frowning in the dark. Bai Yingshu's morale was greatly reduced after being pushed away by him again. It was rare for her to risk her life, but he didn't appreciate it. It turned out that she was like a lustful female pervert. Just when she decided to give up, one of her hands was grasped by a big hand. She was a little at a loss. What should she do? The next second, the palm of her hand touched something hard and hot it was. Bai Yingshu was so frightened that her legs shrank back immediately, but the other party would not let her do as she wished and forced her to hold it down. She stammered, "You, let go." Her cheeks were red and hot, and even her ears were hot. Except for the first time when she was in a daze, she had also seen his private parts before, but touching it with her own hands was another limit. Her fingertips kept trembling, and what really frightened her was his size. Her fingers were obviously slender and long, but it was difficult to hold them. It was as hard as an iron rod. It was really hard to imagine how it fit with her body. "Where is your courage just now?" He blew a breath in her ear and chuckled. Bai Yingshu suddenly felt numb and shy. I have no experience, unlike you who have experienced many battles." When she said it, she found that it tasted completely sour. He said, half truthfully, "My experience is you, have you forgotten?" Bai Yingshu recalled that Simuchuan had said that it was his first time that night in the hotel, but she didn't believe it. And the flirting skills that he had mastered in the cabin, don't tell her that he learned it by himself. However, if a man is willing to lie to you, it means that he cares about you. Being too honest sometimes makes it easier to have grudges. Don't seduce me at any time, understand? I'll let you go today. Simuchuan didn't stop her from pulling her hand back. His voice was suppressed and hoarse, and he controlled his rapid breathing. If they were in different places, he would naturally not let his dick go unpunished. Bai Yingshu hadn't thought it through at all. Now that she thought about it, her bold action just now seemed more like an impulse. Yes, she admitted that she was a typical person who had the desire but not the courage. It seems that we will be together forever. After a long time, Simuchuan sighed easily, without any sadness in his tone, which made it difficult for people to understand his real meaning. Bai Yingshu hesitated, because she always felt that Simuchuan would not give up so easily and wait for death. He must have a way out. It's over. She seems to be more and more dependent on Simuchuan. This is indeed not a good sign. You really can't do anything. Or do you think I'm a gopher and can crawl? Your joke is not funny at all. Bai Yingshu gradually felt that he was not joking, and her heart sank little by little. Could it be that they could only sit there and wait for death, with no other options? Climbing up was not a bad idea, but she had estimated the depth of the cave entrance, and it seemed that Simuchuan's height plus hers was far from enough. She thought that Simuchuan must have thought of this as well. I'm sorry, I got you into trouble, she said with guilt. If she hadn't been too anxious about Mo Ting and hadn't been defenseless against Chen Yu, how could she have fallen into Chen Yu's trap? Because of her stupidity, Simuchuan was imprisoned. Perhaps death was really waiting for them. Simuchuan laughed softly, moved a few inches closer, and asked tentatively, "Do you really think you've implicated me?" "Yeah." Bai Yingshu nodded vigorously, his face extremely depressed. Simuchuan, the young president of SK Group, was handsome, rich, humorous, elegant, romantic and infatuated. He had a bright future, and many women flocked to him. If he was buried here with her and died young, even God would be sad to know. "Then you should compensate me well," he said mysteriously. "Compensation for what?" Bai Yingshu's mouth twitched. At this point, he wouldn't want to. She said with some embarrassment, "Don't you think this place is very narrow? It's very inconvenient." She admitted that she was impulsive just now, but fortunately she was rational. It is said that men are animals that think with their lower body, and it is true that when they are aroused, they cannot be stopped. Simuchuan pretended not to know and said, "What do you mean it's very narrow and inconvenient? What on earth are you thinking about?" Bai Yingshu's cheeks were burning, and she was annoyed that this guy was asking questions knowing the answer but pretending to be stupid. However, it did ease the depressing atmosphere. She was annoyed and became angry. "Simuchuan, try to tease me again. It's already this time, stop joking." Simuchuan switches perfectly between cynicism and seriousness, and everything is so natural and harmonious, as if he was born that way, able to please people, understand your thoughts, and know everything. The next second, he grabbed her arms and made her face him. Although it was dark and they couldn't see each other, Bai Yingshu still felt Simuchuan's focused gaze, staring at her tenderly. His beautiful deep blue eyes contained infinite affection. He didn't say a word for a long time, but Yingshu knew he had something to say, and he was very serious. She heard him say word by word in front of her, "Yingshu, if we can get out alive this time, will you please marry me?" Bai Yingshu covered her mouth in shock. Yes, she heard it right. This was the second time Simuchuan proposed to her. Both times, she was completely unprepared and it seemed reasonable. His determination made her even less worried and reserved. "Okay," she replied softly. At that moment, she seemed to have gained the whole world. Simuchuan's eyes sparkled, and a triumphant smile crossed his lips. He carefully held her in his arms, but his eyes were as deep and unpredictable as the night. Bai Yingshu leaned on his shoulder, immersed in the happiness woven by Simuchuan. The corners of her mouth blossomed with a little woman's smile. She looked forward to seeing Simuchuan every morning when she opened her eyes, and then saying "good morning," sleeping in the same bed at night, and saying "good night" together. Happiness is probably so simple. Even when she was with Ling Zhishu before, she never thought about getting married. Now, she wants more greedy, she wants to share every beautiful and brilliant moment in the future with him. But But Bai Yingshu suddenly felt depressed, even sad. All her fantasies were about to be a beautiful dream. She forgot their current situation. Maybe they would have no tomorrow. Thinking of this, she hugged Saimu Chuan tightly, holding him tightly with both hands, as if she wanted to embed him in her arms. She couldn't bear to leave. She couldn't bear to leave his warm embrace. The arms were getting tighter and tighter, and Saimu Chuan suddenly had difficulty breathing and started coughing violently. I'm sorry. Bai Yingshu relaxed his grip when he heard him cough. He said breathlessly, I don't think I was buried alive, but you strangled me to death first. He, cough cough. Bai Yingshu patted him on the back, calmed down, and felt even more depressed. Are we really going to die? Perhaps her sadness infected the air around her, causing a dead silence. Saimu Chuan laughed softly and said confidently, Who said we will die? I still want to marry you and give you a grand wedding. What? Bai Yingshu was surprised, happy, and annoyed. Did he have a solution? She was annoyed by his acting skills that seemed real and fake, and his ambiguous attitude that was deliberately mysterious. He was clearly focusing on teasing her all the time, which made her feel uneasy. Slowly, Bai Yingshu came to her senses and said angrily, Okay, you just lied to me. Saimu Chuan knew what Bai Yingshu was referring to, it's too late. You've already agreed to marry me. Bai Yingshu did not refute. Even though she knew he was lying to her, she really wanted to marry him. She was not like some girls who said one thing and meant another. Yes, I never regret what I promised. Back to the point, their biggest problem right now is not romance, but how to climb up. Chapter 29, Escape from Death. Try standing on my shoulders. Saimu Chuan said seriously, and she didn't think he was joking. The height she estimated didn't seem easy to climb, but she did as he said. Saimu Chuan picked her up, and the support was on her two straight and evenly proportioned calves. When she was lifted up easily, Bai Yingshu realized that Saimu Chuan's strength was definitely not what she saw on the surface. He was so tense and strong that she didn't feel the slightest bit of tension of being suspended in the air. Then he let go of her legs and let her sit on his shoulders. Yingshu had seen many children like to ride on their parents' shoulders, excitedly thinking they were riding horses. Be careful. He reminded her, and her two palms, which had nowhere to go, were tightly clasped in his broad and thick palms. An invisible force was transmitted silently, and just as she was distracted, the height of her body was gradually rising. In fact, Bai Yingshu's sense of balance was not good. If her feet were a little unstable, she would sway left and right and fall. Her forehead and neck were covered with thin sweat. She was very nervous and even trembling uncontrollably, but these were not enough to be an excuse for her to retreat. Lean against the wall. As his body was about to straighten, Saimu Chuan shouted loudly from his feet. Bai Yingshu was suspended in the air, with Saimu Chuan's shoulders as her only support. The sweat on her cheeks rolled down her chin silently. At the critical moment, she leaned her upper body against the wall and quickly put herself in a stable position. Well, I'm standing firm. Bai Yingshu's voice came from above, trembling and forbearing. It was really difficult for her to do this. For a delicate young lady, it was simply a pipe dream to do such a difficult skill similar to that of an acrobat, but she did it, and she did it very well. Saimu Chuan smiled approvingly. Now slowly stretch out your hand and try to see if you can reach the ground. Bai Yingshu never dared to look up, for fear that she would get nervous and lose control. Her delicate palms were hurt by the rough and uneven stones on the wall, but she was unaware. She groped upwards and reached her limit, but her heart suddenly sank. It was still not high enough. Not enough. Her voice was surprisingly calm, and only she understood the deep dejection and discouragement in her heart. The ancient said that the first effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. It really is true. After she made a strong effort, she gave 80% of her strength. Bai Yingshu's silence made the atmosphere tense and heavy to the extreme. Saimu Chuan could sense her mood change and slowed down his tone. It's okay, I guess you're almost there, you take a break first. She responded in an almost inaudible voice, wishing she could grow a few centimeters taller in an instant. A slight mistake could lead to a huge mistake. Even a 1 centimeter difference would be irreparable. A few minutes passed, and Bai Yingshu's legs and feet became stiff and numb. Next, relax and stand firm. Saimu Chuan suddenly said. Her nerves tensed up immediately and the soles of her shoes were suddenly propped up and pulled up suddenly. She was surprised and then she steadied herself. Simuchuan actually held the soles of her shoes with his bare hands and lifted her up like a weightlifter. Simuchuan, you, she said in disbelief. She weighed at least 90 kilograms. They had already consumed a lot of their physical strength. It was even more difficult for Simuchuan to support her weight. She could even feel Simuchuan's heavy breathing and the creaking sound of his tense muscles. No matter from which aspect, she had to go all out. She gritted her teeth, their height had reached the limit. She tried to reach out, and felt the blood in her body beating at her fingertips, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I actually reached it. It's done. Bai Yingshu was so excited that she was eager to try. She even saw the light outside the crack in the door. That thin ray of light seemed to be a gathering of thousands of hopes. Then, she did not relax at all, and climbed up with both arms with great effort. However, her hands were numb and weak, and her whole body was exhausted, panting hard, sweat dripping down, her t-shirt was already soaked, and one part of her arm was covered with wounds, looking miserable. Yingshu, take it easy, don't rush. Simuchuan's voice came over, a little blurry and anxious. Her eyes were dark, and her instinct for survival stimulated her potential. No, she couldn't stop, otherwise she would really run out of energy. Sigh, hurry up, lift me up. She seemed to utter a few intermittent words from between her teeth, bearing huge pressure and making the final sprint. Simuchuan followed her instructions, beads of sweat rolled down his eyes, and he had no time to pay attention to him. Even his eyelashes did not move at all, allowing the salty taste to penetrate his eyes. He stood on tiptoe, exerted his arm strength to the extreme, and suddenly shouted and exploded. He lifted his hands and released them. Bai Yingshu took advantage of the situation and jumped up. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Only the last bit of strength she poured into her arms was moving mechanically. Long after, every time she thought about it, she didn't know how she held on, how she got up there. If she had changed the time, the place, or the person, she would never have been able to complete the same place. After a while, she finally got used to the feeling on the ground. The sequelae of dizziness and headache gradually became less obvious. She knelt at the edge of the cave and looked down into the endless darkness. Mu Chuan, wait for me. I'll find someone to save you. No one responded from below. Bai Yingshu did not dare to stay any longer because she realized that it was already daybreak. It was impossible for her to do it alone. She had to find someone to pull Simuchuan up quickly. She opened the door, and the early morning fog made her vision blurry. She dragged her exhausted body weakly and stumbled as she trotted. She was too impatient and irritable, and she lost track of the direction she came from. The more she had to stay calm at such a time, Bai Yingshu understood this principle, but she couldn't do it. A burning feeling rushed through her internal organs, and the wound on her right ankle caused sharp pain every time she stepped on the solid ground. Her eyebrows, which were covered with dust, were tightly knitted, but only a faint moan escaped from between her teeth. Her head was getting more and more dizzy. She was wandering aimlessly and had already lost her way. She thought, as long as she could meet someone, anyone would be fine. She murmured, Simuchuan, you must wait for me. Her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and her vision was becoming increasingly blurred. Her mind was in a mess at the moment, with all kinds of emotions lingering in her heart. She must hold on, otherwise he would die. Pain, anxiety, fear, and uneasiness surged up, her head was splitting, and she vaguely had hallucinations in her eyes. Did she really see someone? Bai Yingshu used up his last bit of strength and shouted loudly, help, help. After that, his body fell to the ground like a piece of white paper. Old man Wang, who was picking up garbage, was shocked. He followed the sound and found a young girl with a ragged body and wounds but unusually fair skin. Did the girl seem to be asking for help? Old man Wang quickly approached and sniffed her breath. She was still breathing, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Little girl, wake up. Old man Wang patted her face hard and was surprised that under the dirty outside was an extremely beautiful face. Obviously, there was no other exquisite girl like her in the small county town. After being slapped a few times, Bai Yingshu opened his heavy eyelids, feeling pleasantly surprised, and weakly shouted, Old uncle, please, save my friend, he is in the cave in the abandoned old house over there. Before he could finish the last few words, Bai Yingshu fell into a deep coma. Girl, wake up quickly. I didn't hear you clearly. Who are you trying to save? Old man Wang was old and had poor hearing. He only understood half of what Bai Yingshu said. After shaking for a long time, there was still no movement. Old Man Wang felt the girl's weak breathing and felt that the situation was not good. He immediately put down the sack filled with bottles and cans, and carried Bai Yingshu on his back with great effort, intending to send her to the hospital. Darkness, endless darkness engulfed him. Time passed by minute by minute. Simuchuan looked at the expensive watch on his wrist. The hands had their own light source, so it was easy to tell that it was 12 o'clock noon. She had been away for 5 hours. Don't ask him why he remembered it so clearly. Maybe it was his natural rationality and logic at work, or maybe there was something else. His cell phone was equipped with a GPRS global positioning system. Once an unexpected situation occurred, the alarm would be activated and someone would come to rescue him. He had a way out from the beginning, but he didn't tell Bai Yingshu, which was a risky move. If she had an accident, he might not be happy to see it. He closed his eyes and looked as if he was in deep thought. Suddenly, a bright light hit his face, and his charming purple pupils suddenly opened. The light that was fluttering in his eyes converged, and from the strange color that flashed by when he raised his head, the other party seemed to have noticed it. "Boss, how are you?" The young woman in black tights had a cold face and looked anxious. "It's okay." Simuchuan's eyes were indifferent and distant, as if that was just his character. He didn't seem surprised at her arrival and looked arrogant. The woman untied the rope from her body with a swift movement and threw it down. Simuchuan climbed up along the rope with all his strength. The woman's strength was no less than that of an adult man. Her figure wrapped in black clothes was not only curvy, but also strong and sturdy, unlike that of ordinary women. It was obvious that she had received professional physical training. Even Simuchuan, a man weighing nearly 140 kilograms, did not have any effort to pull her up, which was really jaw-dropping. "Where's Wen Huan? Why are you here?" Simuchuan asked as soon as he landed. His handsome face was covered with dust and anger. "Fang Fei, who told you to leave without permission?" Chapter 30 Awakening. Wen Jun is the special assistant to the president of SK Group and Simuchuan's right-hand man. "I'm sorry, President, I was wrong." Xie Fangfei lowered her head. Although she had known that Simuchuan would have this attitude, she still went there happily. Her silent love and admiration was put into the dust. She never dared to ask for anything, but only hoped that he would look at her more. She was scolded by Simuchuan, but she felt it was worth it in her heart, and the punishment was also worth it. Forget it this time, but never again. His tone was cold and emotionless, and even Xie Fangfei, who had been with him for many years, was no exception. His coldness and cruelty were never groundless, and Xie Fangfei knew that when Simuchuan got angry, he would never let her off easily. "Yes," she replied, her expression submissive. Xie Fangfei would never dare to be as presumptuous as she was on the phone last time, even though she was wondering in her heart, why isn't that woman here? She still didn't say anything, she was holding it in. After getting in the car, Xie Fangfei secretly glanced at his perfectly shaped profile, unable to suppress her obsession and passion, but she retracted her gaze within a few seconds and said in a disguising tone, "President, should we go back to S City directly, or?" Simuchuan, who was leaning against the back seat with his eyes closed, moved his thin lips slightly and said, "Go back to S City." His words were concise and sharp, without any unnecessary words. "Yes." Xie Fangfei calmed her mind and focused on driving. A low-key business car drove out of the no-man's land for demolition. Various bulldozers, excavators, and construction tool vehicles for demolishing houses were lined up in a row, ready to go. Their boom and swaying sounds were isolated outside the car windows. A huge cloud of dust was flying all over the sky and gradually faded away. Bai Yingshu had a splitting headache. He opened his eyes with a sore throat and looked at the ceiling covered with light pink patterned wallpaper. He was unfocused for 2 seconds before he gradually regained consciousness. "Simuchuan," she screamed, her pale face turned into agitation. She struggled to get up from the bed, and suddenly realized that her whole body was wrapped like a mummy. Every movement would cause countless wounds, and her face was spasming in pain. Perhaps hearing her moans, the old servant Mrs. Wu came in and said, "Miss, you're awake. Don't move. The doctor has specifically told you to rest carefully for half a month. Some parts of your body will be scarred, blah blah blah." "Mrs. Wu, what you said gives me a headache." Bai Yingshu frowned slightly, and Mrs. Wu quickly shut up. It was inevitable that she would nag as she got older. She stuffed a pillow under Bai Yingshu, but Yingshu grabbed her hand and asked, "Mrs. Wu, who sent me back. Was it the young man who came to our house last time? That's not right. She didn't even know whether the old man who picked up rags had gone to save Simuchuan. If not, then wouldn't he be? Thinking of another possibility, Bai Yingshu felt dizzy and her body was about to fall. When Mrs. Wu saw that something was wrong, she stepped forward to support her and gave her some water. The doctor diagnosed that you have a heart attack due to anger. Miss, don't get excited. If you have something to say, speak slowly. Don't be anxious. Bai Yingshu had to calm down and suppress the urge to get out of bed. She asked Mrs. Wu, how long have I been back? Tell me everything you know. Mrs. Wu was a servant and didn't know much. She only heard it sporadically from Bai Jingrui. Bai Yingshu was brought back by Mo Ting. Her wounds had been treated before she came. She had been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. What about Simuchuan? Did he escape? No, I have to go find Mo Ting. Bai Yingshu was so quick to speak that she couldn't wait any longer. The fear of the unknown made her suffer every second. Oh, you can't get out of bed. Mrs. Wu frowned anxiously, holding down Bai Yingshu who was struggling to lift the quilt, and yelled, hoping that someone would come out of the room to help. Who knew that this young lady would rush out as soon as she woke up? As the two pushed each other, the door creaked open. The two of them paused and looked at the newcomer. Mrs. Wu heaved a sigh of relief, and gradually showed a look of joy as if she had been pardoned. Mr. Mo, it's good that you're here. Please persuade the young lady for me. Mrs. Wu and Mo Ting were familiar with each other. Because their Bai family lacked a hostess, Bai Jingrui, a grown man, certainly had no time to take care of her and Yingting. Their food and daily life had been taken care of by maids such as Mrs. Wu since they were young. Because of their father's strict teachings, they were educated as ladies from wealthy families. Neither Yingshu nor Yingting had a particularly close relationship with the maids. Mo Ting signaled Mrs. Wu to leave, so that the two of them had some space to be alone together. When seeing Mo Ting again, Bai Yingshu's mood had been refreshed. However, he could not hide the fatigue on his handsome face, and there were dark circles under his bright black eyes. He must have not had a good time these days. Brother Mo, did you see Simuchuan when you found me? In fact, she had many questions, such as how did Mo Ting find her? Did he know what Chen Yu had done? And so on, but the only person she was most eager to know was him. No, I only saw an old man taking you to the hospital. Mo Ting's tone was obviously weaker. The first person she expressed her concern for was Simuchuan, which really made him feel unhappy. Even the slight joy of meeting each other disappeared without a trace. Where is that old man? Did he go to save Simuchuan? Is he still in the cave? Mo Ting asked, but Bai Yingshu didn't know anything. Bai Yingshu's blood boiled and he wished he could grow wings and fly to the county town. Brother Mo, I beg you, take me back now, it will be too late if you are late. She told him the whole story in general. Mo Ting frowned and his face was fluctuating. Although Chen Yu was hateful, seeing her worrying and begging for another man made his heart tighten suddenly. He didn't expect that he had been away for many years and his beloved woman had fallen in love with someone else. But what could he do? If the other party was a good man worthy of her trust, then he was willing to bear the pain and fulfill his wish, but Simuchuan's motives were obviously impure and he was plotting something bad. Brother Mo, please put aside your personal prejudice for the moment, okay? In her impression, Mo Ting has always been an upright, enthusiastic, cheerful, and broad-minded big brother. She does not want such a Mo Ting to disappear, and she does not want anything to happen to Simuchuan. At this point, she still thought that she had a prejudice against Simuchuan. Mo Ting was full of dissatisfaction and hesitated to speak. Yingshu, do you know? Chen Yu told me that Simuchuan saw her drugging me, and he deliberately did not stop me from going to your room. Otherwise, how could she have opened the door in time and punched him in time? Bai Yingshu's face turned pale, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She froze for a moment and said in a sonorous voice, Brother Mo, how can I believe Chen Yu's words? If she hadn't wanted to kill me, Simuchuan wouldn't have taken the risk at all. Then I'm the one in danger now. Regardless, it was a fact that Simuchuan had saved Yingshu several times, which was what Mo Ting couldn't understand. Even if he wanted to win people's hearts and perform a few self-torture plays, it wouldn't be worth sacrificing his life so realistically. Was he too cunning, or was he expressing his true feelings? Regardless, he believed in his intuition that Simuchuan was not a good person. Okay, you promise me to lie down well. It will take time for you to follow me because of your disability. I will go find Sai Muchuan now so that you can rest assured. Mo Ting couldn't harden his heart in the end. He had no choice but to find Sai Muchuan and then slowly reveal his ulterior motives to everyone. No, I won't agree. I want to go with you. She didn't rush back to find someone to save Simuchuan at that time. He must have thought that she had abandoned him and was a treacherous villain. She felt guilty and didn't want to be misunderstood by Simuchuan. Although Bai Yingshu was not strong enough, at least he was a trustworthy person. Yingshu, now is not the time for you to act on impulse. Mo Ting frowned. He did not expect Yingshu to be so stubborn. You're not allowed to go. A stern voice was shouted at the door. Standing at the door was Bai Jingrui, who looked stern and tense. He had just returned home from get off work and didn't even have time to change his slippers. He heard the argument between Mo Ting and Yingshu from the entrance and hurried upstairs. He had never thought that his eldest daughter Yingshu had been carried back unconscious after a trip to the mountains. He was really worried and concerned. Now, thinking of this, he emphasized his tone, this is just nonsense. Mo Ting, you go first, don't worry about her. The atmosphere became tense because of Bai Jingrui's words. Mo Ting advised, Yingshu, listen to your uncle. If you force yourself to go, it will only waste time. I'll leave first. Only Yingshu and his daughter were left in the room. Bai Jingrui's stern eye swept over them, intimidating without anger. There were faint white hairs on his temples, and irregular facial features vaguely reminded us of what he looked like when he was young. He was definitely a handsome young man. He had worked hard and responsibly over the years, and the years had left a lot of frost on the face of this man who was already over 50. Bai Yingshu was silent for a long time, as if thinking about something. Maybe Mo Ting was right. Why did she insist on doing it? She looked like a disabled person now. It would be difficult for her to even walk out of the door, let alone save people. Dad. She stammered a few times, not knowing what to say to Bai Jingrui. After all, her father was different from her mother, and some things were hard for a daughter to say. She knew her father's character best, a naturally stubborn temper, and once he made up his mind, there was little room for change. Bai Jingrui glanced at the bandages on her feet and arms, as well as her pointed chin. He didn't say anything harsh that was about to come out of his mouth. He raised his eyebrows and slowed down his tone, if you have anything to say, wait until you recover. By the way, your grandmother and your aunt are coming to stay for a few days. When you feel better, go and say hello to them so as not to be rude. Yeah. Bai Yingshu responded half-heartedly. When she came to her senses, Bai Jingrui had already left the room. Her spirit suddenly withered, and her mind was still not calm. She fell into the shadow of fear again. She tried not to let herself think about it, and not to assume what would happen to her if Simuchuan had an accident. It seemed that she didn't even dare to think about that situation, it would be an abyss from which there would be no return. Chapter 31 Purpose. Sister, are you feeling better? While she was in a daze, Bai Yingting appeared in the room without knowing when. She looked fresh and cute in the pink baby dress, and her light makeup made her facial features look flawless. From her tone, it sounded like she cared about her, and a hint of pride unconsciously overflowed from her brows. Bai Yingshu's eyebrows frowned unconsciously. Ever since Yingting and Ling Zhishu officially got together, she had always been very uncomfortable with Yingting. If the relationship before was to maintain harmony, the relationship now was alienated, and she did not hide this even in front of Bai Jingrui. What's the matter? Bai Yingshu asked directly. She didn't think Yingting would come to comfort her. In the past, Yingting had always been relatively quiet and taciturn. The two sisters had almost no communication. Even if she wanted to take the initiative to get close to her and show concern, Bai Yingting was just indifferent and not enthusiastic. Besides, they parted on bad terms last time, and Yingshu still remembered Yingting's long accumulated anger. Sister, are you still angry about what I said last time? Bai Yingting clearly sensed the indifference in her tone, and a forced smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sister, are you still pretending to be stupid now? It's obvious that Simuchuan was the man you had sex with that night. If it wasn't for brother Zhishu breaking up, how could you two be together legitimately? Yingting, shut up. Yingshu didn't expect Yingting to say such a thing, completely confusing right and wrong. Perhaps her cold and sharp eyes were too sharp, Bai Yingting dodged unconsciously, thinking that she didn't intend to quarrel with her, and her father would definitely favor her sister if he knew. Okay, at worst I won't say anything. She pouted, and the expression on her face suddenly became particularly excited and embarrassed. By the way, sister, you don't know yet, my engagement ceremony with Brother Jishu is at the beginning of next month. You should take good care of your injuries, so as not to be absent at that time. The media and reporters will make up that you still have feelings for your ex-boyfriend Brother Jishu, and you dare not attend for fear of being hurt by the scene. It's not good news for two sisters to fall in love with the same man. Bai Yingting was talking while peeking at Bai Yingshu's expression. She had intended to provoke him and show off, but she didn't expect him to have no reaction at all. His expression was indifferent and he looked out the window, as if he didn't care. She was a little discouraged, as if she had punched cotton and missed the target. Why did her sister get all the benefits? First it was Brother Jishu, and then the handsome and rich Simuchuan appeared. She was so jealous. Did you listen to me? Her beautiful face was tense. She used to have no opinion of her own and was only jealous of her sister in her heart. But now she will not do that. She wants to get everything she wants, including Brother Jishu and her father's loving gaze. I understand. You can leave now. I want to rest. Bai Yingshu turned his head, glanced straight past her, pulled the thin blanket beside him and covered her with it. If you have the guts, just stay calm. Bai Yingting glared at her angrily, then walked out aggressively with her white high heels slamming. She slammed the door hard, making a loud noise that seemed unusually abrupt in the empty villa. At this moment, Yingshu's mind was not on Yingting's words at all. She came to her senses only after Yingshu left. Dad actually agreed to the relationship between Jishu and Yingting, even though he was clearly against this marriage. Perhaps Yingting used some extreme method, so that even Bai Jingrui, who was always stubborn, nodded. Now her feelings for Ling Jishu have faded a lot. Perhaps it was because Ling Jishu didn't love her enough, and she was at a loss, which ultimately let down their 3 years of relationship. Throughout the whole day, her consciousness was always wandering between clarity and confusion, with only the anxious waiting in her heart, like walking barefoot in a boiling fire. Every minute and every second was a burning feeling, never ending. Maybe she didn't love Simuchuan as much as she thought, but Simuchuan's domineering and overbearing behavior left a very deep mark in her heart after all. How could she let it go? This kind of waiting, in which I had no appetite, no desire for food, and no sleep, continued until the next day. Instead of waiting for any news from Mo Ting, I received a call from the assistant to the president of SK Group. Mrs. Wu was just wondering. Someone claimed to be the assistant to the president of some group and insisted that he had something important to discuss with the eldest lady. The eldest lady had difficulty walking and there was no intercom installed on the second floor. After hesitating for a moment, she finally told Bai Yingshu. Mrs. Wu didn't study much, so she didn't understand much. Bai Yingshu thought to herself that she had never had any personal relationship with those business aristocrats. Over time, some people would stay away from them after hitting a wall. What was the assistant of a certain group doing now? Could it be that Bai Yingshu's heart was beating like a drum? Mrs. Wu, is he talking about SK Group? Mrs. Wu narrowed her eyes, and suddenly realized, oh, that's right, that's what it's called. Bai Yingshu threw back the quilt and limped out. Mrs. Wu became anxious. Miss, don't run. Your feet are not healed yet. She chased after him with her slightly plump body, panting. When she reached the stairs, Bai Yingshu had already gone downstairs and was running hurriedly to the landline in the living room. Hello, I'm Bai Yingshu. She suppressed the inexplicable impulse in her tone and tried her best to keep a calm tone. A nearly mechanical male voice came from the microphone. Hello, I am Tang Wenhuan, Simuchuan's assistant. The president wants me to tell you something. His back? Bai Yingshu couldn't help but feel her heart beating out of her chest. Her eyes were sparkling, and her hand holding the microphone was trembling slightly. Many questions came to her throat. She tried her best to control her trembling voice. How is he? The president is back today, but he was seriously injured. He has been taken to City B by his family. It's expected to take some time for him to come back. He specifically asked me to tell you not to worry. Although the other party described it in detail, Bai Yingshu still felt it was not enough. For example, where was he injured? Was it serious? How long would it take? Her self-cultivation did not allow her to be so rash. Now that she knew that Simuchuan was fine, her uneasy heart finally let go. As for meeting, if the love between two people is long-lasting, why should they be together day and night? After hanging up the phone, a faint smile unconsciously crossed her pale pink lips. Ahem. A cough sounded from the front. Bai Yingshu looked up and met a pair of vigorous and sharp eyes. He hesitantly called out, "Grandma." "I can't bear to be called grandma by you." The person who came was Bai Yingshu and Bai Yingting's grandmother, Bai Jingrui's biological mother, old lady Bai. The Bai family was a well-known family in S City. Bai Jingrui was influenced by his family and chose to go into politics. As for his career, it was not only his dedication to his work, but also the contribution of his deceased wife. Old lady Bai was wearing a silk cheongsam and a pearl necklace. Although she was over 60 years old and her temples were grey, she looked good. Her temperament was quite outstanding, and you could vaguely see her beautiful appearance in the past. Bai Yingshu felt a knot in her heart. She had only seen this grandmother a few times since she was a child. She only knew that her father's seriousness and unsmiling nature were inherited from this clever old lady. The old lady favored sons over daughters and favored the youngest son. Bai Jingrui gave birth to 2 girls in a row. Bai Yingshu's second uncle was very successful. He married the daughter of a high-ranking official in M province and rose to prominence. The old lady was taken to the second uncle and gradually became estranged from Bai Jingrui's family. In addition, Bai Jingrui was busy with work and forgot to eat and sleep. They might not meet even during festivals. According to her father, the second uncle seemed to be not doing well in recent years. The old lady's motive for coming here at this time was puzzling. Even the reason that Yingting wanted to get engaged was definitely superficial. Of course, Bai Yingshu thought it was understandable to fulfill the obligation of supporting the elderly. "My cousin is so arrogant. Grandma has been here for 2 days and she didn't come to ask about me. She said her foot was injured, but she seems to be able to move around so flexibly." The girl who supported old lady Bai was a girl of the same age. Bai Yingshu took a few more glances and confirmed that the tall girl in front of her with a hostile tone, ordinary appearance but delicate makeup was the second uncle's daughter Ji Minute, who seemed to be 1 year older than herself. As for why she didn't have the surname Bai, she took her mother's surname. Ji Minute also has a younger brother who took the second uncle's surname Bai. Even if the second uncle wanted to curry favor with his wife's family, old lady Bai would not allow her only grandson to take a surname other than hers. "Cousin, thank you for reminding me. My foot just got better. I was just about to go talk to grandma." For some reason, Bai Yingshu has been hated by women recently. Whether it was Chen Yu before, Yingting, or Ji Minute in front of her, they were all hostile. Who did she offend? She, Bai Yingshu, is not a punching bag. She has watched the show for a long time, and even her acting skills are proficient. She turned her eyes to Mrs. Bai. "I'm sorry, Grandma, ouch." She suddenly stepped on the ground with her injured right foot, her facial features wrinkled into a ball, and she groaned as if she had been electrocuted. Seeing this, Mrs. Wu rushed forward to support her, and only then did she prevent Bai Yingshu from falling due to her unstable standing. "Miss, didn't I tell you that you can't land now? Why is this child so stubborn?" "Grandma, cousin, I'm sorry, I have to go upstairs first. Otherwise, my leg won't heal, and I won't be able to attend Yingting's wedding." Bai Yingshu opened her mouth and the two of them were stunned without saying a word. Ji Minute looked at her back as she was leisurely helped upstairs by the servants. There seemed to be fire in her eyes, and she muttered half coquettishly and half to vent her anger, "Grandma, you see, your eldest cousin doesn't respect you at all, and she doesn't have the consciousness of a granddaughter at all." She didn't think at all that Bai Yingshu and old Mrs. Bai were not familiar with each other, and old Mrs. Bai had always disliked Bai Jingrui's family, so how could they be intimate with each other? Mrs. Bai pressed the back of Ji Min's hand thoughtfully, signaling her to calm down. Okay, you should change your bad temper. We are at your uncle's house now. Don't forget the purpose of our visit." Chapter 32 Mystery of Life. Xiao Minute knows. Ji Minute was very well behaved in front of Mrs. Bai. She didn't have the petite figure of a little bird, and she was almost a head taller than Mrs. Bai, so it was abrupt and funny to act like a spoiled child. However, the grandparents and grandchildren didn't feel awkward at all. "Grandma, didn't you say that my eldest cousin was brought by my uncle?" "Shut up." Mrs. Bai quickly covered her mouth. She looked around and saw that there was no one else in the living room before she breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes became fierce. "Ji Minute, didn't I warn you not to say such things again? If your uncle hears it, do you still want to live here?" After being glared at by old lady Bai, Ji Minute started to feel scared. When you are under someone's roof, you can't speak and act as freely as you can at home. He didn't dare to act rashly, but still muttered in a low voice, "Is that so?" He thought indignantly, "Forget about Bai Yingting, why is Bai Yingshu so arrogant, it's just." Mrs. Bai looked at Ji Min's impetuous temper and couldn't help but feel nervous. She sighed silently. If it wasn't for her beloved granddaughter, she really wanted to knock her on the head and sneer at her. Fortunately, she still had a caring grandson studying abroad. Her son and granddaughter were not doing well, but when she thought of her well-behaved and smart grandson, the color on Mrs. Bai's face finally eased. She quickly sent Ji Minute away to get married. "Xia Minute, you should practice calligraphy in your room these days and get rid of your bad temper, so that you won't be so outspoken when you follow your uncle out to meet people, understand?" If her youngest son had not been dismissed from his post because of gambling, and even his own coffin had not been paid for, would she have had to go to her unpopular eldest son to suffer? Unexpectedly, her eldest son actually became the mayor of S City. She had always thought that Bai Jingrui was an obscure civil servant. She had long ignored Bai Jingrui and had been used to a luxurious life. She had casually dismissed the servants for the gifts sent by Bai Jingrui during the holidays. She had not expected Bai Jingrui to become so successful, and she felt uncomfortable. After all, she was Bai Jingrui's biological mother. Even if the relationship was a little distant, she was always the one who made the decision. The eldest son did not dare to look at her coldly. After figuring out some of the key issues, the wrinkles on Mrs. Bai's pampered face slightly receded and stretched out. "I know." Ji Minute pursed her lips and looked reluctant and helpless. Thinking back to a month ago when she was still the high and mighty Miss Ji, now she has gone from being the center of attention to a cheap relative in a strange city. Fortunately, her uncle didn't know about her family's affairs, and her grandmother only said that she should live in S City for a while to relax, otherwise her two cousins would have ridiculed her to death. "Grandma, cousin, you are all here." Bai Yingting walked down the stairs quietly, which really scared the grandparents. Old Mrs. Bai had seen all kinds of scenes, so she responded calmly. Ji Minute was surprised. "Oh, little cousin, why are you walking without making any sound?" "I'm fine, but Grandma is too old to be scared." "Grandma, are you okay?" Bai Yingting walked up to old Mrs. Bai in a very obedient manner and took her arm. Her expression and behavior were intimate and likable. Although old Lady Bai saw that it was a performance, Bai Yingting's affection and obedience won her heart. That was natural. The only time Bai Yingting broke down was because of her marriage proposal with Ling Zhixiu. Thinking of this, she smiled sweetly. "I haven't thanked Grandma yet. If Grandma hadn't come forward, how could Dad agree to my relationship with Brother Zhixiu?" "Silly child, you're my grandmother's own granddaughter. What are you thanking me for? If your father hadn't kept his two precious daughters hidden away all these years, how could we be so unfamiliar with each other?" As she spoke, Mrs. Bai's eyes dimmed and the atmosphere became heavy for no reason. Bai Yingting was noncommittal. The old woman's acting skills were superb, and her face was thicker than a city wall. It was obvious that she didn't like her two granddaughters. When she was a child, she still remembered that once when she went to her second uncle's house, the old lady Bai was arrogant and squinted at people and ignored them, not to mention loving them. Later, she simply asked Bai Jingrui not to take them with her. Did the old woman think that she was too young to remember? She thought so in her heart, but she said softly, "Then Grandma will stay longer this time. And cousin, there is no need to go back so quickly. At least wait until I get engaged before going back." Old Mrs. Bai could no longer hold back her expression. The two maids from the old family never gave her peace of mind. One was extremely arrogant, while the other was a smiling fox. She could only nod awkwardly and say, "Well, of course." This was outrageous. This was her own son's home, she could stay there as long as he wanted. There was no reason for her to be controlled by her granddaughter. Ji Minute was so angry that her teeth itched. Because of the deep and shallow marks left by Mrs. Bai on her hands, her face was blue and red, and the whitening foundation she applied was purple and bright. She saw the naturally beautiful faces of the two sisters, Bai Yingshu and Bai Yingting, and was jealous. She knew that she had a hot temper. Living under someone else's roof, even her grandmother didn't refute her, so she had to restrain herself and forced a smile. "Little cousin, you are much easier to get along with than my older cousin." To sow discord. Bai Yingting narrowed her eyes. Compared with Bai Yingshu, Ji Minute was of course more annoying. A relative who had come to seek refuge thought that her family didn't know about the second uncle's mess and came to her family to point fingers. However, she didn't intend to tear her face off at the moment, and responded naively, "Really, cousin, maybe my sister is in a bad mood. Just like a well-behaved and sensible sister." Who is old Mrs. Bai? On the first day she came to their house, she noticed the attitude between the two sisters. Speaking of which, the younger sister's unmarried son is the older sister's boyfriend. How could there be no conflicts between the sisters? "By the way, grandma, cousin, I just heard you say that my sister was adopted by dad or something." Bai Yingting mentioned it seemingly unintentionally, secretly observing the reactions of the two. Jimin's heart beat in his throat and he looked at Bai Yingting in surprise. "Cousin, did you hear everything just now?" "Oh no, then she knew." Old Mrs. Bai smiled. "What are you guessing, kid? We just said that your sister was taken to your second uncle's house when she was a child. Everyone loved her very much. She had white skin and black eyes, like a doll. Who would have thought that a girl would change a lot when she grew up? Even her temper became weird and people couldn't get close to her." "Really?" Bai Yingting seemed to believe it and did not continue to ask. She had not let go of the doubts in her heart until Mrs. Bai and Ji Minute left. The two did not live in the same villa with Bai Jingrui and his family, but were placed alone in another small house in the same courtyard by Bai Jingrui, saying that Mrs. Bai was old and it would be quieter to live alone in a house. She had clearly heard everything just now. Ji Minute spoke without thinking. If old lady Bai hadn't interrupted her, she might have continued. Was her sister really adopted? It was too unbelievable. If she said she was adopted, it would make sense. Dad has always been partial to her sister? What was the truth? What was old lady Bai trying to cover up? She had to find out. If my sister is really not my father's biological daughter, then she. Bai Yingting's face was frozen at this moment, and her eyes seemed to be stained with a layer of fire, full of anger. By the way, her eye swept past the old lady Bai and fell on the tall and reckless figure. The corners of her mouth curled up with a knowing arc. Compared with the old lady, Ji Minute is much easier to deal with. She must know the truth. Bai Yingting's smile couldn't help but turn into a ferocious one. "Bai Yingshu, just wait, daddy's daughter will only be her, Bai Yingting." At this moment, Bai Yingshu couldn't help but shiver. Did he catch a cold in such a hot day? Everyone was fine in the next few days. Bai Yingshu's foot injury gradually improved, and the wound on her fair arm formed a scar, turning a light pink. Bai Jingrui asked the nurse to change her dressing every day. Even the nurse said that the scar would not be visible after a while. Mo Ting came back the same night she got the news about Simuchuan. Chen Yu's father was dismissed from his post, and Chen Yu herself got what she deserved. What upset Yingshu was that the person who rescued Simuchuan was a young woman driving a luxury car. This was told to Mo Ting by a worker who was working on the demolition area. She was grateful, but she had many doubts in her heart. Who was that woman? How could she go there at such a coincidence? These doubts made her feel uneasy. How seriously was Simuchuan injured? Would he come back after he recovered? The answer is yes. Bai Yingshu firmly believes that Simuchuan will come back. He said that he would give her an unparalleled wedding. The beautiful vows and the charming voice seemed to ring in her ears, and gradually accompanied her to sleep. A week later, Bai Yingshu was able to walk without any obstacles, but he could not help limping. At noon, when it was time for lunch, Bai Jingrui was taken home by the driver Lao Wang, and the whole family was there. At the Western-style dining table, the yin outnumbered the yang. Bai Jingrui sat at the main seat, with Mrs. Bai, Ji Minute, Bai Yingshu and Yingting on either side. Bai Jingrui's rule was not to talk while eating or sleeping, and the Yingshu sisters had already developed this habit. Why are the vegetables so overcooked? The braised pork has too little salt. Grandma, don't you think so? Ji Minute, who had been holding it in for several days, finally couldn't help it. It was hard for her picky mouth, who was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, to adapt all of a sudden. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Although Mrs. Bai didn't say it, she had long complained that the dishes were not to her taste. At this time, she couldn't help but frown when Ji Minute was nitpicking. Wrinkles appeared on her face. Does Ji Minute have a brain? At present, Bai Jingrui already knew that his brother was dismissed for gambling and the two of them came to seek refuge. He didn't say much, but also took her face into consideration. It's okay for her, as an elder, to say nitpicking. As a niece living under someone else's roof, she takes herself too seriously. Chapter 33 Disaster. As soon as G-Minute finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong, but it was too late. Once the words were spoken, they could be spilled. Old Mrs. Bai glanced at her fiercely. She was a little annoyed, but she saw that old Mrs. Bai's expression turned sad in an instant. She sighed leisurely, "Alas, I'm old, and my mouth doesn't taste good. I'm an old woman, so I can just eat a little. It doesn't matter." She smoothed over Ji-min's words without leaving any trace, and reminded everyone not to ignore her grandmother. Bai Yingshu really felt that her grandmother was not simple. In the past, she looked down on her father and his granddaughters because of her second uncle's high position and power. Now, she is not disgusted by her old age and her face. If she really wants to live in this house and the family is harmonious, Bai Yingshu will naturally welcome her. Besides, she thinks that the dishes cooked by Wu Soa are delicious, even comparable to those cooked by professional chefs. It can only be said that the old lady and G-Minute are picky eaters. Really? Maybe grandma and cousin are not used to the food in S-City. Bai Yingting said sympathetically. Bai Yingshu looked at Bai Yingting in surprise, noticing the interaction between Bai Yingting and G-Minute. When did the two of them get so close? She remembered that Yingting had a very bad influence on old lady Bai and cousin G-Minute. The only time they went to second uncle's house, Yingting was bullied and came back crying. "Mrs. Wu!" Bai Jingrui called out, and Mrs. Wu, wearing an apron, hurried over from the kitchen. She wondered if she wanted to add more dishes. But she heard Bai Jingrui order, "In the future, fry the dishes a little less raw and put less salt." "Okay, sir." Mrs. Wu was stunned. She had been cooking for more than 10 years, and Bai Jingrui had never been picky about the saltiness. Although her daily living standards were several levels higher than those of ordinary families, Bai Jingrui was very fond of saving food and not wasting a grain of rice. The two sisters Yingshu and Yingting also developed a good habit of not leaving any food. Every time they collected the dishes, the plates were almost empty. Mrs. Wu didn't ask any more questions. She thought that the two guests who had just arrived were not satisfied with her cooking skills. That's what they mean by "it's hard to satisfy everyone." Bai Jingrui's face showed no excessive expression. He only slightly moved his gaze towards old lady Bai and said, "Just eat whatever you want for this meal. The food is already prepared, so don't waste it." Old Mrs. Bai was very pleased. This eldest son was very methodical and stubborn. This was why she didn't like Bai Jingrui. It was not easy for him to say this now. Looking back, she had been very cold to Bai Jingrui since he was a child. When he was old enough to go to school, she basically let him go. Later, because of his marriage, they broke up after talking about it. They became estranged and never had a good conversation again. He didn't neglect the proper etiquette during festivals, but at that time, it was the truth that he didn't care about him. After the meal, everything was peaceful and G-Minute did not say anything shocking again. On the sofa in the living room, Mrs. Bai pondered for a long time before speaking. "Jingrui, your niece is not young anymore. This child has a hard life. I have been with her since she was a child. Your brother and I have discussed and planned to help her find a partner in S-City. After all, you are her uncle. Take her to more banquets and introduce some outstanding young talents to her. If she marries here, the sisters can take care of each other and everyone will not be too estranged. Don't you think so?" Bai Jingrui frowned slightly. "Well, next time G-Minute will also go with Yingshu and the others. However, as elders, we can't interfere when they are in love. Minute, why don't you come over and thank your uncle?" Mrs. Bai winked, and G-Minute understood and came forward to apologize, feeling angry and unwilling. If her father hadn't been in trouble, why would she beg and be submissive? Bai Jingrui glanced at her and nodded slightly. Ding di. There was a sound of car horns at the door. Mrs. Bai and G-Minute looked out the window and saw an extremely handsome face. He looked slender in a beige casual outfit. He walked in a very gentle and elegant manner. G-Minute was quite moved and couldn't help but ask, "Who is he?" Ling Zhishio came over first with a gentle smile. "Uncle, I'm here to look for Yingting." As soon as their voice fell, Ji-Min's face darkened. It turned out to be Bai Yingting's boyfriend. Bai Jingrui nodded slightly, but didn't say much. They had some unpleasantness before. He couldn't blame Zhishio for what happened. After all, they were both his daughters. However, it was always a bit difficult to change his mind all of a sudden. Not long after, Bai Yingting ran downstairs like a butterfly and almost jumped on Ling Zhishu. Brother Zhishu, you've been waiting for a long time, let's go. Bai Yingting is definitely the type who acts delicate and coquettish in front of Ling Zhishu. Ling Zhishu feels that she is sometimes like a child, completely different from her sister. Yingshu gives him the feeling of being noble, elegant, calm and generous. The way they get along is natural and plain, perhaps lacking a little passion, but he is very nostalgic. The first time he saw Yingshu's obvious emotional change was the day when the incident at their hotel happened and when she discovered that she and Yingting had an ambiguous relationship. Now Ling Zhishu is controlled by reason. At this moment, Yingting in his arms is the person he is about to get engaged to, and he should not think about her sister. Are you guys going on a date? G Minute was unwilling to be ignored by the handsome guy and started the conversation. In a state of excitement and eager to show off, he didn't notice the hint from Mrs. Bai at all. At this time, Bai Yingshu limped down from upstairs, wearing a white home suit, with her long black satin hair loosely draped. Her temperament was quiet, peaceful and pleasant. Bai Yingting felt that Ling Zhishu's body, who was in her arms, moved a little bit. He looked at her sister steadily. At that moment, she really hated Bai Yingting. Why did she always have to attract brother Zhishu's attention? The most hateful thing was that she was obviously unintentional. She hated this kind of carelessness. Brother Zhishu is here to pick me up to take wedding photos. Sister, your leg is almost healed. Why don't you accompany me and help me choose a dress for the engagement day? Bai Yingting concealed the hatred in her heart and asked in a friendly manner, Brother Zhishu, what do you think? Ling Zhishu seemed to have just woken up from a dream. He withdrew his gaze awkwardly and said absent-mindedly, are okay. In fact, he didn't hear it clearly at all. Bai Yingshu looked up and found that there was an extra person in the living room. She had to say that Simuchuan was really amazing. He had pushed Ling Zhishu out of her heart in just 2 months at lightning speed. Now, apart from the memories of her beautiful first love with Ling Zhishu during their school days, she could no longer have any other feelings. Choosing a wedding dress, I'll go with you, I have a very good eye. G Minute was excited when she heard that. Staying in the Bai family was like living a nun's life, eating and sleeping, without any entertainment. Thinking back to the past, there were people trying to curry favor with her every day: nightclubs, bars, clubs, fitness centers, beauty spas, shopping malls, stopping in and out of high-end places, and not going home until late at night. In S City, she was unfamiliar with the place, and her grandmother always told her to be humble and restrained. Now she had the opportunity to go out, which was really great. She swept her eyes calmly over the crowd and nodded slightly to Ling Zhishu as a greeting. I think my perspective is different from yours now, so I won't be a light bulb. Bai Yingting still had some self-awareness, she thought. She was just pretending to ask. If her sister really wanted to go, she and brother Zhishu would wear wedding dresses and show their affection, which would disgust her to death. It would be best not to go, so that brother Zhishu would not be distracted and unable to forget their old love. She, Bai Yingting, must keep a close eye on her man and no mistakes can be made. Well, it would be the same if my cousin and I go. Seeing G Minute eager to try, old lady Bai felt a headache. Both of Jingrue's women were not easy to deal with. On the contrary, Xia Minute was stupid. While others were making heartless sarcasms, she didn't care about anything. It was not a good thing that Yingting suddenly became close to Xia Minute. Old lady Bai narrowed her eyes and keenly observed everyone's expressions. Wait a minute, Yingting, I want to talk to your sister alone, okay? Ling Zhishu saw Bai Yingting's slender figure about to disappear in front of the gate, and suddenly said to Bai Yingting. Bai Yingting's face turned pale, and she didn't say anything for a long time. What could a couple who broke up have to say? But she couldn't. In front of brother Zhishu, she was considerate, gentle and well-behaved. She knew when to act like a spoiled child and when to be sensible and act appropriately. In the end, the bitterness in her mouth turned into a slight wriggling of her lips. Well, hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Zhishu strode out. For a moment, Bai Yingting's panic reached its peak. She was afraid that Ling Zhishu would never come back, and she would only be able to watch them in the dark corner like an ugly duckling, envying her happiness. She didn't want to do that, absolutely not. Their Bai family's yard is very large, with a villa, a building and several bungalows, a typical combination of the countryside and the city, a combination of Chinese and Western styles, but without any sense of disobedience. Some red maples are planted in the yard. This kind of maple tree is perennial, and leaves grow in every season. Even in the hot summer, the leaves are still red as fire. Each red maple leaf is like a living life, full of vitality. Bai Yingshu was in the midst of the bright red, in white clothes, black hair and red leaves, like a gentle ancient woman, with picturesque eyebrows, white as jade, beautiful and moving. Yingshu. Ling Zhishu didn't dare to look at her, fearing that looking at her any more would break his heart, so he quickly caught up with her. Zhishu. Bai Yingshu was a little surprised. Ling Zhishu came out at this time. Wasn't he afraid that Yingting would misunderstand him? Although there was unpleasantness between him and Yingting, they were sisters after all. As long as she didn't push him any further, there was no need to act on impulse and hold on to him. Yingshu, actually Ling Zhishu's slightly fair face turned red and he stammered. Zhishu, just say whatever you want to say. You and Yingting are about to get engaged. After all, you will become my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Looking at her calm face and listening to her rational address, Ling Zhishu showed a self-deprecating smile, full of the taste of coffee. Yingshu, so you really don't care about me at all. Chapter 34, The Lingering Feelings Before the Engagement Party. Bai Yingshu became angry after hearing this. Ling Zhishu, what do you mean? Do I, Bai Yingshu, have to keep thinking about my ex-boyfriend who dumped me? Ling Zhishu looked obviously flustered, and spoke incoherently. I didn't mean that, I just... As he spoke, his brows knitted together, as if he had made up his mind. Yingshu, I want to ask, do you think we still have a chance? Ling Zhishu, are you kidding? Bai Yingshu had never expected that Ling Zhishu's attitude before was clearly resolute and left no room for maneuver. No, I didn't, Yingshu. I found that the person I love is only you. Of course, I don't deny that Yingting is a good person, but I can't forget you. Ling Zhishu became more and more excited and got closer to her. Only when he lost her did he realize how strong his emotions were. Bai Yingshu stood straight, not moved at all by Ling Zhishu's words. Her eyes were clear and cold. Ling Zhishu, I originally thought that since we broke up and you were with my sister, I couldn't blame you too much. But your behavior today made me despise you and look down on you. Since you have decided to get engaged, you should be devoted to her wholeheartedly, don't have any stupid ideas, and don't say any stupid things. I, Bai Yingshu, despise and have no interest in two sisters fighting for the same man. Obviously, Bai Yingshu's words made Ling Zhishu feel extremely ashamed, but he did not regret it. He only regretted the missed opportunity. He stroked his face with both hands in annoyance, and then put them down. His voice was filled with great pain. Yingshu, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Do you know why you had sex with Simon Chuan that day? It was your sister, my fiancée who was about to get engaged, who did it. She drugged your wine, so. What did you say? Bai Yingshu's eyes widened. At once, many emotions surged up, including shock, anger, self-mockery, and helplessness. In the end, after the storm, she felt relieved. Ling Zhishu hoped that she would change her mind. That's right, I misunderstood you, Yingshu. Can we get back together? She suddenly smiled, and Ling Zhishu was at a loss. Thank you for telling me this, but now I feel lucky that it was she who made me meet Simuchuan. Yingshu, you. Ling Zhishu opened his eyes wide, his grey-brown eyes were full of disbelief. Are you really in love with him? Yes, I love him. So you can get engaged to Yingting with peace of mind. Don't let me hear those words again. By the way, Bai Yingshu stopped walking, turned around and said, by the way, I hope you won't be so smart as to think that I'm playing hard to get. There was only deathly silence in Ling Zhishu's eyes. He couldn't get rid of the embarrassment of betraying his fiancée and being rejected. For the first time in his 24 years of life, Ling Zhishu felt like such a failure. It was obviously because his will was not strong enough, which shook the relationship of many years. He made one mistake after another and it was ultimately irreversible. Bai Yingshu walked away indifferently, with a leisurely pace. Even though she caught a glimpse of Bai Yingting peeping through the French window, she did not feel any sense of victory or pride, nor did she feel that it was a pleasure to ridicule her ex-boyfriend who had abandoned her. She was just simply glad that she met Simuchuan, the man she loved, and that Yingting's actions were also a coincidence. She thought, she was wrong, she didn't really fall in love with Ling Zhishu, it was just a habit. Everyone in school saw them as a perfect match. Ling Zhishu pursued her, they came together naturally, like all couples. She firmly believed that there was love between her and Ling Zhishu, it was just a habit, until Simuchuan showed up. Drive. On the tree-lined avenue outside the villa, in a low-key silver-white sedan, the man in the back seat caught a glimpse of a slender white figure going farther and farther away, until he could no longer see the movement of his moist lips, closed his eyes, and leaned back to rest. Yes. The driver was stunned, and looked at the man's perfect face in the mirror. Every time he looked at it, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. As men, they were completely different in appearance, temperament, and ability. He started the car immediately, wondering, why didn't the president go in when he arrived at his girlfriend's house, but stayed outside for an hour? How could a small driver like him understand the president's thoughts? Come to think of it. Bai family villa. In the living room, neither old lady Bai nor Bai Jingrue were there. Only Ji Minute, who was watching the excitement by the window, and Bai Yingting, whose emotions were on the verge of losing control and whose eyes were burning with anger, were left. Ji Minute secretly smiled and gloated in her heart, pretending to be very sympathetic to Bai Yingting, and tried to sow discord. Little cousin, I think your fiancé still has some lingering feelings for you. This elder cousin is really shameless. She clearly knew that you were going to get engaged, but she still wanted to flirt with her brother-in-law, without any consideration for you. Ji Minute spoke quickly. Seeing Bai Yingting's face getting darker and darker, her eyes were like sharp swords, as if she wanted to shoot through Bai Yingshu. Her expression became gloomy and terrifying. Even she shuddered unconsciously. It seemed that Bai Yingting really hated Bai Yingshu. The more chaotic this family is, the better. It would be best if both of them were hurt, so that she could pick up a ready-made bargain. The second uncle's identity as the mayor is quite useful. But he has 2 daughters, and no matter what, he will never pay attention to her. Enough, have you said enough? Bai Yingting tried hard to suppress her hysterical outburst, but she couldn't stop the anger from coming out. My little cousin, what's the point of getting angry at me? I'm not stealing your boyfriend. Ji Minute was spoiled to begin with, and her anger suddenly flared up when Bai Yingting yelled at her. Bai Yingting had no intention of listening to Ji Min's nonsense. Because of Ling Zhishu, she had lost her mind. Why was it her sister? She already had brother Zhishu, didn't she? Why couldn't she be happy? Her sister clearly had a lover, so why did she come to snatch brother Zhishu from her? Did she really like to flirt with other men? Her heart was filled with turbulent questions, her face became more and more gloomy, and gradually became hideous and terrifying. She was smiling happily and brightly just now, but in an instant, her beautiful dream was shattered and turned into ashes. If she had never gotten brother Zhishu, it would be fine. She would always look at him from afar and call him brother-in-law, but what should she do? She couldn't leave brother Zhishu at all. Without brother Zhishu, what was the meaning of her life? Ji Minute fanned the flames. It would be better if my cousin wasn't here. Otherwise, even if you and Ling Zhishu got married, it would be a time bomb. Who knows? Yes, Ji Minute was right. Bai Yingting's eyes fell on Ling Zhishu, who was standing outside the window as stiff as a statue. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging, and his dark eyes were dark and gloomy. Bai Yingshu, my sister, what should I do with you? In the end, Bai Yingting and Ling Zhishu's wedding photos were not taken, but the engagement was inevitable and could not be changed. Bai Yingting and Ji Minute seemed to be getting along better and better, but Ji Minute kept her mouth shut and had been pretending to be ignorant until now, refusing to tell her about Bai Yingshu's life experience, which made her anxious. Bai family villa. The Ling group had sent a large group of people including its makeup artists, fashion stylists, drivers, assistants, etc. to wait at the Bai family's house early on. The lineup and grandeur made Ji Minute, who was used to a luxurious life, envious. The Ling group was really wealthy and powerful. Although Ling Zhishu was not serious about his little cousin, he was decisive in doing things, showing the aura of a chaebol. Even though Bai Yingting was in a bad mood before, she couldn't help but smile on the day of the engagement. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she and brother Zhishu would definitely get married smoothly, as long as her sister stopped disturbing brother Zhishu's heart. Dresses, high heels, jewelry and accessories are all available. Ling prepared not only for Bai Yingting, but also for old Mrs. Bai and Ji Minute. Ji Minute excitedly tried on the expensive evening dress in her room. Her natural restlessness was activated in her body. She decided not to attend similar events and she would become the most beautiful woman at the party. Is it possible with the sisters Bai Yingshu and Bai Yingting around? Ji Minute felt completely good about herself after dressing up, and was looking forward to the many young talents, high-ranking officials, and second-generation chaebols from S-City who would come later. With an unconcealable smile on her face, she was eager to try. G-Minute, I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense when you get there later. Be quiet like a lady and don't embarrass your uncle, okay? Old Mrs. Bai gave her a shot of prevention in advance. It was unknown whether she could prevent it or not. Anyway, with Ji-Min's identity and appearance, it would not be a problem for her to find a rich boy, so she, the old lady, would have let go of a big matter. Being interrupted by old lady Bai, Ji-Minute couldn't help but mutter, Grandma always blames her uncle, and she almost forgets about Dad. With a flat mouth, she said, I know, Grandma. If she answers slowly, she will be scolded again. When Ling Zhixiu came to pick up Bai Yingting, Bai Yingshu deliberately slowed down a few steps. By the time she went downstairs, the red sports car had already sped away. On the steps at the gate, except for Bai Yingting, the other people in the Bai family stood in a row. Yingshu, come and ride in one car. I have something to tell you. Old Mrs. Bai originally wanted to ride in one car with her son, but she didn't expect Bai Jingrui to ride in one with her daughter. Her face became much uglier, and she sat in the back seat of another car in a sullen manner. Okay. Since there were 2 more mouths to feed at home, Bai Yingshu had been hanging around the villa all day. Bai Jingrui and his daughter hadn't talked alone for a long time after being injured. The father and daughter had many doubts in their hearts. Yingshu respected and feared her father. It was not fear, but perhaps it was a kind of respect for her only elder. Dad, what do you want to tell me? Yingshu's straightforwardness made his father hesitate to speak. He frowned and said earnestly, Yingshu, don't blame your sister. I already know what she did to you. She has been withdrawn and stubborn since she was a child. You two are quite similar, but you are more rational and sensible than her. Today is a good day for her engagement, so don't bother with her. Bai Jingrui couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It was just that Yingting was more introverted when she was young, and Yingshu, the little adult, had more topics to talk to him, and they were closer emotionally. Now thinking back, it was his neglect of Yingting that made her character become extreme. Chapter 35 Engagement Party. Bai Yingshu was surprised for a moment, then he understood. After all, his father had been the mayor for so many years. If he only focused on his work, how could he turn the tide and easily deal with the intrigues in officialdom? His position was unshakable, and there were some things he didn't point out, not that he was kept in the dark. Dad, no matter what, I am her sister. I wish her and Zhixiu all the best. If she behaves well as Ling Zhixiu's wife from now on, then we will be fine. You don't have to worry. Bai Yingshu gave Bai Jingrui reassurance, but did not say anything final. If Yingting made any small moves, she would not accept it. Bai Jingrui sighed in his heart. He had heard about the news from the mountainous county, but he didn't expect Simuchuan to follow him. It was obvious that he was plotting against Yingshu and was determined to win her over. The day Yingshu came back, her attitude towards him seemed to have changed. He planned to observe first. After a period of time, Yingshu didn't mention Simuchuan again, and there was no contact between the two. It seemed that everything was calm. He had been holding back for several days and finally didn't say anything about the pros and cons analysis. His ideal candidate for the best son-in-law was Ling Zhixiu before, but he didn't expect that this kid was indecisive in terms of feelings. If Yingshu hadn't given up early, it might have caused a rift between the sisters. Yingshu, what do you think of Mo Ting? What do you mean? Yingshu pretended to be dumb. In fact, how could she not know why her father asked this? Dad, you don't have to worry about my affairs. You only have 2 daughters. Do you want to marry them off to feel at ease? Her father's words made her miss Simuchuan even more. Half a month had passed, and there was still no news from Simuchuan. She called his assistant Tang Wenjun, but the other party only made excuses. Bai Jingrui's original intention was to test her. Seeing that she did not show any strange expression, perhaps she was simply not interested in Mo Ting. He still had 1 year left in his term. Only when his 2 daughters' lifelong affairs were settled could he really retire with peace of mind. He had offended people more or less during his political career. After thinking about it, Mo Ting was a better candidate. He had an excellent personality, temper, and appearance. He became the deputy mayor at the age of 27. The most important thing was his high-ranking official background. It was not that Bai Jingrui liked to climb up the social ladder. Indeed, Mo Ting had already told him that he took the initiative to apply for transfer to S City for Yingshu. During this period, Mo Ting came twice. He saw the contact between the two. It was obvious that the flowers were interested, but the water was ruthless. Thinking of this, he frowned and sighed silently. Time passed as the father and daughter were lost in their own thoughts, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the hotel entrance. Royal Court Hotel. The magnificent crystal lamps illuminated the huge banquet hall, and on the shiny precious floor, men and women were dressed in formal attire and had delicate makeup. Some were whispering to each other, some were laughing and drinking, and some were talking eloquently. The food, wine, tableware and equipment were all extremely luxurious and intoxicating. The MC podium was decorated with colorful flowers and balloons. The screen showed photos of Ling Zhixiu and Bai Yingting, with the words, engagement ceremony, written on it. It was so festive that it was even comparable to other people's wedding ceremonies. Ling's father and mother were busy greeting guests, with a happy smile on their faces, obviously very satisfied with their future daughter-in-law. In view of the past incidents, a limited number of reporters were arranged to enter the scene. Now, a senior reporter friend who was invited raised a question, saying that it was the brother-in-law who was engaged to the sister-in-law. Wasn't it a bit unfair? Of course, they didn't ask directly, but beat around the bush. Ling's father and mother were surprisingly calm and didn't feel embarrassed at all. The acquaintances had almost finished greeting each other and reminiscing about the past, and the guests had basically arrived. The MC read out the opening remarks with ease. The lights were dazzling, and Bai Yingshu felt inexplicably upset today, as if something was going to happen. Bai Yingting, wearing a lavender tube top waist dress, had fair and graceful skin, round and beautiful, and she and Ling Zhixiu, who was handsome in a white suit, put on engagement rings on each other, just like a match made in heaven. The only regret was that Ling Zhixiu looked a little absent-minded, and his eyes frequently glanced at the audience. How could Bai Yingting not notice that they were face to face? She saw the focus of Ling Zhixiu's eyes at a glance: her sister Bai Yingshu. Her sister was wearing a black V-neck tube dress. The low-key black color formed a strong visual contrast with her snow-white and smooth skin. Even with her light makeup, her delicate face was so beautiful that she outshone all the young girls. The most hateful thing was that her eyes did not stay on brother Zhixiu at all. What was this? Playing hard to get. I saw her slender figure leaving the crowd, and then someone followed her. Yingshu, wait a moment. Bai Yingshu turned around and said, Brother Mo, you are here too. She had forgotten that, apart from their relationship as good friends, the mayor's daughter was getting engaged, so it made sense for the deputy mayor not to come. Mo Ting felt sad and bitter in his mouth. How can you see me when you don't have me in your eyes? I'm leaving, he said. She was a little surprised. Where are you going? My family wants me to go back to the army. They've already issued an ultimatum. Mo Ting's tone was filled with helplessness, and there was a hint of reluctance in the depths of his eyes. Really? To be honest, Bai Yingshu was reluctant to leave Mo Ting, but what was the point? Mo Ting had already said that the purpose of coming to S City was for her. Since she couldn't accept his feelings, there was no reason to force him to stay. Her pink lips moved slightly, just 2 words, not even a polite word to keep him, but what was he still expecting? Or maybe he had expected it, but he still couldn't help but lingering and heartbroken. Before you go, I have one last thing to tell you. Mo Ting was so serious and solemn that Bai Yingshu had to take it seriously. What? She looked into his eyes. Mo Ting paused and asked, Do you know who put drugs in your wine that time? Bai Yingshu looked at him in surprise. How did you know? Mo Ting saw her incredulous expression. Could it be that you knew it a long time ago? His expression became extremely complicated, and his heart was filled with desire. Do you love him so much? She loved him to the point of not caring about anything, and even blindly. He himself did not even notice that his voice was almost hoarse, with a trembling hoarseness. What are you talking about? She is my sister. I would never drug her and throw her into a man's bed. Even if I take a step back, I have let go of Zhixiu. From now on, he will only be my brother-in-law. Mo Ting's words were strange, and Yingshu was confused. However, her attitude was clear. No, you're wrong. It wasn't your sister who drugged you, it was Sai Muchuan. Think about it carefully. Why didn't you go into his room alone with so many rooms? Mo Ting's tone was anxious, fearing that Bai Yingshu wouldn't believe it, because love can make people lost, and those involved are often confused while bystanders can see clearly. She has been blinded. A heavy bomb was dropped just like that. Yingshu shook his head. Mo Ting, you must have made a mistake. Ying Ting admitted it to me personally. Would anyone rush to take the blame for such an ignominious thing? The answer is no. You don't believe me. He laughed bitterly. His handsome and strong figure seemed to shrug off a few centimeters, and his whole state showed extreme fatigue. Yingshu, do you think I am slandering him out of jealousy again? I am leaving soon, why should I make you so unhappy? Brother Mo, it's not that I don't believe you. Yingshu said in embarrassment. The hidden meaning was self-evident. After a long while, an unnatural smile appeared on her snow-white face. In fact, I think you don't need to be so nervous. He and I may not be together. There are often many unexpected things in life. Love is a matter of timing. Once you miss it, you may miss it. At the end of her speech, she became depressed. In Mo Ting's eyes, it was a kind of bitterness and depression that was forced to smile. The reason why Yingshu was depressed couldn't be simpler. If Semu Chuan hadn't shown up, he should have at least called her if he was awake, instead of through his assistant. She thought of many excuses for him, but none of them could convince her. Maybe Semu Chuan misunderstood her for not keeping her word. Maybe he thought she was dangerous and troublesome. Maybe he was just chasing her on impulse, and when he calmed down, he found that he didn't love Bai Yingshu as much as he thought. All signs showed that Semu Chuan was trying to forget her. Bai Yingshu's absent-mindedness was clearly shown on her face. Mo Ting felt a little reluctant and stepped forward to press her head on his shoulder. How could he bear to see his favorite little sister so sad? Yingshu leaned forward obediently, breathing heavily in her chest and feeling a little tired. They both understood that this hug was not an ambiguous one between a man and a woman, but a pure and beautiful feeling. Mo Ting left before the engagement ceremony was over. Perhaps this was the last time he would see Mo Ting. Before leaving, he told her seriously, I wish you happiness. If you are not happy, I will definitely come back. His words made Yingshu feel sad and moved. After she recovered her mood, she returned to the noisy banquet. Ying Ting was holding the microphone and talking. Yingshu felt a little tired and planned to sit on the sofa in the corner for a while. It was estimated that the meeting would not be over for a while. However, she was startled by a sharp female voice. Can the gentlemen and ladies in the back please make way? I want to invite my dearest sister to come on stage and say a few words. Bai Yingting smiled, looking like a sister with deep affection. Ling Zhixiu beside him seemed to have just woken up from a dream. Her behavior made him feel uneasy. The lights suddenly shone on Bai Yingshu, and she became the focus of everyone's attention. She thought to herself, it seems that I can't keep a low profile today. With the experience from last time, Bai Yingshu was not afraid even if she was attacked by the spotlight from 360 degrees this time. She moved gracefully, had the face of a black elf angel, walked calmly, and had a noble and charming temperament comparable to that of a popular female star. Chapter 36. Sorry, I'm late. Bai Yingshu took the microphone from their host, and the reporters below couldn't help but start asking questions. Ms. Bai Yingshu, what do you think about attending the engagement ceremony of your ex-boyfriend and his sister? Bai Yingshu smiled at the camera, so beautiful that many men were intoxicated by her. I am honored and sincerely wish them a long and happy marriage. Thank you. Ji Minute looked at Bai Yingshu with eyes that looked like she wanted to kill him. Just now, a prince from a real estate company approached her and they had a good chat. Unexpectedly, when Bai Yingshu appeared, this person seemed to be possessed and did not move his eyes away. When she wanted to talk again, his attitude became cold and boring. Are you kidding me? Are the men here dead? The beautiful woman was standing here, but she was completely ignored. She was so angry. Jimin's face was a mixture of red and white, which looked even better than a color palette. He stood in the crowd angrily, waiting to see the show. Excuse me, is it because your sister stole your love, or is there another reason? I have answered this question many times. We broke up peacefully and it has nothing to do with other people. Bai Yingshu responded calmly. His words came out without thinking and there was no hesitation at all. But, we just received news that Mr. Ling Zhixiu broke up with you because he ran into you and another man in bed in a hotel 2 months ago. Is that true? A male reporter suddenly said. It was not just him, every media outlet received the same news. Bai Yingshu was stunned. Was this really exposed? As the mayor's daughter, she had no privacy at all. Once she admitted it, it seemed like she was admitting that she was a cheating and fickle woman. Bai Yingting showed a very strange smile on her bright red lips. Sister, I hope you can explain it clearly. Ling Zhixiu stood in front of her without hesitation and said, Today is the day Yingting and I are getting engaged. Please don't delve into this kind of boring and unnecessary things. Seeing Ling Zhixiu helping her out, Bai Yingting couldn't resist the jealousy. She hooked his arm and said in a pretentious manner, Brother Zhixiu, if you help your sister like this, won't everyone misunderstand that it's me who caused your breakup? It's obviously not the case. As she spoke, she choked up with grievance, making people feel pitiful for no reason. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone sympathized with Bai Yingting, as if the facts were just as they had guessed. Another weekly reporter asked pointedly, Mr. Ling Zhixiu is defending Ms. Bai Yingshu so much because he wants to save her family's reputation. Please speak with respect to the facts. We have evidence provided by eyewitnesses. It was obvious that he was lying, and Ling Zhixiu took a breath. I am Bai Yingshu's father and the mayor of this city, Bai Jingrui. If anyone maliciously slanders my daughter again, I will not rule out the possibility of using legal means to hold you accountable. Bai Jingrui arrived in Taichung at some point, and his sonorous and powerful words convinced everyone. Although he had silenced the people who knew about the incident that day, it is possible that some people secretly sold the news to newspapers and weekly magazines in exchange for high tips. Mayor, there is no need to threaten us. Every newspaper and magazine here has received a detailed recording from their hotel staff and a photo of Mr. Ling Zhixiu blocking the door of the room. We have no ill intentions. We just want to know the truth. The male reporter was neither humble nor arrogant, and confronted him. The atmosphere around began to become restless, with everyone having their own opinions, and Mayor Bai Jingrui's prestige was greatly challenged. Bai Jingrui felt extremely suffocated and was about to engage in a verbal battle with the media representatives, but Bai Yingshu calmly stopped him and signaled him with his eyes to be patient, saying that he could handle it. Bai Jingrui did not insist, but looked at Bai Yingting meaningfully when he walked away. Bai Yingting was shocked by her father's all-seeing eyes, and then moved her eyes away guiltily. For Brother Zhixiu, she has been obsessed with it, and some things are done involuntarily. Everyone, I think I made it very clear last time. On that day in the hotel, I had broken up with Ling Zhixiu for a month. As for the so-called catching an adulterer, it was just that I didn't come home one night and my family thought something happened to me, so they showed up at the hotel together. Does anyone have any questions? Bai Yingshu was surprisingly calm. She learned from her mistakes and was speechless after being criticized. She would never let this happen again. People started to whisper below. It was obvious that Bai Yingshu's defense for herself was very brilliant. The more critical the moment, the calmer she had to be. She just seized a loophole and the situation changed. The media and reporters were no longer aggressive, but began to worry about their careers with sweat on their foreheads. Without knowing the facts, they had the guts to challenge the mayor. Now they knew they had no chance to continue in this career. So, someone asked, Excuse me, why didn't the president of SK Group, who was showing affection to you in public a month ago, attend your sister's engagement ceremony? What is the current relationship status between you and him? President Tsai hasn't shown up for a long time. There are rumors that you broke up. They are really determined to get to the bottom of things and won't give up until they get to the bottom of it. Bai Yingshu really admires these reporters' gossip skills. They bring up all kinds of topics and ask only the most important questions. Bai Yingshu prepared a script and was about to recite it, but she felt that her dress was getting tighter and tighter. Was it because she was too excited just now? Suddenly, she heard a ripping sound and felt a chill on her back. She had a bad premonition and became panicked for a moment. Oh no, could it be that her dress was stretched? Nearly 100 people's eyes and cameras were all fixed on the stage. The picture froze at this moment. She vaguely heard Yingting and her sister's smug laughter, her father's worried eyes, and Ling Zhixiu's slender and flexible fingers anxiously unbuttoning his white suit. What should she do? Should she just watch herself make a fool of herself in front of everyone? Bai Yingshu quickly covered her chest with both hands to prevent the tube-top dress from sliding down. But the dress was already pulled all the way down, and she could even clearly feel the large area of skin exposed, with tiny particles floating in the air. Ling Zhixiu hastily unbuttoned his clothes and couldn't wait to take them off, preparing to cover Bai Yingshu's naked back. The hand holding the suit jacket suddenly stopped in mid-air, and his eyes were fixed stiffly on the person beside her. Only he knew the bitter and salty taste in his mouth. Simuchuan. As a touch of warmth was felt on his shoulder, Bai Yingshu vaguely heard the unforgettable deep and mellow voice that he had not heard for a long time. Saimu Chuan, tall and slender, wearing a well-tailored suit, appeared beside Bai Yingshu unexpectedly. He had a handsome face like a god, deep blue eyes like the sea, and a perfect smile on the corner of his mouth, which combined publicity with noble elegance. In everyone's eyes, his appearance was just right. She was beautiful and elegant, and he was handsome and charming. Especially when he stood behind her on the left, slightly hugging her, with his hands gently resting on her shoulders. Every time he lowered his head, his eyes were so gentle that they seemed to drip with water. Who could not be moved? His moist thin lips moved. "I'm sorry, I'm late. Have you been waiting for a long time?" He intimately put his face and mouth close to her earlobe, and his rapid breath continuously blew on her sensitive skin. Bai Yingshu's ears quickly turned red, and even her cheeks were stained with a layer of rouge. Her heart was beating very fast, but she pretended to be calm. It was as if 1,000 waves were stirred in her heart. Bai Yingshu's chest was surging, and her whole body was unconsciously hot. He was here. After half a month, he appeared in front of her with a vivid image. The grievance, bitterness, or regret and self-blame that she should have had were all replaced by a kind of excitement. Only when she really saw him would she feel at ease. The intimate behavior of the two dispelled the rumors. Saimu Chuan looked around with the attitude of absolute possession of Bai Yingshu. "Thank you all for your concern about the relationship between me and Yingshu. However, we are not the protagonists today. Let's give the rest of the time to this engaged couple." Bai Yingshu said nothing and followed Saimu Chuan down the stage. Bai Yingting looked at Ling Zhishu and the handsome and beautiful couple with a stiff expression. Even the thick makeup could not cover up the gloomy look on their faces. The MC said, "The music starts. Please go to the dance floor and dance the first dance for everyone." Ling Zhishu turned around as if he had just woken up from a dream. No matter what, taking off his coat in public was really criticized. Some sharp-eyed reporters had already caught the truth about Bai Yingshu wearing a coat. This small episode was a breakthrough for journalists, and they could even make a long article in magazines and weekly magazines and publicize it. Bai Jingrui was sitting there restlessly looking at Bai Yingshu and Simuchuan. He didn't expect Simuchuan to come so timely. Although he was not the son-in-law in his mind, he had a good impression of him. Based on his more than 20 years of experience in the officialdom, Simuchuan was young but gave him an unfathomable feeling. If he was sincere, it would be fine, as long as Yingshu liked him, but if he had other purposes, it would be too terrible. As for the motives he speculated about in his heart, there was no reason at all. "Mayor Bai, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. It was our negligence and we didn't do our job thoroughly enough." Ling's father stepped forward and said apologetically. If he had simply stopped the reporters and the cameraman before, the thrilling scene wouldn't have happened. Thinking about it now, he still has lingering fears. Ling's mother agreed. How could the two elders not see that their son Ling Zhishu had lost his composure? It looked like he still had feelings for Bai Yingshu, but he was still engaged to her sister. Bai Jingrui was tripped by them, and when he looked up again, he could no longer see Bai Yingshu. Beautiful music sounded in the dance floor, and the lights alternated between bright and dark, which was magnificent. In the huge dance floor, Bai Yingting and Ling Zhishu danced gracefully. After the commotion just now, both of them were a little absent-minded. Especially Ling Zhishu, who danced several beats slower. Bai Yingting saw his lost face and got angry. The lighting engineer was a staff member of Ling's company. He skillfully dimmed the lights and covered up the discord between the two people in time. Chapter 37 The Truth. Bai Yingshu's hand was panting because of his rapid pace. They ran out of the corner from the emergency exit. "Where are you taking me?" It seemed inappropriate to run out like this. It was not until they walked a long way that Yingshu remembered this matter. She had already been outstanding tonight. Simuchuan and her showed their affection in public. Now they disappeared together. Who knows what they would say behind her back? Saimu Chuan did not answer. He held her hand tightly. The warmth from his slender palm could be felt through her. She could even feel the beating of his pulse. The stairwell was a little dim and quiet, which made the sound of their leather shoes and high heels stepping on the ground even clearer and louder, accompanied by an echo. Just when Bai Yingshu thought he was going to push open the door at the staircase, he stopped. Yingshu didn't brake due to the force of inertia, but rushed forward. Simuchuan showed his usual wicked smile on his face, hugged Bai Yingshu, and she rushed straight into him, generating a strong force like the attraction between two poles of a magnet. Bai Yingshu did not resist or struggle. She breathed in the air around her, feeling his faint scent of tobacco, which was so long lost and yet she was still nostalgic. She murmured, "I thought I would never see you again." Her black eyes like butterfly wings fell into his deep blue eyes, and the deep longing for him was beyond words. She thought he would say something, but he didn't say a word. His hot lips captured her fragrant and soft body as expected and unexpectedly. His big hand lifted up the suit that was in the way, and his slightly calloused palms caressed the smooth, satin-like skin on her back, all the way to her tiny waist that was not even an inch thick. His lips captured her sweetness with passion, his tongue traced the shape of her mouth, swept across her hard teeth, sharing the saliva in her mouth, lingering and deep. Simuchuan's eyes were full of fire. He wanted to take off the dress that was in the way, to see her curvy white body. His desire surged. Bai Yingshu's legs were weak from his kiss, but she enjoyed it. A strong feeling of touch that she had lost and regained filled her chest. She didn't even close her eyes. Some people say that you have to close your eyes when kissing to be considered devoted. She took the initiative to stretch out her arms and wrap them around his neck, dancing with his tongue fiercely. Her body seemed to hang on his, soft and boneless. But at this moment, her violent movement caused her tube-top dress to slide down to her waist, and her upper body without any covering was suddenly exposed. She stared nervously at the safety door at the stairs, and she was afraid that if she was not careful, it would be broken by someone, so she did not dare to completely lose her mind. After the kiss, Simuchuan left her lips and glanced down, seeing two soft, snow-white breasts. There was a darkness in his eyes. The two buds on her chest became erect due to the direct contact with the air, which was a silent tease in Simuchuan's eyes. However, she seemed to wake up and quickly put on his wide suit, covering her tightly. Simuchuan cursed and expressed his dissatisfaction. His dark eyes were so dark that they could not be melted away, and his face with clear outlines like a knife and an axe was oppressive again. No, someone will see us. In fact, she couldn't bear to give up the wonderful feeling between her lips and teeth, especially when she felt his hot and domineering. She felt a sense of living. She took a step back, and the two of them kept a distance of 1 meter. The aisle was very narrow, and their breathing was puffing, which added a bit of charm and tenderness. "Okay," he responded in a low voice, his eyes still looking at her predatorily. For some reason, Bai Yingting felt a sense of loss when she heard Simuchuan's unexpected cooperation. Just like that, the two of them were silent for a while. Bai Yingshu hurried downstairs. She often attended such occasions and kept a spare dress in the car to prevent any accidents. If it was just dirty, she could change into another one, but it was torn and embarrassed, so she would not have the face to go back. It seemed that the scene just now was really a close call. "Wait, let me see your skirt," Simuchuan said. Bai Yingshu was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was going on. She handed him the black skirt she had just changed. Was the skirt tampered with? Of course it was. It was not uncommon for the fabric to crack, but it was usually made of pure silk. It was not easy to do that with this one. Who was the one who zipped you up? Do you still remember this person? Bai Yingshu's expression was dull as Simuchuan's question rang in her ears, and she was obviously absent-minded. The person who was responsible for her makeup in the morning was a stylist under Ling's company, who also helped her choose a dress. Logically speaking, the stylist should have noticed such a big mistake on the dress, so she must have known that it was her who did it and was instructed by someone. It is easy to infer who is behind this. Ling's father and mother probably won't do it. It is too petty to take revenge on their son's cheating ex-girlfriend, which is not in line with the style of elders. Ling Zhixiu is even less likely. First of all, he is a generous person, rarely loses his temper with others, and has a kind heart. Secondly, he is reluctant to part with Yingshu, which can be seen from his attitude at the scene. What's next? Do we still need to guess? When Simuchuan saw her obvious change in expression, he guessed that Bai Yingshu had something in mind. He did not ask or delve into it. He knew when to remain silent and give her some space to think alone. It was easy to find that person. She was not kind enough to forgive the instigator, but she considered the overall situation. The banquet hall was as bright as day, combining all the splendor and luxury. People moved around. The melody in the dance floor in the middle was beautiful and the atmosphere was romantic and beautiful. The only flaw was that Bai Yingting and Ling Zhishu's dancing was not in harmony with each other, and there was no sign of the emotional fusion that an engaged couple should have. When the song ended, the two stopped dancing. Ling Zhixiu didn't even look at her. His energy seemed to be drained away in an instant. He didn't even know how he finished the opening dance. He was in a state of confusion. He kept thinking about one thing: why did he get engaged to Bai Yingting? Did he like her? Maybe a little, maybe her gentleness and strong love satisfied his vanity, which was something he couldn't feel in the 3 years of plain love between Yingshu and himself. However, he forgot that it was not love. He is a germaphobe, as traditional and conservative as his parents. He is not a man without needs, but he simply wants to keep the most precious things until the end. Who would have thought that he failed to protect them in the end and lost the woman he loved forever? Regret, self-blame, and decadence filled his chest. If he could face his feelings and be more tolerant of Yingshu, today might be his and Yingshu's engagement ceremony. Regret is useless. He succumbed to an invisible shackle, and she also had a handsome man by her side. Brother Zhixiu. Bai Yingting chased after him, and kept a faint smile when facing the guests. This damn hypocrisy made her feel extremely disgusted. Bai Yingting, you are so pitiful. I thought Ling Zhixiu was just a little bored and wanted to go outside to get some fresh air or find a place to rest. Bai Yingting followed him but found that he was actually planning to leave the hotel. Without saying a word, she blocked his way with her petite body. Brother Zhixiu, do you know what you are doing? Unexpectedly, Bai Yingting's gentle question provoked Ling Zhixiu's hysterical accusation. He impatiently pulled off his bow tie, threw it heavily to the ground, and yelled, I know too damn well what I'm doing, that's why I danced the opening dance with you. If I didn't consider the overall situation, I would have left as soon as I knew you were framing your sister. It was just a natural sense of responsibility that was playing tricks on him. Brother Zhixiu. Bai Yingting opened her red lips and stared at him in disbelief, trying to digest his words. Her expression became unnatural, her fingers trembled, and she said innocently, What on earth are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Don't understand. Bai Yingting, if a person gets used to lies and acting, will he become addicted? I already knew that it was you who drugged your sister's wine so that she had sex with Simon Chuan, but I didn't expose you because I knew you loved me too much. I took your first time and I should be responsible for you. I have been forcing myself to accept you, but I don't love you, do you understand? This was the first time that the mild-tempered Ling Zhixiu used harsh words to attack a woman, even though the woman was not a good person in the strict sense. In fact, revenge on Bai Yingshu would never make Bai Yingting happy. The only person who made her happy was Ling Zhixiu. On the contrary, the only person who made her feel disappointed and heartbroken was Ling Zhixiu. His every word was like a knife that pierced deeply into her flesh and blood, causing her heartache. With a tearing sound, her wound was scratched and blood flowed out. Brother Zhixiu, is this how you see me in your heart? Bai Yingting's voice was choked with sobs, and tears could not stop rolling down her eyes. The eyelashes on her eyelids were melted by the tears and fell on her eye bags, staining them a horrible black. The foundation and blush on her face were completely smudged by tears, and her whole face was like a color palette, which was actually a bit creepy. She had done everything, and was considerate, well-behaved and obedient in front of Ling Zhixiu, but was it all the most ridiculous joke? Suddenly, her eyes were full of pity and resentment, and the corners of her mouth curled up into an almost crazy smile. Brother Zhixiu, you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame my sister herself. I just put drugs in her wine to create the illusion that she was sleeping with a man. Who knew that she went into the wrong room and slept with Simuchuan? If she wasn't so slutty and flirty, and pounced on men as soon as she saw them, how could this have happened? Yes, Bai Yingting felt extremely wronged, and what happened afterwards was not what she expected at all. She did not really want to break up her sister and brother Zhixiu, but just played a little trick to see if their relationship was really that strong. However, the facts proved that their relationship was fragile and could not stand the test. Shut up, I won't let you say that about your sister. Ling Zhixiu's shock flashed across his face. He had always thought that Bai Yingting had given him a love potion, but he was stubborn and refused to let Yingting slander Yingshu like that. With a slap was thrown over. Chapter 38 Jealousy. Yingting stared at him blankly, tears on her cheeks broke off the line, and he patted them off. Her eyes were filled with red, and her right cheek was burning red. Her tone was full of despair and dead silence. Brother Zhixiu, you hit me. I love you so much, and you hit me for your sister, a woman who casually betrayed you. Let's cancel the engagement. We won't be happy even if we force ourselves to be together. Ling Zhishu said calmly, his eyes unable to hide the sadness. No, I don't agree. Bai Yingting was extremely panicked. She couldn't leave brother Zhishu. He was her breath, her pulse, and her heartbeat. Without Ling Zhishu, she would be dead. If she hadn't received his tenderness, his care, and his oath from the beginning, Bai Yingting wouldn't have been so hysterical and crazy. I don't need to ask for your consent. Tomorrow I will announce to everyone that the engagement is cancelled. His expression was serious and the determination in his voice was irreversible. Bai Yingting watched his figure gradually getting darker and smaller in front of her, and suddenly realized what she was losing. Brother Zhishu, I'm pregnant. Bai Yingting's calm and clear words came from behind. Ling Zhishu paused and turned around stiffly and slowly. What did you say? He could hardly control the trembling of his voice and body. He tried to identify any trace of lying on Bai Yingting's face. So far, they had only had sex once, that time when she was drunk. The inexperienced Ling Zhishu thought, how could she be pregnant? I'm 2 months pregnant, and it's yours. If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital tomorrow to confirm it. Bai Yingting had no guilt at all. Are you still determined to break off the engagement with me? Ling Zhishu was caught in a tangled vortex and remained silent for a long time without answering her. 10 minutes later, Bai Yingting, with her makeup done and delicate, walked into their engagement party again with Ling Zhishu's arm in arm with a sweet smile. Ling Zhishu looked uncomfortable. Mei. Simuchuan stretched out a slender hand with even joints like a gentleman, with an elegant smile on his face. He tilted his body slightly and kept his posture very low. Bai Yingshu was deeply moved by his modesty. She slowly walked into the dance floor with him and began to dance to the graceful waltz. Couples around them began to dance the waltz one after another. For a moment, the whole dance floor became bustling with noises of conversation between men and women from time to time. Bai Yingshu was no exception. They were not professional dancers. They were closer just to make it easier to whisper and hide from others. She had many questions in her mind, but she had forgotten them all when she saw Simuchuan just now. She only remembered them now. That day, in the cave, I didn't go back, and you were disappointed. This is an affirmative sentence. Bai Yingshu believes that Simuchuan would not be in a good mood at that time, and he might even be desperate for her. But why is he still so deeply in love with her today, without any concern? No, I know you didn't mean it. You knew. She looked at him in surprise. Simuchuan smiled wickedly, and with a somewhat naughty tone, he supported Bai Ying's waist and bent down, pressing tightly against her curvy body and said, You love me so much, how could you bear to let me die? You are so shameless. Bai Yingshu looked at his confident expression, complaining in her mouth, but feeling infinite sweetness in her heart. The most important thing was that Simuchuan understood her. She had prepared many explanations but they were all useless. Simuchuan was a man who naturally understood women's hearts. There is no other man in the world who is so compatible with her. Don't you like me because I'm thick-skinned? Minute followed Simuchuan and Bai Yingshu closely. She was happy and annoyed. She was happy that she met such a perfect man tonight. His delicate face and outstanding features were the work of God. There was no word to describe his extraordinary handsomeness. His charming smile and deep eyes made her seem to have fallen in love with him. Yes, from the first time she saw Simuchuan, Minute was crazy about him and couldn't suppress her excitement. In addition, he was the president of a group. He was handsome, beautiful, wealthy, powerful, and affectionate. Such a man was the Prince Charming that Minute was looking forward to. But why? Such a man turned out to be Bai Yingshu's. Minute finally found an ideal man, and he turned out to be her cousin's man. Looking at their loving and intimate appearance, her eyes were red as fire, and she almost bit her silver teeth off. Miss, this is the 3rd time you've stepped on my foot. Do you know how to dance? Min's male companion began to get impatient and thought to himself, how could there be such a woman? He should have not invited her earlier. He had really made a mistake. What's it got to do with you? Minute was concentrating on staring at her Prince Charming, and was interrupted by the skinny guy opposite her. She blurted out with a strong arrogance in her tone, I stepped on your foot to give you face. She never thought that she, Minute, the most famous socialite in Province M, would have to endure the bullying of such a man with no looks and no figure. It was simply unfair. The skinny guy was enraged, and he led the two to stop dancing. You're crazy. Just as Minute was about to start cursing, she felt a chill on her back. She turned her head slowly and met the fierce gaze of old Lady Bai. She shrank back in fear and apologized to her insincerely. "I'm sorry, let's continue." Who knew that the other party would not give up and insisted on changing partners? Fortunately, they were in a corner, so not many people noticed what was happening here. G-Minute had no choice but to humble herself and apologize repeatedly. Seeing that her attitude was sincere and she was a woman, the other party did not care. G-Minute was so angry that her throat was smoking, and her eyes unconsciously fell on Saimu Chuan's chiseled profile. She admitted that her cousin was pretty, but she was not bad either. Every man was lustful, and she didn't believe that she couldn't seduce him with her beauty. There was confidence and determination in her eyes. Bai Yingshu and Saimu Chuan were dancing together for the first time, but they didn't expect that they would cooperate so well. Bai Yingshu and her sister had learned ballroom dance etiquette and other courses since they were young, so they were naturally skilled in dancing. They spun, bent, and hooked their legs, all in an extremely graceful manner. Saimu Chuan shook his hand, and Bai Yingshu spun out, gradually leaving his embrace, her toes touching the ground, her champagne-colored skirt fluttering, looking very pretty. Almost every couple repeated this action at the same time, and some took the opportunity to exchange female partners. Of course, Saimu Chuan and Bai Yingshu had no such idea. Seeing the opportunity, G-Minute deliberately jumped around Saimu Chuan, and with a quick step, she successfully replaced Bai Yingshu's position. The Prince Charming was right in front of her. She couldn't hide her excitement and couldn't help but gently cover him with her trembling hands. The thin man was so annoyed that he wanted to go crazy. He didn't expect that the woman just now was getting more and more unreasonable. She dragged him around like a mad woman, making him still dizzy. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, she suddenly jumped to some other place? Just as he was thinking about it, a familiar beauty came forward and threw herself into his arms. The beauty is in my arms, and it's hard to refuse her kindness. Bai Yingshu was a little confused, and she only knew that she was bumped by someone and deviated from her direction. Her body fell straight forward, and she was about to bump into a stranger. This thin man had a fleshless face, which Yingshu thought was a bit obscene, and she stopped tremblingly. The thin man's dirty hands were carelessly placed on her shoulders and waist, making her extremely uncomfortable. Apart from Ling Zhixiu and Saimu Chuan, no other man had ever been so close to her. Rejection. The dance hadn't finished yet, and it seemed a bit impolite. After all, he was a guest. "Miss Bai, you are really beautiful when you look at it from a close distance." The skinny man kept praising her, his saliva almost flowing down to his chin, and he looked lustful and terrified. He was so happy in his heart, he didn't expect that he could dance with the most beautiful woman in the audience. What a lucky guy. "Thank you." Bai Yingshu nodded politely. If she changed her dance partner, then what about Saimu Chuan's? She searched for Saimu Chuan in the dazzling crowd. In fact, it was easy to find Saimu Chuan. There was probably no man taller than him. Wherever he was, he would definitely stand out from the crowd and attract special attention. After a while, she locked onto Saimu Chuan, but was surprised to find that Saimu Chuan's dance partner had become her cousin G-Minute. Her cousin had been quiet for a few days, and was finally ready to make a move. It seemed that Saimu Chuan's charm was so great that even the arrogant G-Minute became a fangirl. Only she knew the jealousy in it. "Miss Bai, you stepped on my foot." It is true that when you care about someone, you become confused. Bai Yingshu had never made such a mistake before. She accidentally stepped on the toes of her partner. Her delicate face tightened and she apologized generously. It's okay." The thin boy was immediately fascinated by her. She spoke softly and melodiously. Miss Bai's voice was so melodious that he forgot that N's right foot had been stepped on. It was swollen without him noticing. G-Minute, who finally got her wish to dance with the Prince Charming, could not hold back her gaze and observed Saimu Chuan closely. This face was more delicate than a woman's, so clean that there was not even a mole. And her hands, greedily touching the toned muscles under the suit. Could it be that she met the legendary man who looked thin when dressed and had muscular bodies when undressed? It was simply the best. "Miss, have you seen enough?" Saimu Chuan, who always had a smile on his face, finally couldn't hold it anymore. There are such crazy women who throw themselves at men everywhere. The expression on his face became cold and hard, making his facial features more angular. Huh. G-Minute received the message a beat late, hastily retracted his lingering gaze, and said awkwardly, "Hello, Mr. Sai, I am your girlfriend's cousin, my name is G-Minute, nice to meet you." The heavily made-up woman in front of him was talking incessantly with her gaudy red lips. Sai Muchuan just listened but caught the useful information. He had no intention of dealing with such a woman. "Oh, so you are Yingshu's cousin." An intriguing expression flashed across CSI's face, and his dark blue eyes were deep and unfathomable. Chapter 39 Proposal. Yes, I live with her now. Wow, our Yingshu is so lucky to have such a perfect and considerate boyfriend like Mr. Sai. I, as her cousin, am happy for her. Ji Min's tone was extremely exaggerated. Today she was wearing a long dress with a deep V-neck. She kept flirting in front of Sai Muchuan, and every time she got close to him, she deliberately pushed forward her proud E-cup breasts, which was extremely provocative. Perhaps it was because her ambiguous actions were too obvious. Several couples nearby began to whisper to each other. Who was this woman? She knew that Samuchuan's girlfriend was the mayor's daughter, yet she openly seduced her. How bold! Samuchuan frowned and cleverly avoided Ji Min's approach. In his mind, he could not help but recall Bai Yingshu's pair of white rabbits that were not big enough to be held in one hand, which were perky and elastic. In contrast, the ones in front of him were too greasy and made him feel a little nauseous. Seeing that Samuchuan did not move, Ji Minute was a little annoyed, and the pair of breasts on her chest moved up and down because of her rapid breathing. She comforted herself in her heart that he must be playing hard to get. There were many people here, and Bai Yingshu was also there. Samuchuan certainly could not accept it, and he had to find a suitable time. Miss Ji, you look very tired, how about taking a rest? Samuchuan said this considerately. Ji Minute was panting heavily. After hearing this, she almost cried out anxiously, I'm not tired at all. Samuchuan's good upbringing was ruined by Ji Minute. Where did such a stupid woman with no vision come from? Is she sure she is really related to Bai Yingshu? Bai Yingshu is obviously smarter than her. He looked up at the expensive clock on the wall of the banquet hall, and the hands were almost pointing to 12 o'clock. A strange look flashed across Sai Muchuan's eyes. He couldn't let this woman go on. He quietly led Ji Minute along, and Ji Minute followed his steps dizzily and turned several 360s. She could not see everything clearly in front of her, and her body was thrown out to the rhythm of the music. She closed her eyes, and a smile of success appeared at the corner of her mouth. She naturally thought that she would fall into Samuchuan's arms. Sai Muchuan, what's wrong? While Bai Yingshu was stunned, she had already broken away from the thin boy and was held tightly in Sai Muchuan's chest. Her ignorant eyes met his blue eyes that were more dazzling than diamonds. There seemed to be a fatal attraction that made her indulge in it like a moth to a flame. What? Do you think his hand didn't stay on your waist long enough? Samuchuan spoke in an aggressive tone mixed with jealousy. Bai Yingshu seemed to feel a layer of honey flowing through her heart. Without showing any emotion, she took the initiative to meet his gaze. How was my cousin's dance? Did you keep your hand on her waist long enough? Her serious look when she was jealous struck Samuchuan's heart suddenly, and his heart contracted unconsciously. He ignored this abnormality and asked with a low smile, why, are you jealous of your cousin? At this time, there was a commotion not far away. You gossip, you did it on purpose, you stepped on my foot again. What, you dare to call me a gossip, you little dwarf? I am better than a vicious woman like you. Sai Muchuan and Bai Yingshu were listening to a conversation, feeling a little speechless. If she heard the woman's voice correctly, it was Ji Min's. She frowned, opened her eyes slightly, and asked, do you think I will be jealous of her? I think the only thing I can be jealous of is that she may have more potential as a wet nurse than me. Bai Yingshu's eyes seemed to pass slightly across the fluctuations in Ji Min's chest. Soon, Ji Minute and the thin boy were asked to leave the banquet hall by security personnel for disrupting the engagement party. Ji Min's face turned red and her neck was thick from the argument. She was still cursing when she was pulled away, completely ignoring the dark face of the old lady Duanbai. What could she expect from such a useless bastard? She should be thankful that he didn't cause trouble for this old woman. Bai Yingshu and Samuchuan came back to their senses. Samuchuan smiled maliciously and said, are you sure you didn't say jealousy just now? His eyes swept across her chest vaguely. Bai Yingshu's cheeks turned red at the wolf-like teasing look. Her face was as pink and rosy as peach blossoms, which was very attractive. She was embarrassed and annoyed. Samuchuan was getting more and more familiar with teasing her now, and he didn't even shy away from it in public. Rogue. She wasn't jealous of Ji Minute at all. A big organ like this would suppress breathing, increase weight, and waste fabric. The pointer on the wall turned to midnight, and in an instant, the lights in the banquet hall went out with a snap, and it was plunged into darkness. Everyone shouted in an uproar, and the scene was in chaos. The MC on the stage said loudly, "Please be calm, don't move, and listen to me." People in the upper class of S City were used to such occasions, and they heard the MC's guidance, so they thought nothing would go wrong. The security measures of the Royal Hotel were second to none. So the scene really became quiet, and Bai Yingshu was held in Simuchuan's arms, hiding in the arms of an adult like a child. Above her head was his heavy, continuous breathing, a faint smell of tobacco filled the air in front of her, and a low, sweet voice sounded in her ears, "Yingshu, close your eyes, don't open them." According to Bai Yingshu's temper, she would definitely not like others to be mysterious. However, it was very different when it came to Simuchuan. His voice seemed to have penetrating power, hitting her heart directly. She nodded involuntarily and closed her eyes obediently. Now it was dark everywhere. What on earth did he want to do? Simuchuan held her body upright in the air. Bai Yingshu's eyes were dark and she had no support for her hands. There was nothing to worry about. The clock in her heart ticked for several minutes. Even someone as patient as Bai Yingshu couldn't help but ask, "Is it done?" Why did the surroundings become so unusually quiet? I felt like I was holding my breath and suffocating. What was going on? Simuchuan did not answer, so Bai Yingshu asked again, "Simuchuan?" He still did not answer. Just when she could no longer hold back, "You can open your eyes now." She slowly opened her eyes as she wished, and for a moment she felt the crystal chandelier on the ceiling was very dazzling, so she closed her eyes reflexively to adapt to the sudden bright and strong light causing her eyes to burn. She forgot that the electricity was coming. When she opened her eyes again, the bright red color in front of her deeply stimulated her facial features, and she seemed to be able to hear the sound of her own heartbeat. With her as the center, the men and women who were dancing just now had consciously retreated in a circle. Bai Yingshu was the only one in the huge dance floor. In front of her was an overwhelming red, with red roses all around her. The rich fragrance of flowers came with it, and her nose was filled with the fragrance of roses. There were fresh flowers with dewdrops on the petals. Using her liberal arts mind, she calculated that there were probably nearly thousands of them. Are these flowers for her? Bai Yingshu simply couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Simuchuan walked out calmly and gracefully from the flowers. He was still wearing the same suit, his hairstyle was still neat and meticulous, his eyes were affectionate, and the corners of his mouth were curved, but something was different. He walked to Bai Yingshu amid the exclamations of the crowd, and then stared at her steadily. What was he going to do? Like all girls who love to dream, Bai Yingshu was no exception. She imagined herself to be a beautiful princess. One day, her handsome Prince Charming appeared on a white horse with a rose in his hand. Then, in a suffocating moment, Simuchuan slowly knelt on one knee, raised his head, and looked at her steadily with his tender blue eyes, as if he wanted to melt her in this gentleness. Her black eyes flashed with surprise and emotion, and her whole body seemed to be immobilized. She stared at his actions in amazement, not moving an inch. She vaguely understood what he was going to do, but also felt that she was under his thrilling bewitchment. She was deeply addicted and unable to extricate herself, nor did she want to extricate herself. The church bells rang in my mind. "Yingshu, marry me." He held out his palm devoutly, and inside lay a sparkling diamond ring, more dazzling than the stars in the sky. The female compatriots around him were so excited that their blood boiled, and they gritted their teeth and said, "Oh, it looks like it's more than 5 carats. Yeah, it looks like a natural rose diamond ring produced in South Africa this year, worth more than 10 million, even rarer and more precious than a panda." When this was said, everyone gasped. Although they knew that SK Group was quite powerful, they didn't know that Simuchuan was so generous that he could blind your eyes by just throwing out a diamond ring. Unlike everyone else, Bai Yingshu didn't care about the value of the diamond ring at all. Even if it was an ordinary silver ring, she wouldn't be disappointed at all. What matters is not the diamond ring, but the person. The diamond in the middle of the ring is the latest diamond cut from South Africa. Its shape is so ingenious that it amazes the cutter. It is a natural rose petal shape. Even physicists and scientists cannot explain the formation of this irregular shape, which is enough to prove its precious value. There is only one in the world. "Yingshu, marry me. I want you to be my wife, Simuchuan, and we'll be together forever." Simuchuan's sonorous oath and vow drove the women present crazy. They were all envious and jealous, wishing they could become the heroine and get the handsome man into their pockets. Simuchuan, who is the creator's favorite, carefully prepared a passionate proposal. He possesses unparalleled wealth, beauty, loyalty, and gentleness. Who could refuse him? Bai Yingshu had never felt so deeply about losing and regaining him, about her deep longing for him, and about her lingering love for him. She loved him. Her black eyes were filled with crystal water vapor, and she couldn't help trembling. Okay. She slowly placed her delicate fingers in front of Simuchuan. The people around them suddenly held their breath, staring at the romantic scene in front of them. Not only the media and reporters were taking pictures, but even some young men and women took out their phones to take pictures and record videos. The scene was beautiful and spectacular. Bright red flowers, handsome men, beautiful women, the woman with a happy smile stretched out her fingers and was carefully held by the man. Chapter 40 Return Home. Bai Yingshu had never thought that this diamond ring was exactly her size. Was it because Simuchuan's eyes were too precise, or had he secretly measured her finger? Could it be that Simuchuan had disappeared for half a month just to propose to her tonight? However, these doubts did not last long in her mind. Simuchuan devoutly kissed her ring finger with the diamond ring. His warm and wet lips swept across her finger, accompanied by the cold and hard coolness of the diamond ring, which immediately aroused Bai Yingshu's sensitive throbbing, numb, as if she had been electrified. Par par par. There was applause from the audience. Some people cheered loudly, and some even shouted in unison, "Give me a kiss! Give me a kiss!" However, Bai Yingshu in the center of the dance floor was completely unaware. She just licked her dry lips and looked at the other person's slightly rosy lips, with a dazzling and charming smile, and the light in her eyes was bright, like a silent temptation. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, hooked her arms around Simuchuan's neck, closed her dark eyes, and kissed him with her lips. Oh! Wow! The scene reached a climax again because of the heroine's kiss. No one would miss such a wonderful reality show. Even though it was already past midnight, no guest was willing to move. She stumbled and kissed him, sticking out her tongue without a single rule, feeling the warmth in his mouth, trying to melt herself. Simuchuan turned defense into offense, responding to her with a stronger demand. Like a sudden storm, the two kissed seriously and passionately, and the onlookers screamed again and again. Bai Yingshu felt like a century had passed, or maybe it was just a few seconds before she came to her senses. The wonderful feeling filled her mouth. Simuchuan slowly let go of her, and the two of them breathed silently and violently. When he left her lips, he brushed past her ear, licked it gently, and whispered, "You are so charming tonight. I really want to have you right away." Hearing this, Bai Yingshu's cheeks suddenly turned red and she looked at him in shame and anger. He really dared to say anything. Bai Yingting, who was standing on the podium, had white fingers and blue face. From a close distance, one could see that she was gritting her teeth tightly, and her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at the two happy figures in the middle of the dance floor. "Today is obviously my engagement ceremony, isn't it?" Bai Yingting asked herself. "Sister, why do you keep destroying her? In the past, you took away my father's love, and then you took away Brother Zhixu. Now, you have obviously given up Brother Zhixu, but why do you always want to steal my limelight and steal the show? She is so bright wherever she goes, and all kinds of men want to revolve around her. Even if she wants to show her affection with Simuchuan, she can choose any place and occasion to propose, but she chose this place and time, which is clearly a slap in her face. What should I do? Sister, please disappear. If there is no sister, then Brother Zhixu's heart must be with me." Bai Yingting's eyes lost focus, her soul lost control, and was gradually withdrawing. Bai Yingshu was held by Simuchuan and left in a chorus of praise. When she walked out of their hotel, the moment of the proposal was still ringing in her ears, and the sweet joy surged in her heart, which lasted for a long time. Royal Hotel, underground parking garage. The two of them were silent in an uncertain atmosphere, and no one spoke. In fact, Bai Yingshu wanted to say that after all, they were not married, so would it be inappropriate to spend the night together? But in fact, she also felt that she was being hypocritical. The two of them had sex for the first time, and there were many intimate scenes afterwards, and there was even an accidental discharge. When she recalled it, her cheeks became hot and her breathing rate quickened. The sound of Simuchuan's footsteps echoed in the huge parking lot, which seemed empty and completely different from the hustle and bustle just now. Suddenly, she felt Simuchuan stop. "What's wrong?" Bai Yingshu poked his head out of his arms, his eyes fell on that place, and he murmured, "Dad." Bai Jingrui, who is over 50 years old, is over 1.75 meters tall, but when facing Simuchuan, who is over 1.80 centimeters tall, he is not inferior to him in momentum. His handsome and tall appearance is definitely a killer for housewives. At this moment, Bai Jingrui's slightly upright face was tense, and two shadows appeared between his eyebrows. Bai Yingshu saw her father's straight outline and gently pinched the muscles on Simuchuan's arm. Simuchuan looked back at her without showing any weakness and slowly put her on the ground. Bai Yingshu stood up straight and thought that Bai Jingrui would say something against his serious attitude, but Bai Jingrui clasped his hands behind his back, looked deeply at the two people who were a perfect match, and said in a casual tone, "Go home." "Yeah." Bai Yingshu hesitated for a moment and nodded, looking at Simuchuan with a slightly apologetic look. His watery eyes widened to show a rare bit of playfulness and cuteness. Over there, the driver, Lao Wang, slowly drove the car over. Bai Jingrui sat in the back seat first. The car did not shut down, but stayed where it was. The humming sound of the engine was particularly obvious in the silent parking lot. "What should I do? I really don't want to let you go." Simuchuan frowned, and looked at Bai Yingshu opposite him with a reluctant look on his handsome face. To be honest, Bai Yingshu did have some attachment to him, but after all, they were not married, right? Even Yingting and Ling Zhixiu, who had settled down, never had the habit of staying out all night. The car was still running, and it was obvious that Bai Jingrui didn't intend to let the couple be alone together for long. "Then I'm leaving." Bai Yingshu's eyes softened, and her back slowly passed by him. She waved at him, indicating that she could go back. But Simuchuan locked his eyes on her until she got into the car and closed the door. The car window vaguely reflected Bai Yingshu's facial features and their eyes looking at each other from afar. The picture remained frozen for a long time. Simuchuan turned around and looked in the direction where the mayor's special car disappeared, revealing a cold and deep look, with an unfathomable smile in his eyes. After unlocking it, a charming and beautiful figure appeared in sight. "Mr. Sai, what a coincidence, can I take your ride?" G-Minute, wearing revealing clothes and emitting strong female hormones, posed coquettishly, raised her proud breasts, and made what she thought was a very sexy pose. She had a serious misunderstanding. Revealing is not sexy, sexy is a silent temptation from the inside out. Humph, Simuchuan glanced at G-Minute without blinking. It seemed like G-Minute had been waiting for a long time. Hitchhiking? Did he think he was an idiot? Mayor Bai's car had just left, and it was obvious that he was taking the opportunity to get close to him. "Yeah." Simuchuan nodded and got into the car first. Then G-Minute, smiling gorgeously, opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. She still had a sense of superiority. She had waited foolishly for more than an hour in the cool breeze of the night. It was worth it. "Miss G, do I send you to the door of the villa?" Simuchuan asked meaningfully. Ji-Min's restless heart was getting out of control. She suppressed her unusual heartbeat. "Is he asking me to spend the night with him?" She looked at Simuchuan's charming face with clear edges and corners, and his strong muscles under his suit. She couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to touch him. "Mr. Sai, it's so late, my sister and the others must be asleep, and the servants have gone to bed long ago." G-Minute was still talking, thinking, "If you don't say it yourself, let her say it." G-Minute felt good about herself at this moment, thinking that Simuchuan had been fascinated by her. "In that case, why don't I arrange it for Miss G?" Simuchuan was concentrating on driving and chatting casually with G-Minute. "Arrange? Great, great." G-Minute cheered and jumped for joy, smiling secretly, and said hypocritically, "Oh, how can I do that?" "Thank you so much, Mr. Sai." "You are welcome. Mo Ting has been transferred. The new deputy mayor will be appointed and report immediately. There are some handover matters. When your sick leave is over, you should go to work tomorrow and help with the handover work." Bai Jingrui and his daughter sat side by side, and the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Yingshu responded, almost forgetting that she had been taking leave because of a foot injury since she came back from a business trip. Now that Mo Ting has been transferred, there are a lot of things that need to be dealt with. She can't be lazy anymore. She has to go to work early tomorrow. She silently made up her mind that she must not let other colleagues think that being the mayor's daughter has privileges. Her father is especially taboo about using public power for personal gain. She was admitted to the civil service through a dignified examination, and it was definitely not through nepotism. Thank you for your hard work, Lao Wang. Go to bed early. After getting off the car, Bai Jingrui went straight upstairs. Bai Yingshu looked at his straight and broad back, wondering, such a big thing happened today, but his father didn't mention it at all after he came back. Was it a tacit agreement or something else? Bai Yingshu was young and impatient. Dad, do you have something to say to me? Bai Jingrui's back froze, he turned around, looked at her deeply, and said, come to my study. In the villa after midnight, the light at the staircase looked dim, and his voice seemed unusually monotonous and silent. Bai Jingrui knew that Bai Yingting did not go home that night, but he did not blame her. The younger daughter was introverted by nature, and she kept everything in her heart. Even if you asked, you couldn't get it out. It would be good for the two sisters to separate and be quiet. Bai Yingting followed Bai Jingrui to the study, and she asked directly, Dad, I have already agreed to his proposal in front of everyone, you will bless her. Although she had known that she would face this problem with her father, Bai Yingshu had made up her mind and had nothing to fear. She did not want to receive strong opposition from her father, and of course she needed her parents' support for the marriage. Bai Jingrui did not answer immediately. He walked to the desk, opened one of the drawers, took out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one in his mouth. For a moment, the strong smell of cigarettes wafted out, and the smoke was floating under the orange light. Her father was a heavy smoker for many years, so the smell of cigarettes was naturally strong. Bai Yingshu quickly covered her nose. Dad, didn't you quit smoking? Why are you smoking again? Although she said it, she did not step forward to stop him. Yingshu only remembered that when she was young, her father smoked a lot, but then he quit all of a sudden. In the following 10 years, she hardly saw him smoking except for social events that he couldn't refuse. What happened today that made him break his habit? She subconsciously didn't think it was because of her marriage. Chapter 41. I like two kinds of women. Yingshu, sometimes you are really like your mother, but you are more opinionated than her. Although you look gentle, you are actually quite stubborn. He hesitated and his thoughts fell into memories. It was the first time that Bai Yingshu heard her father talk about her mother after she grew up. She followed up the conversation and asked, what kind of person is your mother? She and Yingting had never seen their mother since they were young, so she didn't remember it. She learned from Mrs. Wu and the driver Lao Wang that her mother died of complications during childbirth. What puzzled her was that her father didn't remarry. He looked so affectionate, but why didn't he allow her sisters to ask about it? Every time he asked, he would have a stern face and look fierce. Was he affectionate or disgusted? She had never even seen her grandparents, so why didn't she contact them? These questions gradually stopped being mentioned over time, and she no longer remembered them, and even forgot about them for many years. I don't know if Bai Jingrui was too emotional tonight, or what. He actually answered with an unusually pious and gentle look, your mother is very beautiful, kind, and simple, which can easily arouse a man's desire to protect her. She is also very considerate and gentle. She has suffered a lot for me and has never complained or regretted it, even. As he spoke, Bai Jingrui choked up, and he suddenly took a deep breath, pinched out the cigarette, and seemed to realize his own loss of composure and restored his usual steady dignity, and said loudly, don't mention your mother again in the future. Bai Yingshu was a little unwilling. Why did his father always keep secrets from his mother? Even if he took the initiative to bring up some details, he was unwilling to say more. What was he afraid of? What was he afraid of that he might know? According to what you said, Yingting and I don't seem to be like her at all. Yingting is introverted and opinionated, and gentle, but she has nothing to do with kindness and simplicity. As for me, of course you may think that I am the pot calling the kettle black, but in short, neither of us has inherited her good qualities. Shut up, don't say any more. Bai Jingrui's thick eyebrows knitted up, and he was obviously agitated. He fell into deep self-blame. Even if Yingshu didn't mention it, he knew clearly that he was a failure as a father. Today Yingting deliberately targeted Yingshu, and he, as a father, was powerless to stop it. He realized that his tone just now was a little heavy, so he slowed down his voice and said, it's late, you should go back and rest. Bai Yingshu stammered, and her slender and straight figure remained motionless for a while. Her mood was complicated. She had no idea about her mother, and the slight touch in her heart that was ignored and closed was magnified infinitely. Perhaps, if she had a relatively complete family, she and Yingting would not have come to this point today. Good night, Dad. She thought that her father loved her mother very much, and she shouldn't reveal the pain deep in his heart. The faint footsteps gradually faded away from the study. Looking at her increasingly thin figure in recent days, Bai Jingrui's eyes darkened and he sighed silently. Yingshu. She paused, and suddenly heard Bai Jingrui calling her from behind. Tell him to come to our house for dinner in a few days. His voice was deep and rich. Bai Yingshu thought she had misheard and was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted and gradually showed a light smile of joy on her face. Okay, Dad. The sound of relaxed footsteps gradually faded away, and Bai Jingrui smiled silently. Silly girl. Compared to Bai Yingshu's good night's sleep, Ji-minute couldn't sleep and tossed and turned restlessly. On the big bed in the hotel, she felt anxious when she thought of what happened just now. It was such a pity that the fat meat in her mouth flew away. Obviously everything went very smoothly. After entering the hotel, Simuchuan sent her to the room. If Simuchuan didn't have some interest in her, how could he be so enthusiastic? Back then, no matter what kind of excellent man she wanted, she would come to him eagerly. Now, she actively hinted at the man and threw herself into his arms, but he pretended to be calm. She took off her clothes in a flash, leaving only her underwear, revealing her beautiful curves, especially her breasts, which she was always proud of. No man would not be tempted, but Simuchuan held back. Even she herself questioned, is it because she is not charming enough? Or does Simuchuan like her cousin's cup size of B at most? Bai Yingshu roared, she is obviously 34C. Before leaving, Simuchuan gave her a meaningful look and said, I like two types of women, one is a smart woman, the other is a useful woman. I wonder which type of woman Miss G is. Ji-minute was confused by his question. What did he mean? Did Simuchuan mean that she was neither a smart woman nor a useless woman? That was why he didn't touch her. Ji-minute tossed and turned the whole night. It was obvious that if he had no interest in her at all, why would he send her to the hotel? The next day. In the early morning, the sun is shining brightly and the gentle breeze brings the fragrance of flowers, which is refreshing. Bai Yingshu had a good sleep and overslept. She quickly washed and dressed, changed into a professional suit, and tied her hair up, revealing her palm-sized face, looking particularly energetic. Miss, you haven't had breakfast yet. Mrs. Wu shouted at the top of her voice. Bai Yingshu hurriedly stepped on her 6 or 7 centimeter high heels and waved back, it's too late, I won't eat. Come in, I'll take you there. At this time, the driver, Lao Wang, drove the car over, rolled down the window, and stuck most of Bai Jingrui's head out, and his tone sounded a little stiff. Because Bai Jingrui is the mayor, if he and Bai Yingshu were in the same car, their colleagues would inevitably say that she was being arrogant and had a bad influence. The father and daughter agreed on this point. No, I'll just take a taxi. Bai Yingshu waved her hand. Although the villa looked luxurious, Bai Jingrui did not buy a car for his two daughters, even though they had taken the driver's license test when they were in school. Of course, even if Bai Jingrui bought her a car, it would be too ostentatious. Bai Yingshu usually chose the convenient and fast subway or taxi. There are still 8 minutes left. You'll be late if you don't come up. Bai Jingrui glanced at the old classic silver watch on his wrist. The hand showed 7:52. He frowned and said seriously to Bai Yingshu. It takes about 6 to 7 minutes to drive from the Bai family villa to the city hall by private car. It is rush hour now, so it will take some time to hail a taxi on the main road. Bai Yingshu is a little anxious. He can't be late on the first day of work after his illness and leave a bad impression on the new deputy mayor. While I was hesitating, I heard a car horn sound behind me, which was a bit irritating. She frowned and turned to the side. Although she didn't know much about cars, she was surprised to find that the car behind her was a limited edition Maybach. It was low-key and luxurious. People who didn't know much about cars would not recognize its value. A face popped out from the luxury car. His hair was scattered on his forehead. His blue eyes were as dazzling as diamonds in the morning sun. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder and his lips were light pink. Yingshu immediately felt that he had a sexy and charming taste. I send you. Dad, you guys go first, don't worry about me. Bai Yingshu gestured to the driver, Lao Wang, and trotted a few steps to get on Simuchuan's passenger seat. Old Wang, drive. Bai Jingrui moved his neck and saw Bai Yingshu got into a luxury car. He immediately understood that it was Simuchuan who was trying to please him. His face suddenly became ugly and his tone was very cold. The driver, Old Wang, understood and laughed secretly in his heart. Mayor Bai was so old, but he was still jealous of his daughter's boyfriend. No wonder people said that his daughter was her father's lover in the previous life. This was absolutely true. Can we get to the city hall in 5 minutes? Bai Yingshu looked anxious and angry, like a strong woman. Because the situation was too urgent, she even skipped the awkwardness and shyness after the proposal last night and didn't remember this for a while. No problem. He stepped on the accelerator and gradually accelerated. Only when he really realized Simuchuan's speed did Bai Yingshu finally have time to ask, "It's Monday today. If you come to pick me up, won't you be late?" Simuchuan was wearing a white shirt and suit today, without a tie. The top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, vaguely revealing his sexy collarbone and beige skin, adding a bit of chic and rebelliousness. He stopped at a red light, turned his head, and his expression was a little helpless. "I can't help it, you are a civil servant, I am an ordinary working people." Yingshu laughed out loud at his amusement. Yeah, a car driven by an ordinary working class like you costs tens of millions. Then changed the reason. "I came here specifically to pick up my wife for work." Bai Yingshu responded reflexively, "Who is your wife?" He realized that he had said the wrong thing. He had already agreed to Simuchuan's proposal yesterday. The cold and hard touch of the dazzling ring was still vaguely felt on his finger. Simuchuan smiled complacently, very satisfied with her shy expression. 7:59, in front of City Hall. Bai Yingshu checked the time on her phone, got out of the car, and waited for Simuchuan to roll down the window. When their eyes met, she smiled and shouted, "My dad asked you to come over for dinner tonight, don't forget." After she finished speaking, she hurried to the gate, imagining Simuchuan's reaction after hearing it. He was probably as happy as she was. Being a lady is really hard. You have to pay attention to your appearance and be in a hurry. In the end, Bai Yingshu clocked in before 8 o'clock. The Maybach stopped in front of the city hall for about a few minutes and then sped away. Of course, as Bai Yingshu expected, Simuchuan was indeed very happy. The smile in the corners of his eyes never faded, but his pupils were cold and deep, and his gaze was everything. "Bai Jingrui, are we finally going to have a head-on confrontation?" He was really looking forward to it. Simuchuan curled his lips and revealed an excited smile. Bai Yingshu stepped into the office and said, "Mo." The 2 words "Mo Ting" were stuck in her throat. She was so used to it that she forgot that Mo Ting had left. She felt a little depressed. Xiao Yi, another recent graduate of the same age as Bai Yingshu, approached her and whispered, "Why are you here just now?" Although Bai Yingshu's identity was no longer a secret in the city, she did not notice a change in people's attitudes, at least no deliberate flattery or fawning. Especially Xiaoye, who looked ordinary, very straightforward and simple, and they got along well. Chapter 42. New official takes office. What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing her alert look, Bai Yingshu was a little puzzled. It seemed that he was not late. "You don't know, the new deputy mayor held a morning meeting for our office 10 minutes ago. His courage, efficiency, and methods were simply swift and resolute. He gave us a powerful lecture that left us speechless, and many of us even wailed. Is it that great? It is said that a new official will start with 3 things. There was a woman who liked to wear short skirts, so she was killed as a warning to the others." Seeing that Bai Yingshu didn't seem to be very worried, Xiao Yi thought to herself, "Of course you don't have to worry, so what if you are the deputy mayor? You are still the mayor's daughter. Then again, why are the deputy mayors so handsome every time they are transferred here? What a pity. This man is so cold and noble that people can't even look at him directly." Xiao Yi sighed repeatedly, with regret in her eyes and envy in an instant. "Yingshu, you are so lucky. Your boyfriend proposed to you so romantically, blah blah." The 2 chatted for a while. Yingshu didn't dare to waste time as he had a pile of documents on hand. Those that needed to be sorted and proofread had to be done by his secretary and then asked to the deputy mayor for approval. After typing away on the keyboard for an hour, Xiao Yi walked over mysteriously and said, "Yingshu, the deputy mayor wants you to go to his office." "Okay." Yingshu picked out a few important ones, held them in her hands, and walked over calmly. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." A sharp and concise voice came from the door, sharp and penetrating. Bai Yingshu opened the door upon hearing this. Before she could finish her words, a gaze full of inquiry came over. She felt a little uncomfortable. The man opposite her said, "Secretary Bai, I hope you can come to work half an hour earlier in the future." Bai Yingshu raised his head and saw a pointed face. He was about 30 years old and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, but he didn't look old at all. He wore a white shirt and casual pants. His sharp black eyes were dulled by his glasses. His nose was straight and his lips were thin and sharp like a knife. He was thin and slender, with fair skin, but not feminine at all. In Bai Yingshu's opinion, he had some of the red lips and white teeth of Korean male stars. This person was the newly transferred deputy mayor. Xiaoye didn't exaggerate. He was indeed very handsome. But this aggressive and commanding tone was a bit inhumane. Why? Because this is my rule. His matter-of-fact tone inexplicably made Bai Yingshu feel a little angry. Excuse me, what authority do you have to make us arrive half an hour earlier every day? Have you asked your superiors for permission before doing this? Oh. He grinned, raised his long eyebrows, and looked at Bai Yingshu with interest. Superior? Do you mean your father? Bai Yingshu was surprised. He was new here, but he knew all the internal relationships. He was obviously not an easy person to deal with. Her delicate face showed no flaws. She met his probing gaze and said seriously, I'm sorry, in the company there are only superiors and subordinates, there is no distinction between relatives and strangers. Good one, no distinction between relatives and strangers. He smiled, as if he appreciated Bai Yingshu's words, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Bai Yingshu thought he was very strange. Apart from his handsome appearance, his whole body was weird, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was probably the way he looked at her. My name is Shinji Fan. He suddenly said and extended his hand in a friendly manner. Bai Yingshu almost forgot that she didn't even know the other person's name after talking for so long. Shinji Fan? She felt that this name didn't match his personality. Out of politeness, she also stretched out her hand and shook it, Bai Yingshu. In fact, she was secretly complaining in her heart. On the first day of taking office, he knew that she was the mayor's daughter, so she thought the name was not a problem. When the palm of my hand touched his, I was surprised to find that Shinji Fan's hands were even more delicate and smoother than a woman's. This shows how meticulous and clean he is in his work. Seeing that she didn't show any unusual behavior, Shinji Fan said, Shinji Fan, you don't know, but you must have heard of Shinjiling, right? Bai Yingshu was confused by his question. She had always had a good memory, so if she had heard it before, she would definitely remember it. Shinji Fan didn't show any expression of fooling her, so she shook her head to indicate that she hadn't heard it before. Shinji Fan suddenly laughed, and the laughter continued. There was no air conditioning in the office, so it should have been a bit stuffy, but Bai Yingshu's forehead was covered with a thin layer of cold sweat, and he gradually became uneasy. Why did he feel that Shinji Fan was targeting him? So far, there seemed to be no incident of targeting him. A higher-ranking official can crush a person. Could it be that Shinji Fan was dissatisfied with his father Bai Jingrui being above him, and turned his spearhead towards her? Didn't your father tell your mother? What? Bai Yingshu thought she was hallucinating. Her dark eyes gradually widened and her expression was shocked. Are you saying is Shinjiling her mother? The first time Bai Yingshu heard her mother's name was from a stranger, which made her feel uncomfortable. In the past, the driver Uncle Wang and Aunt Wu had racked their brains to get some details, but now it was so easy. I never thought your father was so heartless that he didn't even tell his wife's name to her daughter. Shinji Fan sighed coldly, his tone filled with dissatisfaction with Bai Jingrui. Dad, my father is not what you said. Bai Yingshu subconsciously refuted. She firmly believed that her father loved her mother deeply. How could a normal man keep his chastity for decades and resist all external temptations? If this is not love, then there is no such thing as love in the world. Over the years, there have been women who have flirted with Bai Jingrui, thrown themselves into his arms, and some were even willing to be his stepmother regardless of the status, but they were all rejected by Bai Jingrui. Until now, his best years have passed and he is now alone. What is your relationship with my mother? Bai Yingshu did not doubt his words. This kind of thing would be exposed once it was brought up. There was no need for Shinji Fan to do anything unnecessary. Since both of them had the last name Shin, they must be relatives. I am your mother's younger brother. You should call me uncle. Uncle. Her mother had a 30-year-old brother. Bai Yingshu looked at him in disbelief. Her pair of black eyes seemed to be questioning, blinking without moving. Shinji Fan took in her expression and smiled lightly. Sure enough, she still doubted him. Excuse me, how old are you this year? Shin Jifan looked young but was actually older. Shin Jifan said as a matter of course, 31. I am the youngest son of the Shin family, the third child. Your mother is the eldest sister. Bai Yingshu still found it difficult to digest this news. She only remembered hearing Shin Jifan say before leaving his office, if there is anything you want to know about your mother, feel free to come to me. There was a faint and meaningful smile on his lips. Mayor's office. Shin Jifan. Xie Fangfei was reporting on her work as usual, and mentioned in passing that the secretary assigned this time was not the original one, but comrade Shin Jifan, who was replaced at the last minute. Even Bai Jingrui didn't know about this beforehand. Bai Jingrui repeated it when he heard it, his pupils slightly dilated, and he looked extremely surprised. After that, his finger movements became more frequent, and he ordered, Xiao Xie, ask the new deputy mayor to come over. Xie Fangfei knew that this was a sign of Bai Jingrui's nervousness. What made him nervous? Okay. Xie Fangfei did as he said, looking at him with a complicated expression. After Xie Fangfei's slender and charming figure completely disappeared, Bai Jingrui's aura burst out. He looked deep and obviously restless and confused. This restlessness and confusion continued until Shin Jifan arrived. Brother-in-law, how are you? Shin Jifan stretched out his hand and spoke in a familiar tone, as if they had just met not long ago. His eyes were full of smiles, and Bai Jingrui's extremely pale face, with all the blood lost, was reflected on the lenses. Bai Jingrui did not shake hands with him. He looked at him absent-mindedly, searching his memory for a face that was 60% similar to the one in front of him. Then, a lot of complicated emotions flashed through his heart, and his eyes gradually became darker and darker. He was silent for a long time, raised his head, and hesitated to speak. Are your parents okay? Thanks to you, the two elders are still in good health. Although he was smiling, his tone was obviously sarcastic, as if he was mocking him for asking such an unnecessary question. The conversation still unexpectedly fell into a deadlock, but Bai Jingrui showed a look of guilt that he rarely showed. The untouchable point in his heart was touched by Shin Jifan. My brother-in-law seems to have forgotten my sister. I don't know whether to say that you are infatuated or heartless. Shin Jifan hinted. Bai Jingrui finally regained his composure. Was he really old? He was actually moved by a little kid from the past. He held his head high, put his hands behind his back, and said with a stern face, "What on earth are you doing here?" He was skeptical about Shin Jifan's actions. Shin Jifan did not answer him, but said something else. I have seen my eldest niece, she is very beautiful, I think she is much prettier than my sister when she was young. My brother-in-law is so lucky, the two daughters have fiancés, and the one who has a boyfriend is getting married soon. If my sister were here, our family of four would be. After all, having been in the officialdom for more than 20 years, Bai Jingrui quickly concealed the disturbance in his heart and said, You were still young at that time, Jifan, your sister, it was an accident during surgery. Bai Jingrui, you are too naive. It's a pity that my parents still can't forgive you and don't even want to see their granddaughter. But I'm different. I won't let it go so easily. Shin Jifan's expression turned cold and stern. Bai Jingrui sensed that he was coming with bad intentions and said sullenly, What do you want to do? Brother-in-law, don't you think that I was just a kid and didn't understand anything? Bai Jingrui looked at him in surprise. What do you know? He tried his best to control the trembling in his voice. Is this kid testing him? Chapter 43 Head on Confrontation. Don't be nervous. I just want to have a good relationship with my niece. Is my brother-in-law going to stop me? We are family, aren't we? Afterwards, Bai Jingrui couldn't even remember when Shin Jifan left. Shin Jifan's appearance seemed to have caught him off guard in his life plan, and he had no idea how much trouble it would cause. Xiao Xie, come in for a moment. Bai Jingrui immediately dialed the internal number, and Xie Fangfei walked in soon. Mayor, what do you want? Bai Jingrui lowered his head to read the documents and said quickly, Go and transfer Bai Yingshu to another department. After a long time without seeing Xie Fangfei move, she asked hesitantly, Mayor, this is not appropriate. Deputy Mayor Shin has just arrived and is not familiar with some places. In short, she raised some substantive concerns. Just say it's my order and go. Bai Jingrui had obviously made up his mind and would not change it easily no matter what Xie Fangfei said. Yes. Xie Fangfei said no more. She looked at him with a complicated expression and asked with concern, "Mayor, I see that you don't seem to be in a good mood. Are you feeling unwell?" Bai Jingrui did not think much about it, because he was basically satisfied with Xiao Xia's work, and she was a down-to-earth person without any ulterior motives, which was completely different from her charming and capable appearance. Many young female comrades in the unit had their eyes on him, but they were all discouraged by his harsh words. "Why are you still standing here? Go." Bai Jingrui thought, could it be that after so long, this girl has started to have inappropriate thoughts? So his tone became stern. "Yes." Xie Fangfei became a little embarrassed, and even her words were extremely unnatural. "Then I'll go out." In the afternoon, Bai Yingshu received a transfer notice. She was completely baffled. She was transferred to the Education Bureau. Who on earth made this transfer? She found that there was something wrong with her father's secretary. She couldn't find any fault with her attitude. She felt that there was a latent hostility in her. She didn't remember when she had offended her. Shen Jifan had just been in contact with her for a while when he received the notification. Could it be his father? Her eyes were unpredictable, and her desire to explore her mother was even stronger. It was fine if her father was usually very secretive, but why did he deliberately avoid Shen Jifan? She believed that Shen Jifan was telling the truth. Why? What happened between them? Why didn't they contact each other for so many years? While Bai Yingshu was thinking about it, he received a call from Bai Jingrui. Today was a special day. First, she met her mother's younger brother, and then her father asked her to bring Simuchuan home for dinner tonight. She couldn't help but reveal a shy and happy expression like a daughter, as if everything was going in the direction she expected. After get off work, Simuchuan had been waiting at the door for a long time. People working in the company generally have good eyesight, and they can tell that Simuchuan's car is worth a lot of money. Moreover, some colleagues have seen Simuchuan at the engagement ceremony of Bai Yingting and Ling Zhixiu, and there are countless reports and publicity about Simuchuan in newspapers and magazines. Even if Simuchuan wants to keep a low profile, he can't. Bai Yingshu walked towards Simuchuan amid envy. Simuchuan has changed his clothes, still wearing a shirt and trousers, all of which are the latest models of world-famous brands. He can always wear this most ordinary outfit with a unique taste, and his temperament is indescribable. Some people say that temperament is innate, so Simuchuan is a born elegant nobleman, always with a faint and noble smile. "Where do you want to go for dinner?" Simuchuan asked after fastening his seat belt and starting the car. "Come to my house, Simuchuan, are you ready?" She didn't turn her head, but looked straight ahead with a teasing smile on her lips and a teasing look in her eyes. Simuchuan suddenly stopped the car on the road, and looked at her absent-mindedly with his dark blue eyes. "Why did you stop the car?" Bai Yingshu was just wondering. He quickly came to the back of her neck, and sprayed his hot breath on her delicate and sensitive skin, which was hotter than the hot summer outside, making every inch of her skin that was hit feel like it was burned by fire, burning hot, and her breathing suddenly tightened. Simuchuan had a smile in his eyes. She had long been accustomed to the redness of her ears due to shyness and surprise. He said in a low and hoarse voice beside her ear, "Yingshu, I'm ready for a long time, how about you?" Your mind is full of these." It was clearly a simple answer, but when it came out of Simuchuan's mouth it carried a tender and lewd feeling, and Bai Yingshu definitely heard another layer of implication in it. Simuchuan said innocently, "Why, I've been ready to confront your father head-on, haven't I?" Yingshu was furious at what he said. Could it be that she couldn't hear the double entendre? What kind of confrontation? Does it have to be tense when you two meet? Although my father sometimes seems to be unapproachable, as long as you persuade him, nothing is absolute. For example, in the matter of Yingting and Zhixiu, according to Bai Jingrui's temper, he would never tolerate Ling Zhixiu wavering between his two daughters. The reason why he agreed to their marriage was that old lady Bai was just a stepping stone. He cared about Yingting from the bottom of his heart. The same applies to Yingshu now. Although he has always believed that Simuchuan is not suitable for Yingshu, he finally did not strongly object and was willing to try to accept him, simply for the sake of his daughter's happiness. Simuchuan smiled without saying anything, and after a while they returned to their Bai family villa. Bai Yingshu glanced over and saw that Bai Jingrui had already gone home. After all, he was the mayor of a city, and leaving get off work early was an unwritten rule, and no one would pursue it. In addition to his father's special car, there was another dark blue Lamborghini that Bai Yingshu found very familiar parked next to it in the garage. I remembered that Ling Zhixiu once drove this car to pick up Yingting. Bai Yingting and Ling Zhixiu also came. There was a trace of fatigue in her eyes. Yingting had made her guard up. The legend that ugly people are often evil was just like this. If Yingting had always been Ling Zhixiu's confidant and not caused so many troubles, perhaps Ling Zhixiu would gradually accept her and even fall in love with her in the long process of getting along with her. But she used the stupidest method. As soon as you enter the door, the living room feels crowded. Bai Jingrui, Bai Yingting, Ling Zhixiu, Old Lady Bai, and Ji Minute sat on the large sofa in the living room. The large LCD TV was playing some cheerful variety shows. It was a happy atmosphere. Bai Jingrui had a serious face, and his expressionless face was always blank. Ji Minute was chatting with Yingting, while the others were basically listening, or watching TV, or just like Ling Zhixiu, he was awkward from beginning to end. "Dad, we're back!" Bai Yingshu shouted, and everyone's eyes fell on the entrance and the tall figure behind Bai Yingshu. "Uncle, hello. I was rude at the banquet last time, so I came to visit you today." Sai Muchuan spoke effortlessly. He looked polite and humble, which really made people like him more. Just his outstanding face made it hard for people to hate him. Even Mrs. Bai, who was so picky, liked him when she saw him. She sighed that Yingshu had a sharp eye for choosing boyfriends. She couldn't help but glance at Ji Minute. Her granddaughter, whom she had doted on for many years, looked like she was about to put her eyes on him. It was really out of control. I don't know if the eldest lady saw it. It was so rude and embarrassed her. Mrs. Bai's face suddenly darkened. "Boss, I feel a little uncomfortable. Let Sister Wu take dinner to my room." Bai Jingrui nodded, and Mrs. Bai didn't even look at Ji Minute, who was infatuated with him, and walked away on her own, leaning on a phoenix head cane. Bai Yingshu politely called her grandma, and she responded indifferently without much expression. Ji Minute came back to her senses and found that Mrs. Bai had disappeared. She stood up hesitantly. She was a little conflicted. Should she follow her grandmother to see her? As expected, in front of beauty, family affection can be abandoned. Ji Minute was still reluctant to take her eyes off Simuchuan. But she didn't dare to stare at him unscrupulously, but occasionally took a sneak peek when no one was paying attention. Yingshu saw all this, but her expression did not change. It was not so easy for a man who wanted her. It was almost time for dinner. Bai Jingrui had already told Mrs. Wu about it, and she had already prepared a large table of dishes. The delicious aroma filled the air and went straight into Yingshu's nostrils. "Why are you still standing there? Wash your hands and come over to eat," Bai Jingrui said. Compared to Sai Muchuan, Ling Zhixiu was much more familiar with the place, but today Yingshu found that Ling Zhixiu looked bad and looked much more haggard. Whenever their eyes met, she noticed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. So what? It had nothing to do with her. At the dinner table, Bai Jingrui sat at the main seat, with Bai Yingshu and Simuchuan, Bai Yingting and Ling Zhixiu on either side. Ji Minute couldn't sit next to the object of her affection openly, so she ended up sitting opposite Bai Jingrui in the seat that old lady Bai often sat in. She began to complain in her heart, wondering why grandma had to go back to her room to eat dinner, when she could have been so close to him and not noticed. Bai Yingting, contrary to her usual behavior, did not pay too much attention to her sister, even though her jealousy was obvious to everyone. Throughout the meal, she kept picking up food for Ling Zhixiu, showing her gentleness and consideration to the fullest. Ling Zhixiu looked unspeakably tired, however. People say that gentleness can kill people. Bai Yingting's love makes Ling Zhixiu feel burdened and even suffocated. "Eat this." Yingshu occasionally picked up food for Simuchuan. She suddenly realized that she never knew Simuchuan's taste. During the time they were dating, Simuchuan was always trying to please her, and she didn't seem to understand his preferences at all. So, she picked up a little bit of everything she liked. Simuchuan didn't seem to be very picky and took everything she ordered. Ji Minute was about to collapse. Her two cousins were showing off their affection without restraint, and she, a lonely person, looked particularly pitiful. In terms of age, she was the elder sister, so how could she not have a boyfriend? Thinking of this, she felt even more irritated when she saw Bai Yingshu's face. How she wished she could replace Bai Yingshu's position, so that she could be loved by Bai Jingrui and also loved by Simuchuan. Chapter 44 Wedding Date. "Dad, I remember you liked sweet and sour fish the most." Bai Jingrui suddenly felt that he seemed to be old. His daughters all had boyfriends and fiancés. He couldn't help but sigh that time passed by quickly and he was at retirement age. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the fish that Yingshu had picked up, took a look at her concerned eyes, and then put it in his mouth. Yingting suddenly covered her mouth, pulled out the chair, and rushed towards the bathroom. Did he have a stomachache? G-Minute thought, that's right, her fiancé wasn't paying attention to her at all, it's strange that he would enjoy the meal. I'll go take a look. The sound of Yingting vomiting coming from the bathroom was particularly obvious. Ling Zhixiu couldn't sit still anymore. He put down his bowl and rushed over. After this little incident, everyone lost their appetite and dinner ended quickly. After dinner, everyone was silent in the living room. Bai Jingruo turned off the TV that made him irritable. The large living room was exceptionally quiet. G-Minute wanted to say something to highlight his presence. Yingting, I see that you don't look well. Why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup? Xiao Minute, go back and see how your grandma is doing. Bai Jingruo interrupted G-Minute. His meaning was very clear. Even G-Minute, who had no good eyesight, could see it. Was he trying to get rid of her? And what Bai Jingruo said was not a question, but an affirmative sentence. Oh. Although G-Minute wanted to stay, he still stood up reluctantly, with a bit of embarrassment on his face. Now it's good, they clearly don't treat you as a family, there is nothing you can't listen to. G-Minute muttered to himself, Bai Jingruo is really biased. After G-Minute left, Bai Jingruo said, okay, Yingting, what do you want to say? No one knows a daughter better than her father. Of course, Bai Yingting could not hide anything from him, and Bai Yingting clearly did not want to hide it. Dad, I'm 2 months pregnant. Obviously, this result was within Bai Jingruo's expectations, but it did not achieve the expected shocking effect. Although Bai Yingshu had never been pregnant, she also understood the symptoms of vomiting before pregnancy from books and TV. Especially when she saw Ling Zhishu's helpless and contradictory expression, she guessed a little. Yingting wanted to use the child to tie Ling Zhishu down and make him responsible. Bai Yingting's pregnancy had nothing to do with Sai Muchuan. Yingshu saw that he looked like a calm bystander. Zhishu, what do you say? My parents already know about it, and they want us to get married early. Ling Zhishu was obviously confused. Although he was not a qualified boyfriend, at least he should not neglect the responsibilities he should shoulder. Ask your parents to come home and set the wedding date as soon as possible. If you delay any further, Yingting's belly will get big. Bai Jingruo said with a frown. He didn't want his daughter to be pregnant when she got married. It would be embarrassing to be gossiped about and it would also be tiring for him. Yes, uncle. Ling Zhishu replied. Bai Yingting finally felt relieved. They were just engaged before, but things would be different after getting married and having a child. Brother Zhishu's mind would be on her and the child, so he wouldn't have time to think about anyone else. Don't run around all day if you're pregnant. Rest at home and ask Mrs. Wu to prepare some nutritious meals for you so that you can take good care of your pregnancy. Bai Jingruo looked at Bai Yingting, his stiff tone revealing deep concern. Okay, Dad. Bai Yingting felt her father's love for the first time and smiled from the bottom of her heart. She was happy today and in the future. Thinking of this, she touched her belly which was not yet pregnant and thought to herself, baby, you must grow up healthily, and you will definitely be the happiest child in the world. Ling Zhishu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was in a complicated mood now and didn't know how to face Yingting. It would be good for Yingting to go home and live for a while, so that he could calm down and adjust his mentality. Maybe after they get married, he could be a responsible husband and father. Dad, Brother Zhishu and I are going to take a walk to help digest our food. With that, Bai Yingting took Ling Zhishu's hand and walked out the door. Retracting his gaze, Bai Jingruo looked at Simuchuan from head to toe without any hesitation. Sit down. Realizing that Simuchuan had been standing for a long time, he said. Yingshu, go to the kitchen and get some fruit. Okay. Yingshu nodded and asked Simuchuan, what kind of fruit do you like to eat? Whatever. He looked at her tenderly. Bai Yingshu was a little distressed. She wanted to know if Simuchuan was being polite, or if he really didn't have a fixed preference for food or fruit. It was said that women were as careful as hair. In the past, Yingshu didn't believe in zodiac signs. How could someone who was casual about all hobbies be sure that she really liked someone? Where is President Tsai from? Bai Jingruo asked straight to the point after Yingshu left. My father and mother are not from S City. My father passed away young and my mother is in poor health and is now recuperating in the hospital. I am the only son in the family. Simuchuan drew inferences from his experience and answered calmly without any panic on his face. President Tsai is the president of a listed company at such a young age. He must have worked very hard since he was young to achieve what he has today. A strange look flashed across Simuchuan's dark blue eyes, but it was quickly concealed, and then his face returned to calm. Uncle, you are too kind. We are just profit-seeking businessmen. It is natural that we need some means and abilities in the business world. How can we be as dedicated and devoted to the citizens as you are? His eyes and words clearly revealed the cunning and ambition of a businessman, but Bai Jingrui did not feel disgusted after hearing it. Hypocrites are often more terrifying than real villains. Bai Jingrui sighed. He is indeed a businessman, very good at talking, and very resourceful. No wonder Yingshu fell into it. What do you like about Yingshu? This classic question is usually the trump card that a father-in-law must have to deal with his son-in-law. No matter how you answer it, he may not be satisfied. Simuchuan raised his eyes and looked at him. Uncle, do you want to hear polite words or the truth? As expected, Bai Jingrui was not angry, but asked with great interest, what is the truth and what is the courtesy? Simuchuan smiled slightly, his face full of sharp angles. To be polite, I like her beauty, bravery, intelligence, kindness, cuteness and sensibility. To be honest, I like everything about her, including the additional conditions, her outstanding appearance, her identity as the daughter of a high-ranking official, and some lovely shortcomings. I am satisfied with your answer, but... Before Bai Jingrui could finish his words, Bai Yingshu came out with a plate of fruit. The war of words between the two men was temporarily tied. When they saw Bai Yingshu, both sides tacitly kept silent. She felt that the atmosphere was weird and glanced at the two of them in confusion. What were you talking about just now? My uncle and I are discussing when we will hold the wedding. After all, I proposed to you in front of so many journalists and media friends, and we can't postpone our wedding date indefinitely. Uncle, don't you agree? Simuchuan lied without blinking, and glanced at Bai Jingrui after he finished speaking. You two have already discussed it, why don't you ask for my opinion as the person involved? Bai Yingshu pretended to be angry, but in fact he was very happy to see Bai Jingrui and Simuchuan getting along well. Bai Jingrui's face froze. Was he being outwitted? But what Simuchuan said was the truth. A marriage proposal couldn't just be a big deal. The wedding date for the younger daughter had been set, so how could the older daughter be left behind? How about this, Yingting's wedding date will be set in the next few days, you can prepare for the wedding with them, and as for Muchuan's mother, if her physical condition allows, you can bring her over. Dad, what's wrong with you? Bai Yingshu really didn't expect her father to acquiesce to her marriage so easily. She thought it would take some trouble. Thank you very much, uncle. Simuchuan showed a victorious expression, the smile in his eyes remained on the surface, and there was darkness in his eyes. Thank you, Dad. Yingshu, you should have gotten engaged first. Think about it, it's just a formality. It's the same if you get married directly. Bai Jingrui is not the kind of traditional old stubborn person. The engagement ceremony is the custom of this city. There is no rule that you can't get married without being engaged. Engagement is not a necessary procedure. I still have some official business to attend to. You two can chat for a while. Bai Jingrui stood up and walked a few steps to the stairwell. He seemed to remember something and turned around to remind her, Yingshu, go and see Mu Chuan off later. You have to report to your new unit tomorrow morning. Go to bed early. Okay, Dad, you should go to bed early too and don't be too tired. Bai Yingshu agreed to everything without thinking too much. Mu Chuan looked at his straight and solid back, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and the smile on his lips seemed to pause for several seconds, until Bai Yingshu shook his fingers, he came back to his senses. What's wrong? Yingshu asked, noticing that he was unusually absent-minded. He naturally put his arm around her shoulders, and Yingshu didn't think there was anything wrong with it, as if they were meant to be this close. As they walked out of the villa, he said, my uncle's education is very strict. Although he said he agreed to our marriage, he didn't give us time to spend together. Simuchuan was referring to what Bai Jingrui had said just now when he was sending the guests away. Bai Yingshu burst out laughing, and the smile on her fair face was like a blooming peach blossom. Her dark eyes were cunning. Dad is afraid that you will kidnap me and stay out all night. Oh. He raised his handsome eyebrows, and said jokingly, I don't believe your father didn't find out about our relationship. That time in the hotel, the look he gave me was enough to kill a person. When talking about that matter again, Bai Yingshu was able to face it calmly. She also knew that Saimu Chuan was a normal man, and normal men have normal needs. At this time, the two happened to meet Bai Yingting, who was returning from a walk. Bai Yingting walked past them arrogantly without saying anything and went straight upstairs. Bai Yingshu and Saimu Chuan have the same personality and don't like to talk much. They tacitly did not mention anything about Yingting. Shall we drive outside for a walk? Saimu Chuan suggested temptingly. Knowing that Bai Yingshu was a good boy who listened to his father, he quickly added, I'll take you back later, no later than 10 o'clock. Yingshu was about to nod when he heard Mrs. Wu's urging voice unexpectedly. Miss, my husband asked me to tell you that it's getting late, you should go to bed early. Mrs. Wu's tone was a little reluctant. It was a heinous crime to disturb the young couple's love. Amid her. Their husband was so good that he gave an order upstairs and assigned the job of the Avildor to himself. Now the young lady's boyfriend must be jealous of her. Chapter 46 Late Night Passion 2. His big hands rubbed the pair of soft breasts wantonly. Her body swaying like a water snake accelerated the blood flow. His eyes were scarlet and fanatical. He grasped the soft waist and pushed forward hard until the expected wetness filled the insufficient dryness. Their whole twitching was gradually mixed with the sound of water stains and the slapping sound of flesh. Slowly, Yingshu felt that the pain was not so severe anymore, and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. Every time he withdrew, she would actually feel itchy and empty. Every time he filled her up, she would sigh with satisfaction. The body was really complicated and would produce such a reaction. The long-lasting depression was swept away, and Saimu Chuan still remained a little sober. She tasted really good, and her tight body gave him a sense of freshness and nostalgia. His eyes gradually became deeper, and suddenly he shuddered, his pupils dilated, and his eyes were as cold as ice. What's wrong with him? Is he confused? Then, Yingshu felt his ups and downs getting faster and faster. The two of them were breathing more and more quickly, and the temperature around them and their bodies were rising steadily. Suddenly, he pushed up hard, and Yingshu seemed to be hit in the deepest softness. The strong stimulation made her eyes blurry, and her lower body seemed to have a burst of honey gushing out, and the whole passage made a sound of water. Saimu Chuan's mouth twitched slightly, knowing that she had reached orgasm. With her wet hole, he effortlessly lifted her up into the air and sat her on both sides of him. The intercourse became deeper. Yingshu had completely lost her ability to move, and was only watching him half-consciously. Looking down from above, her full breast stood up deeply, with a beautiful and charming ravine in the middle, and below was a slim waist, a flat belly, elastic buttocks, and straight and slender legs that were hooked like a rag doll without center of gravity. A plain face was full of lust and gorgeous style, with messy hair hitting her cheeks, and there was a kind of enchanting and thrilling beauty. He watched, sweat pouring down his body, and the movements below him did not slow down, but gradually accelerated, holding her buttocks with his big hands, pressing her closer. The temperature of his chest was so hot that it almost burned her, and finally with a low roar from him, the light in front of her eyes disappeared. Saimu Chuan expelled all the turbidity in his body and left her body. Suddenly, an obscene smell filled the whole room. Because it was too intense, Yingshu, who was lying limp on the bed, mumbled unconsciously. Saimu Chuan looked over and saw that her expression was peaceful and tranquil, her long eyelashes trembling, her cheeks rosy and shiny, and her small lips red and swollen, bright and tempting. Further down was her naked body, her angelic and defenseless face, her devilishly curvy figure, and a simple movement that seemed like a silent temptation. His sight came to her valley, where the remaining milky white liquid lay in the dark jungle. Saimu Chuan suddenly burst into flames, and his hideous clone gradually raised its head fiercely. He had never been able to control his desires, and his eyes were dark as if they were going to spit out fire. Bai Yingshu, you must satisfy me today. The next moment, the ferocious beast attacked again, burying itself deeply into her tight flesh and walls. Yingshu opened her squinting eyes in the haze, wanting to stop him, but she couldn't muster the slightest strength. She was so tired that even speaking was a burden. Her rationality had long gone to the clouds, and that was it. The insatiable night has just begun. Throughout the whole night, Yingshu only felt that her body was being manipulated and tossed back and forth by Saimu Chuan, but there was always a trace of consciousness left. She could clearly remember certain body odors and postures, and felt shy and shameless from the bottom of her heart. When she woke up in the morning, she was so tired that she could not even lift her eyelids. She opened her eyes with difficulty, and a handsome face was enlarged and she could see it with just the slightest movement. She nervously took a step back and screamed, "Why are you still here?" It turned out that it was not a dream. She thought Simuchuan had come into her dream and made love with her. Simuchuan's breathtakingly handsome face slowly woke up like a newborn baby. His originally dark blue eyes reflected the blue light of the sky. His broad shoulders and narrow waist, lean chest, and the lower body that showed off his power. Suddenly, Bai Yingshu's cheeks became hot. Last night, it seemed that their battle was very intense. Not to mention her own body, her fair skin was covered with red marks, and even on Simuchuan's back. She remembered that they were scratched by her own fingernails. "You held me tightly last night and wouldn't let go, Yingshu. It turns out you also wanted to." "You're talking nonsense." Bai Yingshu interrupted him in embarrassment. No woman in the world wants to be treated as a lustful woman by her beloved man, and she is no exception. Simuchuan had a teasing look on his face, with a smug and satisfied smile on his face. His voice became hoarse. "You looked very charming last night." A blush crept up her cheeks, and Yingshu turned her head away embarrassedly. Simuchuan wanted to tease her a few more words, but there was a knock on the door. "Miss, are you still awake? It's almost 8 o'clock. If you don't get up now, you'll be late." The two people inside could hear Mrs. Wu's loud voice clearly. Yingshu shushed. It seemed that her door was not locked. If someone opened the door from the outside, they would see the two of them naked and in a mess. It was not like they were caught in bed together, but at least they would be labeled as empty, lonely and unsatisfied. Which lady from a wealthy family or a politician would let her boyfriend stay at home before getting married? "I got it, Mrs. Wu. You go and do your work. I'm getting up." As soon as she got up, her body felt like it had been broken apart and then reassembled. There was no place that didn't hurt, especially her private parts, which were burning with pain, even worse than the first time. "Simuchuan, you beast." Bai Yingshu barely stood up straight and gritted his teeth as he walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of splashing water was heard. When he came out, the scent of love lingered in his nose. The bed was empty, the clothes scattered on the floor were gone, and on the windowsill, the champagne-colored lace curtains were blown violently by the wind, and the window was wide open. Did he climb out through the window again? She walked to the window. Where could she see Simuchuan's shadow? This was the second floor. Bai Yingshu looked down. It was a fall 4 meters high. He was really brave. Wasn't he afraid of falling and getting hurt? She couldn't help but worry again. At this time, Mrs. Wu's urging came again. She looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. She hurried downstairs. She had to go to the city hall today, and then report to the education bureau. When she went downstairs, breakfast was ready on the table as usual. Bai Jingrui's seat was empty. She thought about it and realized that her father was not like her. He must have had breakfast before going to work. Mrs. Wu came up to them with a smile and said, "Miss, Mr. Sai is here to pick you up for work. Please take your breakfast with you and eat it in the car later." She had already prepared a lunchbox, so Bai Yingshu had to go downstairs in a hurry. Yingshu was stunned for a moment and moved his gaze towards the living room. Who else could be the man sitting on the sofa with a leisurely look on his face and well dressed but Simuchuan? What? He shamelessly said he was here to pick her up. Bai Yingshu's eyes almost popped out of her head, her lips slightly parted. "I knew you would stay in bed. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go." Simuchuan urged. His suit was neat and tidy, and of course the shirt underneath was the same one he wore yesterday. I don't know where he washed his face, how he sneaked in, and whether the security guard at the door was lazy. Yingshu was shocked. This guy was like a beast in human clothing. Thinking of his beastly behavior last night, it was particularly outrageous. How shameless. If it weren't for him, how could I not get up? Although she was angry, Yingshu still wisely got into Simuchuan's car. "Why are you angry?" he asked teasingly, his dark blue eyes full of mockery. Yingshu simply turned her head away and looked at the scenery outside the window. She felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach and couldn't eat. "Yingshu, how can you blame me for what happened last night? You made me endure it so many times, it's only right that you compensate me." Saimu Chuan said as a matter of course. Saimu Chuan, next time you are not allowed to mess around and do not do anything dangerous again. So you are worried about me? Saimu Chuan moved closer to her and naturally breathed in her fresh body odor after bathing. It made him feel inexplicably relaxed and happy, which was definitely more comfortable than any expensive perfume. I just hope that the groom's legs are normal when we get married. It must be said that Yingshu cannot do such a shy thing when she is conscious, unless she is seduced by him. As long as she does not see his eyes and does not come into contact with his breath, there should be no problem. He. Simuchuan laughed softly. Damn it. She made up her mind that she would never let Simuchuan get the chance. It would be better to save sex until after marriage. Suddenly, Simuchuan pulled over. They hadn't reached their destination yet, so what was he going to do? Yingshu watched his tall and straight figure walk quickly and elegantly towards the pharmacy, wondering what he wanted to buy. It seemed that his mind grasped a little bit, and then it escaped. When he came to his senses, Simuchuan had gotten into the car without knowing when, and handed over a white pill and a bottle of mineral water. This is. We didn't take any measures yesterday. Saimu Chuan only said half of his words, his eyes revealing a serious look. Yingshu looked at the pills in his hand absent-mindedly. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She felt at a loss or something else. How could she forget that this was a contraceptive pill? Even if she was ignorant, how could she not know about contraceptive pills in the 21st century with abundant information technology? In the past, she didn't have to worry about this problem because she was chaste. Now the situation is different. She and Simuchuan have reached the point of intimacy. Of course, she had never thought about pregnancy. She had no idea about children. However, not having any idea did not mean she did not like it. She and Simuchuan were about to get married, so why did she have to use contraception? Wouldn't it be a very happy thing to have a little angel born to them? You don't like children. Yingshu's hand froze in mid-air. She was silent for a long time before she cast an unnatural look at Saimu Chuan, cautiously testing his reaction. Chapter 47 Shinjiling. She found that a certain potential unknown made her panic, such as the real Simuchuan. She always felt that Simuchuan should not be like this. He was perfect, but no one is perfect, even God has flaws. Simuchuan did not give her a sense of reality. She wanted to know his preferences and his thoughts, and truly enter his inner world, instead of blindly accepting it with a clear conscience. A strange look flashed across Saimu Chuan's face, and he smiled and said, "How could that be? I just think we are still young. If we have a child early like your sister, wouldn't we have to spend every day around the child? We haven't had a good time together, and we don't even have many dates. Yingshu, I don't like a little kid coming between us too early, do you understand?" I understand. Although what Saimu Chuan said made sense, and she and he had indeed only been together for a short time, and she herself was not mentally prepared to have a child, but those were external factors. She took the medicine and swallowed it directly with saliva without drinking water, but there was a faint bitter taste lingering in her mouth. After making sure that she had swallowed the medicine, Saimu Chuan's expression slowly relaxed and he turned around to concentrate on driving. Yingshu had been in a low mood since she took the contraceptive pill in the morning. When she arrived at the city hall, Bai Jingrui's secretary Xie Fangfei had already handled the handover for her. She only needed to report to the Education Bureau in the afternoon. Xiaoye was reluctant to leave. The two exchanged contact numbers. Yingshu said that if they were free, they could go out together. She had a good impression of Xiaoye. At noon, Yingshu stayed in the company's canteen to eat. People came to the canteen one after another, and noisy sounds began to appear in the spacious space. There were about a few hundred people in the company's several office buildings, including cleaners, gardeners, and other necessary personnel. Some leaders were proud of their high positions and power and disdained to eat here with everyone in a noisy manner, fearing that it would lose their class. Later, as the mayor, Bai Jingrui showed up in the canteen on time every day to eat, and those people followed suit, fearing that they would be caught by others, and they also advocated environmental protection and thrift. In the restaurant, the food was ready and Yingshu sat waiting for Bai Jingrui. "Old comrade, here," Yingshu called out jokingly. Bai Jingrui, who was not looking away, took a long time to notice his daughter who was grinning. "I have prepared the meal for you. It includes one meat dish and two vegetable dishes, all of which are your favorites." Bai Jingrui didn't act pretentiously. He took the chopsticks and began to eat slowly. Why is this girl here today? Wasn't she transferred to the Education Bureau? Bai Jingrui is definitely not an approachable mayor. He speaks in a businesslike tone at work, with a serious face and a serious expression. After get off work, he still has the habit of facial paralysis. Bai Yingshu has never seen him laugh out loud. At most, he moves his lips slightly, but he often gets angry. As a result, no one dares to sit with the mayor for dinner. As for the secretary, it seems that he has never seen Xie Fangfei with the mayor. He thinks that he is probably afraid that others will misunderstand the relationship between the two. After all, there are always some unclear relationships between bosses and secretaries. It is definitely better to spend less time together outside of official business. Although he was confused, he remained absolutely silent during the meal. Yingshu had been holding it in for a long time, and finally she and Bai Jingrui found a relatively quiet environment. The tree-lined avenue downstairs from the dining room was a good place to cool off. Dad, let's talk. What are you talking about? She suddenly stopped, and Bai Jingrui realized that she was unusual today. Logically, since she agreed to marry Samuchuan, she shouldn't look so worried. Yingting could be heartless, but she couldn't. She couldn't let go of the deep feelings in her heart. Bai Yingshu looked at his father's profile and said word by word, "Now that Yingting and I are getting married, don't we have the right and obligation to worship our mother?" Bai Jingrui's face turned cold, as if a cold wind had passed through him. He pursed his thick lips tightly and didn't speak for a long time. Yingshu hated his silence the most. Why? Yingshu, I have a meeting to attend, stop fooling around. Bai Jingrui was simply trying to change the subject, which was not a smart move. He would rather let Yingshu misunderstand him than mention it. Is my mother's name Shinjiling? In Yingshu's view, Bai Jingrui's back became cruel. He didn't want them to touch her because of his own sorrow and mourning, or he was occupying the memories of his mother alone. She couldn't help but shout behind him, and unexpectedly saw his body stiffen. It is true. Who told you? His heart seemed to skip a beat. It must be Shinjifan. Bai Jingrui asked knowingly, and his thoughts began to become confused and tangled. Brother-in-law, even if you don't have any feelings for my sister, you can't erase the fact that she is the mother of your two daughters. Shinjifan lived up to everyone's expectations and showed up at the critical moment. Bai Jingrui really didn't know what Shinjifan was planning. It was not right to talk about revenge. What did he know? Bai Jingrui observed Shinjifan with a complicated expression, as if he wanted to find some clues from his face. Dad, is what he said true? Is it because you don't like Mom? Yingshu said in disbelief. From all the signs, it was clear that his father loved his mother deeply. Shinjifan put his hands in his pockets, a cold smile on his lips, a look of boredom and intrigue. In Yingshu's rational view, his motives were impure, and he seemed to be gloating over other people's misfortunes, as if he was hoping that they would fall out. However, she did not have time to think about these. Bai Jingrui looked heavy-hearted. Yingshu, I will tell you about your mother later. Bai Yingshu pressed on, why do I have to wait until later? I want to know everything now. Brother-in-law, are you still going to hide it from her now? Shinjifan looked at him sharply, his expression cold and emotionless. My sister is worried because you are outside. Shut up, Shinjifan, don't talk nonsense in front of my daughter. Bai Jingrui interrupted angrily, his face flushed with excitement. Yingshu's heartbeat quickened instantly. He rarely saw his father so excited. What on earth was he doing outside? What did Shinjifan want to say? Shinjifan was not even willing to hide a fake smile. He stared at Bai Jingrui with naked hatred, his face was gloomy and creepy, and his tone was cold. Bai Jingrui, how can you play the role of a loving father in front of your two daughters? I will expose your hypocritical true face now. If you hadn't had another woman outside after marriage, would my sister be depressed and emaciated all day long, and finally die of exhaustion and dystocia? Shinjifan was very angry. Although he was still very young at that time, he saw his sister, who was as close as a mother to him, being neglected by Bai Jingrui. He was anxious in his heart. He could not get over his sister's death even more than his parents. Now he was transferred to S City to work. He felt very irritated when he saw the picture of Bai Jingrui's loving father and filial daughter. He pretended to be an infatuated husband who missed his deceased wife and never remarried. It was really disgusting. Yingshu seemed to have heard a funny joke. She turned her eyes and saw that Bai Jingrui's face, which had just turned red due to excitement, had turned unusually pale. His eyebrows were furrowed and his eyes were dark and uneasy. He hesitated to speak. He stammered for a while, but finally said nothing. She hoped that her father would stand up and refute Shen Jifan. How could her beloved father be a morally corrupt marriage betrayer who found a lover outside? Dad, tell me, you are not that kind of person. Is he lying? Yingshu looked at him pleadingly, her voice obviously trembling. The image of her beloved tall father was in danger, like the wailing of a building before it was about to collapse. Bai Jingruo stood straight like a statue, motionless. Shen Jifan sneered, he will not tell you this cruel truth, because my father and mother have already taken my sister's ashes away. He is a fickle man who has always been unfaithful. Who knows how many women he has had behind your backs over the years? Bai Jingruo's eyes were complicated, but he finally regained his composure and seriousness. Yingshu, this is a matter of our previous generation. It has nothing to do with you. You just need to prepare for your wedding well. Dad, I can't accept your answer. Bai Yingshu looked at him steadily and turned away. She felt very conflicted, as if she had walked into a dead end with no way out. Why could her father just brush this matter off? Her father had always been her role model, a dedicated leader loved by the citizens. Was all this going to be completely overturned? Her slender back seemed full of sadness, contradiction and despair. Bai Jingruo saw it and felt pain in his heart. His lips were slightly parted, but in the end he could only let out a sigh. Turning around, he questioned, Shen Jifan, why did you say this in front of her? You know what your sister did to marry me. Shen Jifan laughed instead of getting angry, confronted him provocatively, and snorted coldly, of course I know, but why didn't you say it just now? Are you afraid that her impression of mother will become worse, or do you want to hide some other truth? What the hell are you talking about here? If you really want your sister to rest in peace in the grave, then don't interfere in the lives of our 3 daughters and me. Bai Jingruo's eyes flickered, trying to dissuade him. No matter what his purpose was, Bai Jingruo didn't want to see a lose-lose outcome. By the way, thank you for reminding me. I forgot about my niece Yingting. She must be very willing to know how you, as a father, treat her mother. Her reaction must be more interesting than Bai Yingshu's. Besides, she must be interested in knowing the other fact that you betrayed her mother. Shen Jifan's expression became unusually excited, and his eyes under the lenses were sinister and cold. He just wanted to make Bai Jingruo restless. Who told him not to cherish his sister? I won't let you see Yingting. Bai Jingruo's eyes were sharp, and his whole body exuded a burst of anger and a strong aura of threat. Even Shen Jifan, who was usually calm, was stunned by Bai Jingruo's aura for a moment, and he was unable to react for a moment. Chapter 48 Father. You, is this a threat to me? Shen Jifan barely regained some of his strength and raised his head stubbornly. In his impression, Bai Jingruo was at most hateful and abominable. When did he ever make people feel dangerous? Bai Jingruo had a gloomy face and snorted coldly, Shen Jifan, I haven't been the mayor for all these years in vain. It's very easy to make someone disappear without anyone knowing. Do you want to try it? When he said the last sentence, Bai Jingruo had reached the limit of his patience. For some reason, Shen Jifan subconsciously believed that Bai Jingruo could do this, because he always had hostility towards Bai Jingruo. A thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his palms were also warm. He was going to burn his boats and said, Bai Jingruo, don't be too proud. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm going to find Yingting now. After saying that, he walked away quickly. Bai Jingruo's eyes turned sinister, and he picked up his phone and made a call, Xiao Song? I need your help with something. Mayor, you are too serious. It is my honor to work for you. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded respectful and fearful. How about this, you go to my office now. Bai Jingruo thought about it and felt that some things were not convenient to say on the phone, so it was better to say it in person. Okay, I'll be there soon. Bai Jingruo mentioned that Xiao Song was the most ambitious and scheming of the 3 deputy mayors of S City. Bai Jingruo originally wanted Mo Ting as the next mayor, but unfortunately he had no ambition and he didn't take a small deputy mayor seriously. Shen Jifan, who showed up halfway, was a hidden danger. The other one was a nerd who couldn't speak and acted in a rigid way. After thinking about it, only Xiao Song was right. He was smart and capable, and he was smooth in dealing with things. It was a good thing for young people to have some scheming. I believe he will make a difference in a few years. With his interpersonal relationships, it would be a natural thing for him to become the next mayor. Bai Jingrui walked and thought, as long as he and Xiao Song reached an agreement, it would be like paving a way out. As for Shin Jifan, he could only sigh helplessly, and he chose to come out to make trouble at this critical moment. For Yingshu and Yingting, the entanglement between him and Shin Jiling must not be exposed by Shin Jifan. It was not easy to calm down, and who knew what kind of storm would come out again? It turns out that her father transferred her to the Education Bureau to prevent Shin Jifan from telling him the truth and to ensure that they would not get too close. Yingshu left the city hall and did not report to the Education Bureau. From childhood to adulthood, she has been trying to study, take exams, and work according to her father's expectations. She thought she did everything perfectly and would be a proud daughter in her father's eyes. However, now that her faith is shaky, what reason is there to go to the Education Bureau? Her father has always paved the way for her and arranged a comfortable and excellent job for her, but all this made her feel disgusted. The piano-like cannon ringtone rang out from the phone, elegant and lyrical. The sun was scorching above her head, and the asphalt road was burning hot, but she didn't feel any heat at all. Yingshu woodenly pressed the call button. "Hello, where are you? I'm coming to see you." Saimu Chuan, how could he know? Did his father tell him, or was it a coincidence? Yingshu was silent for a while, then said, "I'm on XX Road." Not long after, Saimu Chuan's Maybach appeared on the road. He honked the horn twice, and Yingshu Fan was awakened. The right door was already open, and she got into the car slowly. Saimu Chuan took a look at her dazed look. Her palm-sized cheeks were abnormally flushed, her forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat, and her eyes seemed empty and lifeless, completely different from her usual calm and elegant self-composure. What on earth had happened? She sat sideways in the back seat, her eyes lingering on the sparse shade of the trees outside the window and the goods displayed in the glass windows of the shops. It was unknown whether she was paying attention or not. Saimu Chuan started the car slowly, driving very slowly, and Bai Yingshu's thoughts also flowed slowly. An hour later, the car came to an emergency stop. Yingshu was slightly startled, as if he had just woken up. Where is this? She looked around and found the scenery a little unfamiliar. She was a native of S City, so how could there be places she didn't recognize? A lake in the suburbs. Saimu Chuan unbuckled his seat belt and walked out of the car. Yingshu looked around. This was an open field. She could vaguely see the road in the distance and a few scattered houses. She was very impressed by Saimu Chuan's driving skills and his wealth. He actually drove the Maybach onto a narrow mud road. Fortunately, it was not raining. There is a lake of several acres in front of me, and there are a few willow trees beside it, swaying gently in the gentle breeze. The lake water is emerald green, and from time to time, naughty dragonflies fly over the lake, startling ripples, or animals in the water. Maybe it's because the surrounding green plants are too lush, and the temperature is obviously not as high as in the city. Why did you bring me here? Saimu Chuan didn't answer directly, but asked, "Are you feeling better?" Yingshu took a deep breath of the air of nature, and her mind was as transparent as the blue sky and white clouds, temporarily forgetting her worries. "Yeah." She responded softly and walked around the edge of the lake. "How do you know this place?" "I discovered it by accident. Sometimes I like to look at the lake or the sea alone." Facing the empty environment, Saimu Chuan couldn't help but feel relaxed. He couldn't help but blurt out a few words with a rare sense of relaxation between his brows. Until Bai Yingshu turned around and met his eyes. His dark blue eyes were as pale as the light blue sky, with a kind of tranquility and peace that Yingshu had never seen before, and his eyes were as pure as a boy next door. After meeting her gaze for a moment, the tranquility and peace disappeared in an instant, replaced by the deep blue in his eyes. "You must be very lonely," Yingshu blurted out for some reason. She thought that Saimu Chuan's success today should be due to his many friends and good relationships. However, she could clearly see the loneliness in his eyes. Why? Would he still be lonely with her by his side? "What nonsense are you talking about?" He put his arm around her waist. Yingshu slowly leaned on his shoulder, feeling his faint breath. "Why don't you ask me what happened?" She didn't think that her father would tell Saimu Chuan about the family's privacy, even though Saimu Chuan was about to become his daughter's husband. "If I ask you, will you tell me?" he asked with a gentle smile. Saimu Chuan did not use the old-fashioned, "you will say it when you want to say it," but used a rhetorical question. Yingshu was at a loss. They were about to become husband and wife, but could she tell him about this? If Saimu Chuan knew about it, what would he think of his father? Would he despise him? Although she herself was quite contradictory, she did not want others to criticize her father and damage her image. The words in her mouth lingered in her throat for a long time, but she heard Saimu Chuan say jokingly, "If you don't want me to know, and you are afraid that I will misunderstand and am making up some convincing reasons, then don't say it." Yingshu quickly raised her head, trying to find a hint of life in his eyes, but found that they were very calm, not even a little bit. "Then I won't say anything." He was like a worm in her stomach, understanding her even better than she did herself. He always knew things one step ahead of her and she never had to explain anything. The way they got along was never complicated. "Can I make a request?" he suddenly said seriously. Yingshu saw that he was serious and nodded. "What request?" "How about I come to see you tonight?" His handsome face was smiling, his moist lips were slightly curved, and his expression was full of teasing. "Looking for you." Yingshu cursed unconsciously, and she was surprised after she finished speaking. It seemed like a classic line from someone in the office. She imitated Stephen Chow all day long. She asked herself why she cursed people in a civilized way without using dirty words, but it turned out to be vulgar. However, to deal with Saimu Chuan, a super pervert, only cursing can express her attitude. Until now, there is still a dull pain between her legs. If he succeeds, it will never stop. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at him fiercely, with a cold light like a knife. Saimu Chuan's mind automatically recalled the scene of her blooming under him last night. The ecstasy and tightness made him linger, and he couldn't help but feel hot all over. But he heard Yingshu urging him, "It's getting late, we should go back." He could only suppress his anger, his eyes cold and sinister. Marriage. It was because he had been pretending for too long. How could he forget that he was a vindictive person? Good. On their way back, Yingshu felt much calmer and had some thoughts in her mind. She should tolerate her father. When he was young, he made mistakes to her mother. How could a daughter have the right to pursue and blame him? No matter what, she and Ying Ting were raised by their father. They had a rich life, an excellent environment, and a good education. Everything they had was given by their father. "Let's go together," Yingshu said as she got out of the car at the gate of the villa. It was time for dinner, so there was no reason not to go. Besides, it would be very lively tonight, as Ling Zhixiu's parents would be guests. As for the wedding date of Ying Ting and Ling Zhixiu, she was naturally concerned, as Ying Ting's wedding date was her wedding date. Saimu Chuan raised his sword-like eyebrows and said jokingly, "Why, do you mean to invite me to stay tonight?" The smile on his cheeks gradually widened, and his gifted face became evil and charming. Is there anything else in your mind besides this matter?" She was immediately choked with anger. Saimu Chuan stopped joking and said, "I'm just kidding. I still have some documents to sign and I have to rush back to the company." When Yingshu heard him talking about work, she couldn't help but get anxious. Was it because of her that he delayed his work? She urged, "Well, go back quickly." Under her gaze, Saimu Chuan started the car quickly and the black Maybach sped away. Chapter 49 Reconciliation. In the car, Saimu Chuan called Xie Fangfei. His eyes were cold, and there was no smile on the corners of his lips. He was as handsome as a statue with a blade. His thin lips moved. "What happened between Bai Jingrui and Bai Yingshu today?" His voice was still deep and mellow, but it was ruthless and cold. "Continue to follow Bai Jingrui. Don't let him go wherever he goes. We must find Shinji Fan." After hanging up the phone, Saimu Chuan's expression became unfathomable. What exactly did Shinji Fan know about Bai Jingrui that caused him to take such a desperate gamble? By family villa. Ying Ting is a well-behaved and sensible child. We two elders have long been very satisfied with her. Now she is pregnant with our Ling family's grandson. Mayor Bai, don't worry. When Ying Ting marries, I will take care of her as my own daughter. Ling's mother praised Bai Ying Ting from head to toe. Yingshu happened to hear this when she walked in. She remembered that Ling Zhixiu's mother once said that she liked her generous, calm and gentle appearance. Ying Ting and her were a little different. One could pretend and the other couldn't. Naturally, she couldn't please Ling's mother. Father Ling kept smiling and talked with Bai Jingrui from time to time. It was mostly Mother Ling who did the talking. Ying Ting and Ling Zhixiu were not there. It was a harmonious family atmosphere. Yingshu thought, they have almost set the date. "Miss, you're back." Mrs. Wu's carefree voice drew everyone's attention to her. Father and Mother Ling looked a little uncomfortable when they saw her. After all, Zhishu's girlfriend was Yingshu before, and now it was her sister, which was a little awkward. Especially Mother Ling, when she accidentally learned from Yingting that Yingshu had a relationship with another man, she persuaded her son to break up with her. After all the twists and turns, they finally became a family. It's better not to mention the past. Yingshu was wearing a simple beige dress, with her long black hair loosely tied behind her head. From a distance, she had beautiful eyebrows, fair skin, graceful figure, and appropriate movements, giving her an air of being otherworldly. Ling's mother sighed. In terms of looks, the elder sister is more outstanding and refined, while the younger sister's education seems to be less than satisfactory. Uncle, aunt, dad. I'm a little tired, I'm going to take a shower first. Mrs. Wu, you don't need to call me for dinner. Yingshu greeted them one by one, without the interest to observe their expressions, and went straight up the stairs. She couldn't bring herself to say anything now. She had been unkind to her father during the day, and now she didn't know how to start a conversation. Father-in-law, I heard from Yingting that Yingshu and Yingting are going to have a wedding together. Seeing that Bai Jingrui was a little absent-minded since Bai Yingshu came back, Ling's mother deliberately brought up this. Originally Yingshu is the older sister, but Yingting arrived first. Yingshu's boyfriend proposed to her just in time, and she agreed. It would be more lively if the two sisters had a wedding together. I would feel reluctant if they got married one by one. As he spoke, Bai Jingrui couldn't help feeling sad. What does it mean to marry off his daughters? It means that they will not live at home in the future, and he, an old man, will be the only one left. Ling's mother said, Father-in-law, we will ask Zhishu and his wife to come back and stay more often in the future. By the way, you can also take care of your grandson. Mrs. Wu, bring the food up to Yingshu. Before the meal, Bai Jingrui was still thinking about his eldest daughter upstairs. Was the child still angry with him? Did Cai Muchuan feel better after accompanying her? She was already so thin, and she refused to eat. What would she do after she got married? Bai Jingrui began to worry about Bai Yingshu's marriage for no reason. It seemed that he had forgotten that his own problems had not been properly dealt with. Okay sir, I'll pick out all the eldest lady's favorite dishes. Mrs. Wu thought to herself, could it be that her boyfriend made her angry? She looked listless and lifeless, unlike the second lady, who looked so happy and like a bride who was about to get married. Yingting saw that Bai Jingrui paid special attention to Yingshu, and she felt jealous again. The last time Grandma said she was not feeling well, he did not make a big fuss and personally ordered her to do so. Would she starve to death if she skipped a meal? In the past, when she saw her being intimate with Brother Zhishu, she lost her appetite and could not eat. Especially tomorrow she and Brother Zhishu are going to Beishi wetland to take wedding photos. Unexpectedly, her father asked Brother Zhishu to order an extra set. Yingshu and Simuchuan are going together. It's really a narrow road for enemies. I don't know what my father is thinking. He knows that she and her sister don't get along, but he insists on getting them together. Although she has a child, Brother Zhishu seems to care about her more than before, but it's best for Brother Zhishu and her sister not to meet at all to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yingting, you should go to bed early. My parents and I will go back first. Ling Zhishu advised carefully. He and Yingting have a good relationship after spending a few days together. He has his own responsibilities, which is to take care of Yingting and the baby. Yingting was a little reluctant because she couldn't be too close to Zhishu because of her pregnancy. The only time they had intimate contact was a painful memory for her. Of course, it was conceivable how tragic it was for an inexperienced woman to break her virginity with a drunk man. Fortunately, she had a baby after that time, and it eventually became the catalyst for her to marry Zhishu. The thing she regretted least in her life was snatching Brother Zhishu away from her sister, and she would never regret it. Of course, Bai Jingrui had his own considerations. He certainly didn't want his two daughters to become enemies. Is it really destined? The two sisters were not very close when they were young. When they grew up, they fell in love with the same man. Yingting did something extreme, but fortunately it was an accident and did not cause a big mistake. Yingshu also gained her own happiness. I hope the two sisters can ease up tomorrow. With Ling Zhishu and Simuchuan around, I believe nothing will happen. After seeing Ling Zhishu and his family off, Bai Jingrui returned to his study to work. Because of Shin Jifan, a lot of things were delayed today, so he could only deal with them at night. Outsiders only think that the mayor is a local emperor, but in fact, he works hard to make plans and give orders. If he is not careful, he will be caught and criticized, and thus he will not be able to turn over. Therefore, every step must be taken carefully, as if walking on thin ice. Late at night, the light in the study was still on. Yingshu paced back and forth in front of the study door in her pajamas, still without the intention of knocking. Every time she aimed her hand at the door and was about to drop it, she would pull it back. Bai Yingshu, when did you learn to be indecisive? Did you learn this from Ling Zhishu? After going back and forth for half an hour, Yingshu still didn't know how to start the conversation. At this moment, the sound of the doorknob turning came from the study. Oh no, Dad is coming out. Yingshu dodged and quickly went into the guest room next door. The door was not closed in time, leaving a crack. But seeing Bai Jingrui walking towards the toilet, she quietly went downstairs, went to the kitchen to heat up the coffee she had just made, and then tiptoed upstairs. At this time, Mrs. Wu in the room downstairs was already asleep, so she was of course embarrassed to make too much noise. On the other hand, she was preparing to take her by surprise. When she went upstairs, she found Bai Jingrui was still in the toilet. Through their half-open study door, she saw various documents, notebooks, ballpoint pens, etc. on the desk. She walked in and put the coffee in a conspicuous place on the desk. Then she thought it was inappropriate. Would it be too obvious? So she moved the coffee to the corner of the table. Yingshu smiled faintly. It's about time now. I hope my father will remember to drink it. Just as he was taking his hand back from the coffee cup, Bai Jingrui came back. Yingshu almost knocked over the coffee by accident, but luckily she managed to steady herself. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Bai Jingrui's eyes. Dad. She thought she would not meet Bai Jingrui, but she still did. Bai Jingrui glanced at the steaming coffee on the table, then looked at her blurry face. Because of the angle, he could only see the light shining on her long eyelashes, and the expression in her eyes was unreal. I'm going to bed first. Bai Yingshu seemed a little anxious and her face suddenly turned red. Bai Jingrui saw that she clearly cared about him, but was too reserved to show it, and a comforting smile appeared on his face. As long as she didn't pursue her mother's affairs, Bai Jingrui would rest easy. After that, the father and daughter had always tacitly agreed not to mention anything about Shen Jiling. The most important thing was to grasp the present, and the incident came to an end. Saimu Chuan received a call from Bai Yingshu the next morning. He always slept lightly and kept his phone on 24 hours a day. He was told to go take pictures together. After changing into a refreshing white casual outfit, he left the well-decorated private apartment and drove to the Bai family. Yingshu was waiting at the door, as well as Bai Yingting and Ling Zhishu in the car in front. Yingshu, do you have any objection to me taking this car? Bai Yingshu turned her eyes away. She almost forgot about Ji Minute. It was obviously her and Yingting who were taking the photo. Why did Ji Minute have to follow her? That would be fine, but she was wearing pink and green like a butterfly, with gorgeous clothes, heavy makeup, and high heels of more than 10 centimeters. Spring has passed. Is it because she is in heat that she is attracting bees and butterflies? Sister, I forgot to tell you that Sister Minute can go and help get things or something. Do you have any objection? Yingting said as she leaned her head out of the car window. It doesn't matter. If she wants to go, then go with her. Yingshu knows all about her philandering thoughts. If you pay attention, anyone with a discerning eye can see her infatuated behavior, and she keeps stealing glances at Saimu Chuan from time to time. Unruly hair, three-dimensional nose, deep blue eyes, sharp chin, tall stature, strong muscles. Ji Minute even fantasized about Saimu Chuan's moist lips, strong arms, and him charging into her empty body. As she thought about it, she felt wet down there, even her underwear was soaked. Let's go, Sister Ji Minute. Yingshu called out loudly to Ji Minute, who had a dull look in her eyes. The latter immediately trembled, and reacted shyly, blushing. An hour later, the 5 people got off the car at the entrance of Baishi Wetlands. Baishi Wetland is a natural wetland environment with some artificial residential villas, located on a tributary downstream of Linshui, in a low-lying area. Rows of unique old houses from the Republic of China period add a touch of retro aesthetics, with white walls, green tiles, small bridges and flowing water, which are beautiful beyond words. Chapter 50 Bathroom Passion. It must be said that it is the most perfect place to take wedding photos in Baishi Wetland. Unfortunately, The owner of the wetland has not opened it to the public and only invites friends to visit and vacation in his spare time. Ling also spent a lot of effort to obtain the owner's consent to come in and take photos. Yingshu thought that just a piece of land would cost tens of billions of yuan, not to mention the exquisitely crafted buildings inside. How generous must the owner of the wetland be? The wetland staff warmly welcomed them in and arranged them in several unique rooms. Ji-minute was filled with jealousy, in addition to being amazed. They went out in pairs, but she was alone. In the end, she had to stay in a room by herself, which was really a pain in the ass. After changing her soaked underwear, she lay on the bed and began to fantasize about Simuchuan's charming face. She twisted her body in an empty and unbearable way, and her two small hands kept pressing her breasts. Her face was full of lewdness. His eyes seemed half awake and half drunk. "Simuchuan, I must get you this time." After a while, the underwear she had just put on got wet again. Ji-minute changed it reluctantly, imagining how ecstatic and refreshing it would be if Simuchuan's huge penis could fill it, and she couldn't help but let her lust flow. That was not all. When she searched through the suitcase and made sure there was no third pair of underwear, she threw the suitcase to the ground. How annoying. Ji-minute had no choice but to go topless and put on a skirt. Now she dared not to think about Simuchuan casually, otherwise she would be so embarrassed. Another adjacent room. The suite is decorated in black and white and is fully equipped with a kitchen, bathroom, living room, and master bedroom. Their home appliances and utensils used are all world-class brands, and the decoration and layout exude a low-key luxury. Yingshu sighed once again. "The master is so corrupt. What are you daydreaming about?" Simuchuan packed his suitcase and saw her look of amazement. He walked up to her and hugged her waist from behind very naturally. He buried his face in her neck and smelled her fresh body odor. Yingshu was stunned by the sudden intimacy. She did not struggle, but let his breath linger around her. Her eyes still lingered around the room. "I think the life of the owner here must be very monotonous and boring." "Oh, how come?" Simuchuan became interested after hearing her say that and looked at her leisurely. Yingshu said, if he wasn't bored, why would he spend so much manpower and money to build a paradise for himself? He didn't even know how many days he stayed there in a year. It was such a waste. From the decoration in the room, we can tell that he was lonely. He didn't have any favorite things. He just used all the expensive things to buy them. After saying this, Simuchuan's eyes were fixed, as if he wanted to look into the depths of her soul. Yingshu was startled. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" "No, what you said was quite brilliant. I don't deny that your analysis is very accurate, but now there is an important thing that needs you to do." Simuchuan became more and more serious as he spoke. When there was no smile on his face, his expression looked particularly cold, and even his eyes became sharp. So Yingshu likes to see the faint smile on the corner of his mouth, which makes it easier for people to get close to him and there is no sense of distance. "What's the important thing?" Bai Yingshu's curiosity was aroused. "Is it a shower?" "Oh, I almost forgot to take a shower. I think I was sweating when I walked over here, and my body is a little sticky." As she freed herself from Simuchuan's restraints, she sniffed all over her body and prepared to go to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Simuchuan took 2 steps forward and hugged her from behind again. His eyes were deep and his voice was hoarse as he said, "Yingshu, you are really good at pretending. Do you think I can't see it?" Bai Yingshu had a vague premonition. The important things that Simuchuan usually talked about were sex and love. She was most afraid that he would never stop talking. "We will be taking pictures later, so don't mess around." Simuchuan smiled ambiguously, and he knew she understood. Women are like this, they say no, but they think 2 different things in their hearts, saying one thing and thinking another. Yingshu was feeling embarrassed and annoyed, but Simuchuan quickly grabbed her hand. Then, her delicate little hand grasped a hot, hard object. She shrank back suddenly, but Simuchuan held her still forcefully. "Don't mess around, we really can't do this now." Simuchuan raised his eyebrows diagonally. "Do you think he will listen to you at this critical moment?" At the same time, he shamelessly pointed at the beast that was boiling with blood. The world was spinning around her. Yingshu was picked up by Simuchuan around the waist and taken into the bathroom together. "What are you doing?" she asked when she realized she was not in bed. Simuchuan laughed softly, with the corners of his mouth tilted up. "Don't you want to take a shower?" Yingshu looked at his strange blue eyes suspiciously, thinking, will he give up so easily? Moreover, the thing that was poking her little but didn't shrink at all. Was he fooling her? The bathroom was very large, with a luxurious double massage bathtub. The most surprising thing was that the fish tank was filled with warm water. Ying was speechless. Did the wetland manager prepare this in advance? Saimu Chuan was very satisfied with her expression and threw her into the bathtub unexpectedly. In an instant, Yingshu's white dress was soaked. White is transparent to begin with, and now her pink lace bra, pink panties, and 2 soft lumps wrapped in the bra were exposed. The hungry wolf cheater-like gaze shot over, and Yingshu shrank unconsciously, and immediately understood Samuchuan's trick. Okay, you planned all this. It's not too late to understand it now. I have some friendship with the owner of the wetland. I just notified them to be prepared. I didn't expect them to be so thoughtful as to even prepare the bath water. Samuchuan answered her question while slowly beginning to undress. Yingshu thought, no wonder the managers here are so kind and enthusiastic. It turns out it has nothing to do with Ling's father and mother, it's all because of Samuchuan's face. After a while, he was completely naked, leaving only a pair of boxer briefs. Yingshu was dumbfounded. Samuchuan's figure was definitely comparable to that of foreign male models. He was tall, had golden proportions, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. There was hardly any flaw to be found, not to mention his breathtakingly handsome face. Even though she was immune to handsome men, she could not resist Samuchuan's charm and could not help but be intoxicated by him. When she was stunned, Samuchuan walked into the bathtub at some point, and looked at her with burning eyes. Yingshu felt like she was about to be melted by his gaze, and his body was very hot. Glancing down, the high protruding hillock had grown a few centimeters. Her eyes shrank and she took a breath of cold air. It was too exaggerated. Every time she saw his thing, she would be shocked. What on earth did he eat to grow up? Yingshu, if you continue watching, you will bear the consequences. Saimu Chuan's breath hit her smooth cheek, and he said dangerous words. Yingshu immediately retracted her gaze, not daring to look again. Saimu Chuan asked jokingly, don't you want to take a shower? How can you take a shower with your clothes on? She knew that he had bad intentions, and said depressedly, how can I take off my clothes when you are here? The previous 2 times they made love, they were open and frank with each other unconsciously. Today, it was really embarrassing for her to take the initiative to undress in front of him. She really couldn't do it. Oh. He narrowed his eyes threateningly, do you want me to take it off? No, no. Yingshu knew his unique way of undressing, which was to tear it off directly and brutally. This white dress on her body was her favorite, and she had no intention of sacrificing it to satisfy Samuchuan's perverted desires. As a result, under Samuchuan's highly intensive and fiery gaze, Bai Yingshu unzipped her waist little by little with trembling hands, and soon, her charming body like white jade was exposed in front of Samuchuan. Pink lace bra, pink panties, fair skin, jet black hair, and curvy and graceful curves. Samuchuan's eyes were filled with blazing fire. The next second, before Yingshu could unhook her underwear, Saimu Chuan's hot body pressed down on her. His hot lips nibbled at her fair and smooth skin, his big hands kneaded her smooth buttocks heavily, rubbing back and forth. Yingshu was almost unable to breathe due to his sudden attack, and the inside of her thighs were extremely uncomfortable from the rough, hot rubbing. She made a slight protest impatiently, but it sounded like a seductive moan in Samuchuan's ears. Yingshu hadn't recovered from his passion yet, and her lower body was accurately penetrated by the huge penis, causing a slight tremor and a slight pain. In the past, Samuchuan would do foreplay for a long time, waiting until she was completely wet before entering, but today, he took up his gun in a short while and started to thrust violently. Her private parts were not completely wet yet, but because of the water, the passage was not so dry and painful. In fact, during the last lovemaking, she didn't feel much pain in the next few times, as if she had adapted to his size. He thrust in and out fiercely for dozens of times, then pulled out, then turned Yingshu's body over and pressed it on top of him. What is he going to do? Yingshu was surprised. What tricks was he going to play? Samuchuan smiled evilly, his lips showing a dazzling red, and his strong and sturdy body lifted her up, forcing her to spread her straight and slender legs and hang on them powerlessly. Then, his swollen penis filled her soft and tight vagina again. Yingshu sighed comfortably, her rosy cheeks and misty and intoxicating black eyes were enough to show that she was aroused. Saimu Chuan's entry was much smoother than before. After all, he had only developed it a few times. The tightness and suction that stimulated and comforted him was so wonderful. This body made him particularly satisfied. The fierce collision caused the water in the massage bathtub to splash constantly, with water splashing everywhere and the mist of water vapor forming a smoky atmosphere. In fact, in the summer, it is a very pleasant thing to have a hot bath with low temperature air conditioning in the room.